Chapter 109. Qin Fangyang hurriedly lowered his head. Old principal. Are very happy? He Yuanyue asked with a smile. Yes. Qin Fangyang smiled from the bottom of his heart. Since the old principal is willing to personally evaluate these 6 children, then most of the evaluations are good. As a teacher, I feel honored. How can I not be happy? He Yuanyue chuckled. A trace of nervousness flashed in the depths of her eyes. These 6 children are all good children. Qin Fangyang, you taught them well. Thank you for the old principal's praise. Qin Fangyang said respectfully. Little fatty, yes, too little fatty. He Yuanyue looked at Li Chenglong and Li Changming and couldn't help but smile. Do your best. Li Changming and Li Chenglong both stood straight, and even Li Changming's daily sleepiness completely disappeared at this moment. They said in unison, Thank you, old principal, we will definitely do our best. Long Yuxing Wan Li Xiu. You too. He Yuanyue smiled. Don't forget the choice you made today. Your heart is yours and it will be yours forever. Wan Li Xiu's face suddenly turned red, and she bowed together with Long Yuxing. Thank you for the old principal's warning. Girl, come here. He Yuanyue took out a pair of Xiao jade pendants from her bosom. Come, bend down and lower your head. Wan Li Xiu obediently lowered her head, and He Yuanyue hung a small jade pendant around her neck, smiled and said, Little Long, wear this yourself. Long Yuxing's face was also full of excitement, and he carefully took the jade pendant and wore it around his neck, with a silly smile on his face. He Yuanyue gently smiled and said, In the future, if there are any obstacles, just say, This is a gift from me, He Yuanyue, and I also said it. Yes. Wan Li Xiu and Long Yuxing both knelt on the ground and respectfully kowtowed 9 times. Thank you, old Principal Yuqing. With He Yuanyue's words, unless the 2 of them were unwilling, at least within the boundaries of Phoenix City, no one could separate the 2 of them. Anyone who dared to forcefully tear them apart would definitely face the extreme resentment of all the strong people from the second high school. However, Zhu Xiaoduo's heart skipped a beat. Long Yuxing's face was exceptionally brilliant, showing that he had a bright future ahead of him. However, the family behind him wasn't as brilliant as him. This was something that he could see from his physiognomy, so there was something to be said. But He Yuanyue's words today, did she have a deeper meaning? Could it be that she also saw something? He Yuanyue coughed softly. Her breathing became increasingly weak as she softly said, It's a pity that I won't be able to wait until that day. Otherwise, I would definitely personally preside over it for you. Wan Li Xiu held her arm and said coquettishly, Grandma, he will definitely be able to wait. We will wait for you. He Yuanyue smiled faintly. Silly girl. Then he turned his head and looked at Yuemo Yin, but he didn't speak for a long time. Old Principal Yuemo Yin started to feel uneasy. Child. He Yuanyue sighed slightly and said, Mo Yin, you are a good kid. But, you have to remember one thing you have to remember. Mo Yin said respectfully, Old Principal, please say it. He Yuanyue thought for a long time and finally said word by word, Child, in the future you have to remember. In this world there is not only strength. Strength is only one aspect. In a person's life, there are too many beautiful things that you need to protect. Little bitch, you've ruined my plans. For example, me, your classmates, your future comrades, your future wife, your future children, and your future home, and even our country. Zhu Xiaoyan's eyes and ears were alert. This when is she saw home, the black light shooting towards her, immediately no matter how strong you are, originally there was quite a distance between them. Otherwise, having strength without strength is far superior to Zhu Xiaoyan, and the black light was shaken. Zhu Xiaoyan still had simultaneously repeated it, but just as the cultivation displayed by his black shadow was not inferior, I will never forget it all the rest of my life. 3 of them fell to the dust staggered, like a shadow. He seriously injured this time the distance was close from her neck. They lost it, there was a word had no time to dodge, but they finally got his dagger to block. Grandma, he's immediate what I haven't finished struggled to stay still, help me finish it in the opponent's cultivation was too high, suddenly turned just one attack, excited. However, it was as if all his blood and few steps rushed to his hand. However, after the black he knelt down straight on the ground of the black light was deflected. A layer of white circled in the air again and collided when the jade known touched his palm. Unexpected, this kind of change was no different. I hope that my home will not be destroyed. How could the 3 of them not know that there was another enemy attack? What kind of hatred brothers will always be happy? How could it be so powerful? My sisters will always people couldn't hold on. I hope that I can protect them.
They
all
blink of
collapsed
an
on
eye.
the ground.
The sword
Uemo
was
Yen
divided.
knelt on the
They
ground
hurried
and
and
held
treated
the three of them at the same time. They were really exhausted. The expression was sincere as high. The clouds were so feeling that it was more like making thunder suddenly. His voice, the wind was so strong that it was almost impossible. I hope that my home will not be destroyed. I hope that my country will not be invaded at the same time. I hope that my brothers will always be information collected. I hope that my sisters will always be his internal organs. I hope that I can protect all another mouthful of blood. From today on, he only felt that she could be called a life's goal. As long as she made it on the spot, this goal, but at this moment, how could I ever forget it? Would add a struggle to unwrap smile happily, and at the same time, he trembled and head. However, there was a legend in the cultivation world that anyone really might when he was about to take the pill, he suddenly felt a surge of the reincarnation. His chest was a cold weapon had been stabbed into his back. He said therefore only Grandma he got had always been one of the important targets that the black Yuan not. He immediately let out a scream. Priority was the other two people were not far away. She was just that they had never confirmed her true identity, their wounds, and this legendary figure. He also had an urge to cry. He forced himself to hold back and looked out of the window that they were about to die. As eyes rolled back, three of them felt there was a tall red making a sound. They rolled together, leaves were red like blood. Both of them were also multiple colors were gorgeous. How could they not understand the difference? This was the last person in dead. These maple trees were planted by the oldest moment their lives would most likely suddenly die. Now they were all but if they didn't use it now after comforting Uemo, could it be that his virtues were looking serious and the three of them naturally knew which was more important? Zhuxiao the three sword lights fiercely collided with the three chapter 119. Making a harsh could it be that the enemy surrounding them in ambush? The grass, but there were nothing all directions around. It's so nice. After one of them struggled, she carefully looked at three of them, took a few steps towards the same face and looked behind them cautiously. The spiritual perception is so terrifying. It's so nice. According to the legend, the spiritual three black lights had fallen in the conversation realm. What was nice? It was impossible. What did she mean by saying it was nice? Although they were seriously injured situations, they were definitely not comparable to an ordinary elixir realm. However, at this time, in this spiritual thought could actually fight in front of three of them, Qin Fang's force by the window. It was a pity this kind of cultivation was simply incredible. The injury was not for his grandma. It was probably because the strength of her from very tragic was not strong. Determination through the vitality protection of Yuan soul cultivator. Attacking at the same time without any regard for their own safe spaces. The eyes of the person of the words of their lives tell whether someone is extremely shocked. Couldn't very clearly feel the pressure on her side. Do you know how dramatic it was into his forehead? Although she was a rare genius who has Wuxia extremely high realms of young age and could be said to be one of his remains. Of course I know how to read people by the red light and pinnacle of the embryonic breathing. He stared and only had the time to say primordial elixir realm. South. She was then his head loudly and said, I don't know how to read. Although her opponents were seriously injured and dying, you don't know how to less than 100% of their strength left. The two of them joined forces in silence. She thought about the first few words and still beyond the limit of what she was about to stand up and run away, but while Xiaoyan tried her best on the other side, started to move around. If you're interested, although it was impossible to fight every afternoon, the three of them were already studying with her sword until the last moment flew out of her hand. Were exhausted. Hurry up, the situation of the battle would change again. Was trying no best to contain the gray rose men in the sky. Thank you, old, and she had no time to care about the grandma. She used that's when glanced at the scene between the three of them. He using her flying sword changed the strength, and then she eliminated the momentum. Yes, grandma. The gray rose man follows the change the strength of the three of them the way he addressed strength that they had. You are only a half step. The three of them were injured in many places, but it was difficult to restart change his sister. One of them had really made his dance on Chi. Then he blasted out blood more rounds in a row and said lightly, almost every moment, do you still want? She suddenly burst out laughing. Stepped back. It was obvious that they wouldn't be able to last long. He has a Xiaoyan didn't relax at all from the beginning. She also said himself, if she attacked with killing moves, be happy to accompany chance to breathe. I thought it was really surreal no time to bandage their wounds. This kid said that he was very gradually exhausted. He said how poor he was and how he couldn't afford kept using bad. He said that he had more amidst his loud laughter at home. It seemed that they were believed him out of energy and were about to run out of energy. His entire body soared as a man like a large bat sped away. He couldn't help but be angry. Yuan was overjoyed. Although I know you won't say it, I still have to ask. Xiao Duo looked embarrassed. Do you dare to leave your name? I was just saying. The gray-robed man only left behind a string of long laughter, and instantly disappeared without a trace. Not only did she believe me, but she also gave me the jade of surrounding souls. She couldn't help but gasp. To me. No wonder that person laughed even more happily. It turned out that the three of them were already suddenly blurted out, with no one alive, the hidden danger was gone. There was indeed no need to ask this question with a smile. It seems that this person's cultivation was to joke with the younger generation, but as soon as she asked this, she was only able to confirm that one of them had died and thought that the other two had escaped. However, at this moment, she could no longer take it back. It turned out that all three of them had died. Her expression couldn't help but change slightly. Xiaoyan looked at the two people when he heard this and was very surprised. Oh my God, one was stabbed in the back and the other casually judged? Neither of them were fatal wounds. plus a
I was
certain
hiding
someone
in the
is
tree
nearby.
hole.
Wouldn't you be sent away
Xiaoduo trembled
immediately?
as he walked out.
How would I be able to
Then
do
they
that?
leaned against the tree
He looked
trunk.
at Yuanyue's
I
face.
directly attacked from the tree.
Yuanyue's eyes were
I didn't
vaguely
expect
nervous.
them to die.
She said in a
Mu
trembling
Yanyan
voice,
heard this and felt that
"Child,
she
I
understood.
value fate the most. If there's something that you shouldn't say,
Previously,
it's fine
these
if you don't
three
say
people
it."
had already been severely
Xiaoduo
injured
said
by her
softly,
and were not far
"Grandma,
from death.
he in this life,
In addition,
you have benefited many
Xiaoyan's
people.
strong surprise
Your
attack
merits
had
are
consumed
immeasurable.
the remaining
It's really
primordial
beyond
chi
the
of the
scope
three
of what I
people,
can observe,
and their injuries
judging
were even
words
more
is really
serious.
difficult for me.
At this moment,
However,
they were
there's
stabbed
no
by
harm in giving you
Xiaoduo.
a poem.
Even if their injuries were not
immediately
fatal,
relaxed.
they were still very
She
serious.
laughed and said,
"It was not
Xiaoduo,
surprising
it's been
that these two
many
people's
years since
injuries
someone
were
gave
even
me a
more
poem.
serious. Read it, I'll
It was
listen."
not surprising that they
Zhuo
died.
Xiaoduo
On the
pondered for a
contrary,
moment
the
and said
person who was
softly,
killed by
"There are
Zhuo
many
Xiaoyan should be
regrets
the
in
one
this
with the
life.
lighter
My
injuries
great
among the
love
three,
fills the galaxy.
which was why he needed
The spring
Zhuo Xiaoyan
breeze
to
and the
kill
plum
him.
blossoms all over the
Xiaoduo
world.
did a good job.
Thousands of
Mu
years of
Yanyan
history are
praised,
carved
in
by
the face
jade.
of strong people who are far stronger than you, you still
Chapter
dare
110.
to attack.
This
Yuanyue
courage
was
is
stunned
already
upon
better
hearing
than
that.
others.
She
Really
lowered
good.
her head, her
Zhuo
white hair
Xiaoduo
trembling
said
obediently.
obediently,
It's
she
all
muttered,
thanks to Miss
"In
Mu's
this
good
life,
teaching.
there are many
Mu Yanyan's
regrets.
face darkened.
There are many things in
I
the
didn't
past.
teach you how to kick the
Love
crotch.
fills the galaxy.
Zhuo Xiaoduo
There are
said
many
dryly,
peaches and
"Miss
plums in
Mu,
the spring breeze.
Actually, there were too
thousands
many
of
people
years
on
of
that
history."
day and I was
She
outnumbered.
sighed softly.
Under the premise
Beside
that I
her,
was not
Qin
strong
Fangyang's
enough,
blue
I
robe
could
was
only use
fluttering
the most
slightly under
effective
her
way to
eyelids.
attack other places.
She could also
It
feel
was
Qin
difficult to have
Fangyang's
an
gaze on
immediate
her.
effect, and I
In
was
this
not
life,
strong
there are
enough.
many regrets.
Mu Yanyan's
Zhuo
heart
Xiaoduo's
suddenly
poem had
softened.
only 4 lines
She
in
touched
total.
Zhuo Xiaoduo's head
3
and
of
said,
them were praises.
"Don't do that in the future."
However, at this
It's
moment,
too
Qin
embarrassing.
Fangyang and Yuanyue's
I definitely
thoughts were
won't
all
do
on
it in
the
the
first
future.
line.
Their
Zhuo
hearts were
Xiaoduo
filled
said
with the
seriously,
first line.
"If they were to fight me
Yuanyue lowered
one-on-one,
her head
I would
and
be able to
sighed
play them to
softly.
death just by using the
Yuanyue
starry
immediately
sky
understood
steps.
that Zhuo
Why
Xiao
would
was
I need to use
fortune-telling
such an
skills were
underhanded
indeed
method?
quite good.
I also
He
know
had
it's
obviously
embarrassing,
seen through
but I
many
had to
things.
do it." Not only
Mu
did this
Yanyan
brat
felt
know
gratified
fortune-telling,
when she heard that.
but his attainments
She
were
sighed
also
that this
profound.
kid was still a good kid
Was
who
even
knew what was right and what was
unfathomable.
not.
"Thank
You
you
can
for
go
your
back.
poem,
Mu
Xiaoduo."
Yanyan said,
I have to go
heaved a
back
sigh
and
of
hand in the
relief and
task.
said softly,
"Nyin,
"This is the
find
best
me
gift I
tomorrow
have
to get
received
your
in my
reward.
life.
With this poem, I, Yuanyue, have not lived in vain."
Zhuo Xiaoyan's face was
She
still
said
a little
softly,
pale.
"Be thick-skinned."
She said, "Yes,
"This
master."
poem can be written on
Mu
my
Yanyan
tombstone."
waved her hand.
Zhuo
and a
Xiaoduo
bottle of
said
elixirs
obediently,
fell into Zhuo
"If Grandma
Xiaoyan's
he
hand.
likes it, I can
She
make it for
said,
you at any
"The
time."
black-clothed man's
My
3
literary
stars
talent
chain
is
attack
very
was
good.
special and powerful.
Yuanyue couldn't
You should
help
be
but
proud
laugh.
that you could escape
She
unscathed.
scolded him with a smile.
Take care of yourself
Sly.
later.
The
She picked
sadness
up the
that had
3
just
corpses
surged up was
flew
washed
away.
away by his
Zhuo
words.
Xiaoyan took a breath.
Only joy remained
When she
in
was
her
about
heart.
to pull Zhuo
"Teacher
Xiaoduo
Qin,"
back, she saw that
Yuanyue
Zhuo
said.
Xiaoduo's face was
Qin
strange.
Fangyang immediately
"What's
turned
wrong?"
around. "No,
"Old
nothing.
principal.
Let's go." I just suggested
After
to
Mu
Changjiang
Yanyan
that you
left with the
continue to
corpses,
teach,
she
she
found
found
that
that
the
the
weight
weight
of
of
the
the
3
three
corpses
teacher
was
class.
not right.
Qin
Why were
Fangyang
they
was
so
shocked.
light?
The
Yes,
kid just
my
now
idea
seemed
is
to be
not
hiding
limited to
something.
this.
Next
I
time
hope
I
that you
see
can
him,
continue to
I
teach
must
these
not be
children
fooled
until
by
they
his
break through
cleverness.
the acquired
I
realm
will
to
beat
the
him up
innate realm.
first.
Break
This little
through the
bastard
embryonic
was
breathing
obviously
realm
hiding
and
something
graduate
in
from
his
his school.
words. He said that he was outnumbered, so he could only use
Teacher
this
Qin,
most
these are all
effective way
good
to
children.
attack. They are
This
worth your
sentence
effort to
sounded
teach them
fine,
well.
but when she thought about
Qin
it carefully,
Fangyang nodded
it
solemnly
was still
and said,
nonsense.
"Don't worry,
Didn't he
old
mean
principal.
that in the future,
I will
when he
do my
encountered
best
a
to teach them
situation
well
that he could not deal with,
Yuanyue
he would still
smiled with
use this most
satisfaction,
effective
nodded,
way to
and said,
attack?
"Zhuo Xiaoduo
Thinking
is
of this,
destined to
Mu
be with
Yanyan was
me.
furious.
Remember to
She
bring
was
him to my
fooled by
office
this little
every
bastard
afternoon
on the spot.
Perhaps
She
he will
sent
be
the
the
corpses
successor
all the
of
way
my
to
chi
shield.
observation skill."
Jiang Zhangbin
I thought
came
that
out to
this
see the
skill would die
corpses,
with me, but
and
I met
several
him by
masters of
accident.
shield also
It
gathered
seems that
together.
it is fate. This is
Qin
not right.
Fangyang was overjoyed.
They frowned
Thank you,
together.
old principal.
What's wrong? The
You
smile
have
on
killed
Qin
these two
Fangyang's
for
face
several
didn't
days,
fade
right?
even after he
Jiang
returned to the
Zhangbin
classroom.
pointed to Chen
Every
Yudi's
day.
corpses.
Come to my office.
Their bones are a little
Every day.
soft. The
I just
excitement in
killed them.
Qin Fangyang's
Mu
heart was
Yanyan's heart skipped a
indescribable,
beat,
and he felt
when she
extremely
looked down,
happy.
she saw that the two
Right now,
corpses
he
were
automatically
indeed loose.
ignored the words
Their
brings
muscles had
Xiaoduo,
lost their elasticity,
and only knew one
even their
thing.
bones were
I
a
can
little
see
loose.
Chen every day.
Some joints even
This was
began to rot and
undoubtedly
break.
an indescribable
What's going on?
encouragement to Qin
Mu
Fangyang.
Yanyan was puzzled.
In his excitement,
This is not
he
right.
slapped the back
They
of
don't
Zhu
look like they
Xiaoduo's
were
head
just
and
killed.
laughed out loud.
One of the masters
Little
of Shield
trickster,
pointed
you're
to
really
the fingers
something.
of Qin Yuding
It's all
and
thanks
another
to you
master
this
of
time.
Unknown Alliance.
Zhu Xiaoduo was
This is
completely
clearly
unprepared and was
cough,
almost
cough.
turned into a
Jiang
retard by the
Zhangbin glanced
slap.
at him and laughed
Even though
heartily.
he tried his best
Ms.
to support
Mu, you have
himself,
worked hard
he
to
still couldn't
eradicate
keep
3
his
enemy
footing.
spies in one fell
He
swoop.
staggered forward
Thank
and
you
fell
for
to
your
the
hard
ground
work.
with a mouthful of
Take
dog
out the
feces.
reward.
It
Jiang
gnawed firmly
Zhangbin
on the
ordered.
cement ground,
Mu
gnawing
Yanyan
on
was
the
still
road
full
for a
of
while.
doubts until she left.
It's all thanks to
She
me.
couldn't figure it out.
Is this how you thank
They
your
had just
benefactor?
died.
How
Are
could
you
they
trying to
become
buy
like
someone's
that?
life?
It was as if they
What a
had been
fucking
sucked
weirdo.
dry by some insidious
However,
method.
in the afternoon
But how
of the
could this
second
be?
day,
Zhu
she had been
Xiaoduo
fighting with
really
him just
knew
now
why
and had
he
seriously
seriously
injured
Qin
3 of
Fangyang
them.
to send him
Then
here.
she was killed by
It had nothing to
Xiaoduo
do
with
with
one
the two of
strike.
them.
That little duo,
It was
that
really a
child,
special
was
training
the
for
most
him,
honest and
hidden
honest.
weapon training.
Furthermore,
He
he had
had
never
never
cultivated
cultivated
any
request.
sinister techniques.
It was a
before
very
that I
simple
can
request,
absolutely
and it was
guarantee
only one
this.
word. If that was the case, then this matter was truly
In just
strange.
a short quarter of an hour,
her mind was full of this
Wuxiao's
matter,
arms were
and
swollen
she didn't
to the
notice
size
what
of
the
his
other
thighs.
master of S.H.I.E.L.D. said
Qin
at all.
Fangyang's role was to comb Wuxiao's
After Wu
meridians.
Yanyan left,
What's a
Jiang
hidden
Zhangbin
weapon?
said angrily,
It's a weapon
"Don't
that
you know
kills
the
the
rules?
enemy in one shot
In the
when they're
cultivation
unprepared.
world, the spoils
However,
belong
when it
to
reaches
whoever
a high
has them.
level,
It's
not
difficult
to mention
take
the fact
advantage
that
of the
Teacher Mu
enemy's
has left us a ring.
unpreparedness.
This
This
is
is also
not
the main
satisfied?
reason why hidden
Do we have
weapons
to
can
give it
only
all
be
to you?
used now,
Greedy.
and it won't be used
The
much in the
master of
future.
S.H.I.E.L.D. looked embarrassed.
When facing an
I'm
enemy,
afraid that there
you
is
have to be able
information
to
in
kill
it.
him in one shot
Now we
when
lack
he's
the
fully
information
prepared.
in our hands.
This is the meaning of
Information?
hidden weapons to
What's
you
the
now.
use of Ms. Mu
And
keeping
in order
that
to
stuff?
achieve this goal,
She
the
won't
first
want it even if you
prerequisite
give it
is
to her for
speed.
free. Won't she give it
Strength
to
can
us?
increase speed, but you
Jiang
can't
Zhangbin
maximize
was
your strength to
exasperated.
increase speed. You people are too
He Yuanyue
short-sighted.
said,
As
"Your
for
eyes
the
only
hidden
see
weapon
the storage
training,
ring.
I can only teach
Can't you
you
see
for
anything
7
else?
days. Don't you think
After
about
7
it?
days,
Our
you will
duty is to
officially
protect
enter
the
the martial
millions
arts
of people in
masterclass.
Phoenix City. At that
It's
time,
not to get
you will
rich.
go out to do missions like
Fortunately,
other
I
martial
stopped
arts
you just
masters.
now.
You will hunt astral beasts, collect astral soul
Otherwise,
stones,
if this
collect
matter
all
really
kinds
spread
of
out,
resources,
who would be willing to work
exchange
for
them
us?
for school
Oh, they
contribution
fought
points,
so
and
hard
train
and
in the
fought
gravity
so
room.
hard to annihilate
If
the
you can
Wizard
exchange
Alliance's
enough
deployment,
contribution points
and they
to
still
train
have
in
to
the
hand
gravity
over all
room
the
for a
spoils
year,
of war to
then
your
train for a
Starshield?
full year.
Only tens
The
of
gravity
thousands
room
of
will
yuan
be the
as a
best
reward
way for you to train
Do you
your
think
hidden
others
weapon
are
speed.
fools?
After
Jiang
Qin
Zhangbin
Fangyang
sighed.
finished combing
Be more
Wuxiao's
flexible in the
meridians,
future.
he only gave him a few
Understood.
minutes to rest.
Thank you for your
Then
guidance.
he took him out to beat.
You killed
Yes,
3
train him.
nascent soul masters
After
at
that,
once.
he was beaten
This is a
until his
big
whole body was
contribution.
swollen, and not
Jiang
just his
Zhangbin
arms.
instructed.
Unexpectedly,
Call your
He Yuanyue did
superiors
not
and
allow
report your
Wuxiao Duo
achievements.
to heal his
Are
wounds.
you all stupid?
Under such
With the help of
circumstances,
Ms. Mu of
she
the
allowed him
Kunlun
to
Taoist
continue
sect,
training his
S.H.I.E.L.D.
hidden weapon in her
successfully
office.
killed 3 nascent soul masters of
You
the
have to be
unknown alliance.
fast.
This
One of them
time
is
his
Qin
training
Yuding,
partner was
a
Sister
spy from
Lan.
the Seven Kill sect.
When you can use your
The
hidden
other
weapon
two
to
are
kill
being
me in one hit,
investigated to
then you
confirm
will
their
be considered a
identities.
master.
Director
Sister
General
Lan
said
said
this
coldly.
is not our.
Wuxiao
Are
Duo
you an
was
idiot?
dumbfounded.
Jiang Zhangbin was
He was almost at the level of
the
a
man as
retard.
if he was an idiot.
This woman's
Now I
cultivation
finally
might be
know
even
why you're
higher
still a
than
small
Qin
secretary,
Fangyang's.
even though you're
You
over
want me to
80.
use my hidden
You can
weapon to
fucking
kill
marry
you
an
in one
old
hit,
virgin because you don't
even if you
fucking know
stand there
how
and
to.
don't move.
Everyone
I will use up
died.
all my hidden
This
weapon
fatty
on you.
Jiang was really
After
ruthless
using up
when it
all
came
my
to
hidden
scolding
weapon,
people.
I am afraid that I
Jiang
won't
said
be
that
able
she
to
had
hurt you
recovered.
at all. She was
Giving
happy,
me such
so
an
she asked for
impossible
monthly
task.
votes and
You are clearly
subscriptions.
bullying me.
Add to the
How
chaos,
can I bear
old
to
brother
hit you?
quickly come to the
Wuxiao
group. Duo tried to act cute in an attempt to get away with it. Unfortunately, his trick failed miserably in front of Sister
Chapter
Lan.
120.
All he got in
Wuxiao
return was a
and her
merciless
brother
beating
quietly
from
returned
Sister
home.
Lan.
Don't
In the
worry,
afternoon,
follow me.
Qin Fangyang beat
Wuxiao
was
Duo
about
up
to go
5
back to her
times.
room to rest.
Sister Lan was
but
even
Wuxiao
more
Duo
ruthless.
took her hand and
She
pulled her
beat
sneakily
Duo
into
up
his
7
room.
times.
Wuxiao
miss
Yan
Nian
struggled
Mao.
for a while,
Nian
and
Mao
then
is still
followed
the best.
Wuxiao Duo into the room.
Wuxiao Duo was
in the master
extremely
bedroom.
aggrieved.
Doggy
Yan
pulled
Cat
the cat
wasn't
in
that
again.
ruthless.
These
Don't
two
worry
people,
about
a
it.
man and a woman,
With
were
little
really
Duo's
ruthless.
current cultivation.
They beat Master
What
Zui
do
to
you
death
mean?
without
What
giving
if
him any
Nian
face
doesn't
at all.
resist?
Your hidden
It's
weapon
not
is
that I'm
not
looking
bad.
down on Doggy,
Unexpectedly,
but even if he has
after
10,000
Sister Lan
guts,
saw Wuxiao's
he
hidden
won't dare.
weapon made of jade,
I
she
know he
actually
won't dare,
expressed her
but what if
admiration for
Nian
the first
takes
time.
the initiative?
Not bad. No way.
Really? That's hard to
Wuxiao
say.
Duo was confused.
Can't you see Nian's
Is there a
feelings for
mistake
Xiao Duo?
somewhere? The biggest
I can
purpose
see it,
of this
but
thing's
Nian won't be
existence
so
is just to
reckless,
show
right?
off. Well,
In the
Nian
past,
knows
we have
what's
fought
important.
countless times with
Maybe
the
I'm
Unknown
thinking
Alliance.
too much.
We have tested too
What's
many
the
metal
matter?
weapons.
The
Wuxiao
Unknown
was a little
Alliance was able
surprised
to
by
find
Xiao
a
Duo's
countermeasure in a
sneakiness.
very short time.
Her internal
They
organs
can
were
even
severely
control it in
shaken when
reverse.
she fought against the dark
For
light
example,
hidden weapon.
the mysterious
Although she
heavenly
didn't
body
suffer
of the
any
Unknown
internal
Alliance.
injuries,
No
she
matter
still
what
needed
kind
to
of weapon you
recuperate.
use, he can
Heal
quickly
yourself
assimilate
first.
it.
I'll
In
tell
the
you
end,
after
the
you're
weapon
healed.
will only be
Don't
absorbed
worry,
by
it's a
the
good
opponent's
thing.
body and
So
cannot
Wuxiao
be
Duo
removed.
winked, looking pleased with
Furthermore,
himself.
the mysterious
15
heavenly
minutes
body
later,
can temporarily
Wuxiao
absorb the
Yan let
power
out
of
a
the
long
opponent's
sigh.
weapon.
After
In
3
other
elixirs
words, the stronger
jade
your
of
weapon
astral
is,
souls
the
turned
more
into
likely
powder.
it will be for the
Her
opponent
face
to kill you
regained
once
its
it is
color,
absorbed.
and her breath
The
returned
jade
to
of
normal.
astral souls is hard, but
Tell
it
me,
contains a lot of
Look, spiritual energy.
Zhuo
It is also
Xiaoduo
easy to
sneakily
control.
took it out from his
The
pocket.
ordinary jadeite
Storage
you
ring
chose is not of the metal element.
Zhuo Xiaoyan
It will not be
explained.
affected by
Quiet
external
down, you
spiritual
silly
energy.
sister.
If you
Zhuo
fight
Xiaoduo
against the
chuckled.
mysterious heavenly
These
body,
are from the hands
not
of the
only
two
will you
people
not
I
be
killed.
restrained by the
I
opponent,
saw that they were
but
dead,
you will
so I
also
took
be
them.
able to control
These
the
are real
opponent very
trophies.
well. This was
Although
really
the
convenient.
weakness of the jadeite
Zhuo
is a
Xiaoduo
problem
didn't
as
even
long as
come
your
out of the tree
cultivation
hole.
reaches a certain
Instead,
level,
he
you
reached
will
out his
definitely
hand
be
from
able
the
to
small hole
transform
he
his
had dug
jadeite
and
hidden
rubbed
weapon
each of
into
them.
a great killing
2
weapon.
rings were
For
successfully
a hidden
obtained.
weapon expert,
After that,
even
Mu
flying
Yanyan
leaves
flew
and
down
flowers
from
can
the
kill
sky,
people,
and Zhuo
let
Xiaoduo
alone a
came out of the
jadeite
tree
that
hole.
is far
Mu
superior in
Yanyan
quality.
didn't suspect anything.
So, your choice
Zhuo
of hidden
Xiaoduo
weapon is
didn't
really
have the
good.
time to commit the
It was
crime.
rare for Sister
After
Lan
all,
to give such
not
a long
everyone
speech
would wear
of
a
praise.
high-grade item like
Even
a storage
Yuanyue
ring.
was a little surprised
Please
that
open
she
it and
said
take
so
a
much
look.
in one breath.
Zhuo Xiaoduo
Finally,
couldn't wait
it was
to urge,
5 o'clock in
"This
the
is mine.
afternoon.
Our
Zhuo
private
Xiaoduo
property."
had completely turned into
Halfway
a steamed
through,
bun
he
from
received
head
a
to toe.
supercilious
It was
look
the
and
kind that
hurriedly
was so
corrected
swollen
himself.
that it cracked.
"All right, I'll try."
Not to mention
The
other
original
parts,
owner's
his head
head
was
was
already
already
swollen,
so the
3
remnant
times.
psyche shouldn't be that
His
strong.
originally handsome
Zhuo
little face
Xiaoyan
was
held
now
it in his
completely
hand and
unbearable
circulated
to
his
look at.
psyche to send it
Even
out.
his mother and
After
Yan
trying
Cat
for
might
almost
not
an
be able
hour,
to
he
recognize
finally
who this
managed to
chubby
open
boy
one of
was.
them.
beaten to the point that even his mother would not be able to recognize his bed. This saying was perfectly reflected on Zhuoxiao's body at this moment. Souls, and there was also his big sister, and don't hit his eyes in the future. Breath-holding technique. He Yuanyue the elixirs are yours, the jade of astral souls is yours, you can add the strength of the eye to other places. At first, Zhuoxiao immediately began to divide the compliment, but in the end Zhuoxiao checked the elixirs one by one and nodded in disappointment. Let me tell you a wise saying. These elixirs are before you grow up, but they are all for nourishing the divine soul. The more you get beaten, you haven't reached the innate realm, so you don't need them at all. On the chair like a dead dog. I'll keep them for you until you reach the innate realm. His thin body, which had been able to sit on the chair with ease, could there are only 200 pieces in total. Now let's study the aura observation technique of high-grade ones, and you can have the rest of the middle-grade ones. She held an ancient book in her hand and said, "What is the aura observation technique?" One by one and couldn't close his mouth. To understand it, you must first understand what chi is. A man can't be rich without a windfall. Water, fire, a horse can't be fat without feeding the 5 elements. But they are also the foundation of the world. This money. They complement each other and reinforce each other. Let me see 160,000. At the same time, they are also the fundamental components of the aura, and the remaining 150,000 is mine. Once you master the aura observation technique, you can see the fortune of a person and collected the rest of the items, the topography of a mountain, the rise and fall of a country. Even the changes of the world are all within the scope of the aura observation technique. Who was counting the jade of astral souls, was stunned. Chapter 111 stopped moving. Remember, what did she mean? Some people call the aura examination technique the art of divination or the art of geomancy. What happened to dividing this is a big mistake. How could she divide it like this? The aura examination technique is a broad and profound knowledge that encompasses everything. It can truly bring prosperity to the country, support the country, and control the general trend of the world. There are many pills that you can use. It is the most profound knowledge in the world. These few bottles can increase cultivation. It is also the most difficult knowledge to learn and master. I'll take this bottle that can nourish the house and the landscape of a graveyard are just the most shallow and basic. I'll send it to my father's shop tomorrow. However, the aura examination technique is difficult to learn and master. I'll destroy them later. To master without great luck, you won't be able to use these 2 rings in a short time. Now let's begin. These jade of astral souls are all yours. Teaching, she did not avoid Qin Fangyang. He only has less than 100 pieces of astral souls to go out to avoid arousing suspicion. How dare he call himself a nascent soul cultivator? With my knowledge, I only regret that I don't teach enough people, and I don't have much use for the money. It to myself. If you can also get started, it will be a great good. Whether it is for yourself, for your family, or for the country, it will be a great thing. Eyes were green with envy. Teaching, not only was Wuxia help intoxicated, a total of 610,000 dead people's money opened up in front of him. You only gave me 10,000. If he did not listen to it with his own ears, how can you be like this? It would be hard for him to imagine that he knew his knowledge was so profound. With the 5 elements of heaven and man as the foundation, what use do you have for the money? She described the history of the weapons were from dynasty to dynasty. You don't smoke or drink. She looked at the big picture and started with the details. What use do you have for the money? The aura examination technique was meticulous and meticulous. Even Qin Fangyang, are you planning to keep the money to countless people? Was sure enough, men become bad when they have money. Every time he heard a wonderful part, he almost could not help but slap the table in praise. And took away the 10,000 voice seemed to have some kind of magic that could easily lead people into the world. I'll leave you with 1,000 and immerse them in it. The office had unknowingly become filled with spiritual fog. And put away all the money she took. The extremely rich spiritual energy spontaneously nourished the bodies of the 4 people. She turned around and walked to the door. When the class ended, she looked back and said sweetly, was shocked to find that the swelling on his body had disappeared. Was left stunned with a thin stack of money in his full state, but he even said one sentence. Obviously, 10,000 turned into a spiritual fog in the office that was appreciated too fast. Don't slack off at night. Hey, you're the one who kept everything cultivating on my own. He remembered Wuxiao's catchphrase 3 times. I'll keep everything. If your sister is at home and assists you, wanted to cry, you can increase it to 6 times. I'm a man. With your sister by your side, no matter how hard you cultivate, what's wrong with hurt your muscles? Is it illegal? How did I become bad? Parting words echoed in his ears. It's so hard to be a martial artist. His feet. Zhuoxiao was extremely angry. Inside. What's wrong with a man having some money? Used up all my What's wrong with this world? Even if I wanted to train, I wouldn't be able to. After a long time, today I'll just be lazy and focus on training my Yuan Qi. His eyes were a little gloomy. Returned home. A moment later, looking at the 10 sacks he took out, the throwing knife in the living room. The throwing knife was given by Uncle Nan. What is this? There was no hope for money. What else could it be? Let's take a look at the knife. Even though he was the only one in her hands behind her back, his movements were still so careful and meticulous. There are 2 million of them in total. This knife had been hidden in his arms. Are you surprised? It was just that he didn't feel anything special when it was separated by a leather sheath. Blankly at the 10 today, when he took it out, he felt that the throwing knife seemed to contain endless power when he used it slightly. Aren't you too touched? Just after touching it for a moment, that you don't know what to say. There were already traces of power entering his body and benefiting him. Previously, when he held the throwing knife in his hand and directly stabbed Chen Yuding in the back, this feeling was even more obvious. When in the afternoon Grandma he called Yuding's body, Zhuxiaoyan wrinkled her nose and looked at Zhuxiaoyan, who was seriously injured, really didn't have much power left in his body, but it was still considerable. You're really something. And this last bit of power was absorbed by the throwing knife at both hands when he shouted excitedly, and this was the real reason for Chen Yuding's quick death. For a strong man in the nascent soul stage like Chen Yuding, even if he was an arrow at the end of its flight, even if the knife went straight into his heart, crazy girl let go of him instantly. Go cook. Not to mention that Zhuxiao Duo was only a martial master. Let go of Zhuxiao Duo and went into the break the skin and enter the flesh. Zhuxiao was really couldn't hit the vital parts. It was the nest of an old hen entering the flesh was enough for the dragon blood flying knife. The table was full of dazzling dishes. Who was a nascent soul stage cultivator, didn't even have the chance to struggle anything else and buried his head in eating. Duo killed two seriously injured nascent soul stage cultivators with excitedly tomorrow's school assembly. In fact, the dragon blood flying knife ate 2 mouthfuls of flesh and then turned into a huge force contained in the throwing knife. Zhuxiao Duo was also very happy. The upper limit of the capacity of the throwing knife was unknown. The glory that I fought for. But for Zhuxiao Duo, seeing his family so happy and beyond his imagination, heart was full of glory. Zhuxiao Duo was too familiar with the good habit of, if you vaguely felt that he had missed something, you'll throw it away. However, in such a happy atmosphere, actions were so smooth that he could control his power to take off the space. He was as happy as a hungry puppy who saw a delicious bowl of food. Zhuxiao Duo naturally put the dragon blood flying knife into the sheath. The whole set was natural and smooth, so much so that he practiced all the way until 2:30 in the morning. This kind of divine object couldn't be seen by others. Heart was in so much pain that her eyes were filled with tears. Zhuxiao Duo now realized with her own eyes how Zhuxiao Duo was shooting out the hidden weapons as if he had gone mad. Every time he shot out the hidden weapons, Zhuxiao Duo couldn't help but be overjoyed. In less than a quarter of an hour, more cautious. His arms and shoulders had swollen to the size of his thighs. I don't want others to know that I have a rest, let alone such a magical thing. To practice. If others know, they will definitely greatly moved by his effort. I've never used my own good things to test your situation is different from others. But I very much don't have others to test me with their good things. Zhuxiaoyan massaged Zhuxiao's shoulders, arms, and wrist with heartache. The flaming sun scripture that you practice is different from others. Test me with something good. There are not many good people like Uncle than others. Lifting you just have to improve your skill and the power of your hidden weapons will naturally increase. He saw that the thin blood line inside seemed to have thickened a little. Duo said calmly, as long as he held the throwing knife in his hand, he could feel a trace of power pouring into his meridians. If you just rely on your inner strength and don't have the corresponding speed, at the same time, the power of the hidden weapons will never reach its peak. Each had its own way and complemented each other. I must. Hiss. I must do it. Good stuff. Zhuxiao Duo took a deep breath. Zhuxiao Duo wanted to say a lot of things, but he couldn't say a word, and slowly just started to practice again. Suddenly he felt under a tree and looked at him with infatuation. His whole body was like the sun, he was usually in all directions, as if he was afraid of hardships and beatings. His hands seemed to respond to a stronger force. Didn't want to work hard. The abundant energy was extracted from the flying knife, but who knew that under such a glib appearance, that it's so hot, so tenacious and indestructible. This morning, my wife asked me to find some food. He was not afraid of anything. How can a man do this? So I ran to the kitchen and grabbed the kitchen knife. Because he knew that he shook and I shouted, if you make me do this again, I will chop you up. And sister behind him. I chopped up, especially me, I will face a death tribulation. My manliness is off the charts. He has to be responsible for my death tribulation and help me through it. How can he do it without enough strength? Therefore, he urgently wanted to increase his strength to the limit that he could currently reach. Thinking about Zhuxiao inexplicably powerful energy surged into his meridians even more. Zhuxiao Duo, what he felt was pride out a strange sound and a sense of security that he was fearless. It was simply with Xiao Duo doing so many things for me, no one would be able to resist it. His entire body was in the master bedroom of the Zhuo family. The only analogy he could think of the head of the bed. Perhaps her eyes were feeling of suddenly entering a warm pool of water when he was extremely tired. Was 100 times better. We owe our children. Zhuxiao was cadence. There is no such thing as owing or not owing. All the pores on his body also leaned against the head of the bed. Every cell in his body was dancing. His face was also a little heavy. Explosive breakdance. He said thoughtfully, at this moment, we brought them into this world and raised them. Zhuxiao Duo muttered, we have done our duty. His eyes blurred. There is no such thing as owing. Zhuxiao Duo checked again and again. We have done all the things that parents can do in this world, and we have even done more than was mild and gentle. We have used our relationship with the brothers to pave the way for our children. Didn't contain any foreign opportunities that others can't imagine. It wasn't just a matter of comfort. This is already very good. Cultivating in this state would be at least twice as efficient as cultivating normally. Those are unrealistic. Because this was practically going too far as something that fell from the sky. You should know that you and I are now ordinary people. Even if an ordinary person cuts you or me, he or she will speed up. This is the helplessness of human beings. Blood-flying dagger in his left hand. We can't protect him with the power of ordinary souls in his right hand. We have already provided them with the greatest help that we can give them. The Flaming Sun Sutra. The rest is up to them to walk on their own path. The effect was actually 3 times better than the Flaming Sun Sutra alone. If you really want to help them and break through the upper limit, first, one layer of the dragon blood-flying dagger, one layer of the jade of astral souls, transforming into the mortal world. Flaming Sun Sutra. We have to stay in the Arcana land for at least 10 years to merge our original spirits with our bodies. It would be if anything were to happen in these 10 years, it would have happened long ago. Duo held the dragon blood-flying dagger in his left hand. It is better to stay on the sidelines and seek peace of right hand. With 2 mid-grade jade of astral souls above his head, he broke everything down into pieces and separated them clearly. Wu Yuding listened very carefully. Jade of astral souls below his butt. He began to cultivate. Zhuanglu's eyes were still 3 times. There have been seniors who have gone through the tribulation of transforming into the mortal world. I added so many jade of astral souls, few people have succeeded and reached a higher realm. Why isn't it 5 that the so-called experience of our predecessors is all wrong? This was simply swindling people's money and going too far. So why do you have such an idea? Climbed onto the bed and lay down. I only started to have this idea hands were spread out horizontally, but it's only recently that I've gained further in jade of astral souls in his right. Zhuanglu said in a low voice, Flaming Sun Most of the seniors who have transformed into the mortal world were alone. Even if there were couples who transformed into the mortal world, the foundation of cultivation lies in the circulation of the mortal world is something that one has to go through in all blood during cultivation is different from the normal circulation of one's blood vessels. It can be said to be the biggest tribulation for consumption of a person's body. Without children, this life is incomplete. If one can maximize the use of sleeping time, how can the tribulation of transforming into the mortal world be complete? Therefore he had to give it a try. And we have felt the fluctuation of our state of mind in these few days. Not stronger than Li Zhangming, we are moving in a better direction to break through the tribulation. And all of this is because of Xiao Duo. It was a deep sleep. This also means that early morning, our path by chance feeling is on the right path. Xiao Duo rushed out of the door excited, so I might as well today he was going to report to the legendary martial master correctly. But you have also guessed wrongly, but Long Yuxing and the others were also excited. Monthly tickets and moreover, they were all assigned to class today's 4th and were familiar with each other. Naturally, they were even more excited. Well, new martial master students because we have experienced according to the normal rules were usually placed in the last class. We have experienced raising children. This was the usual practice. We have experienced the life of the mortal world. It was rare for someone like Xiao Duo to reach the peak of martial master right after becoming a martial master. Perhaps this is the real tribulation of the mortal world. Long Yuxing and the others to successfully break through and reach the beginner stage of martial master. Definitely an accident. However, this accident that was the not 6 part of them arrived at the entrance of martial master class 19 valiantly and spiritedly. Zhuanglu smiled helplessly. Didn't you have been spoiling him since he was young. Only the 6 of them came together. You really spoiled him well. As far as the eye now when I think of you when you are happy, I can't help but give him a nickname. Recalling what Qin Fangyang said when clearly treated Xiao Duo as a toy. Long Yuxing even played with him since he was young. I'll do it. Tell me when did I become like you? Wang Yuxiu didn't have time to stop him. You make it sound like I don't really rushing forward excitedly. He raised his foot and let out a strange cry. Don't think about the long term. Boom, don't think about the hell was cultivation. Teacher, the only thing we should think about is to live our lives seriously. When the dust settled, let nature take its course and we will pass this test. The 5 people behind him were speechless. When we pass this test, Xiao Duo and Yan will have grown up. Look at him. It will be the best of both worlds. The old principal said in front of all of us that teacher Qin would be transferred to the martial master class and continue to teach us. I sincerely hope that these 2 children can be safe. Long Yuxing nodded and said, when Long Yuxing saw in my heart is the real puzzle. He was immediately dumbfounded. Normally we are born in the mortal world. Oh no. Our cultivation has been locked by the way of excitement. Our luck is still different from ordinary people. His whole body trembled as he remembered. Energy and spirit should be constant. I actually forgot about it. How can there be children under such conditions? At this moment, a total of 48 people from the 19th class turned their heads and stared at the audacious brat. You didn't notice it at that time. He actually dared to be so arrogant. It was only 3 months later that you felt something was wrong. Is this a sign of dissatisfaction with the teacher or a provocation to us? Because we didn't think in that direction at all. We all knew that it was impossible. Yes, the new teacher Qin was indeed sharp. But there was just a few words, he was able to solve many of our problems. After Xiao Duo was intoxicated by his words and the atmosphere was unprecedented. Is there really nothing strange about this? Who would have thought that the classroom door would be kicked open and rolled her eyes, destroying this beautiful atmosphere? I've thought about it over and over again. There was actually such an arrogant freshman. Had a pensive look on his face as he held Wu Yuding in his arms. Everyone looked over. Then he asked in a very serious tone as if he was studying an accommodation ceremony. Is there something wrong with such a personality and was so arrogant? If there's another one, let's call him Zhuxiaoyu. It wasn't without reason. Holy shit, he was a genius. The next day, in second he still hadn't vented the anger he had suffered at home these past few days because of you. Countless parents rushed into the school grounds welled up in everyone's hearts. coupled with the music that was being played all around, it was no different from a sports meeting. With an undisguised many of the students who had been taken away had been released after going through the Crystal Gate in Qingxin Lake. All 48 some of them were still in a state to look at Qin Fangyang. Naturally, their whole families would participate in the school activities when they had the opportunity. Freshmen and the 48 of course, there were two people who didn't come back. What are you doing? Jing Day. Why aren't you all attacking together and teaching these bastards a lesson? Cheng had died beat them to death in the prison as long as you don't really kill them. This matter made Chief Jiang Zhangbin furious. Hearing this order, but he had nowhere to vent his anger. Overjoyed. He didn't care about as if the heavens had fulfilled their wishes. However, Cheng Fangji's death was indeed a kind teacher into a rage. He understood only this one was confirmed. He wanted to use this as a breakthrough. Rushed out like a surging tide and surrounded Wuxia. During this period of time, everyone in iron shield surrounding a mountain, themselves impenetrable. Chief Jiang unknown who shouted excitedly, but this person was so excited that the guard on the day of Cheng Fangji's death was immediately thrown into prison by Chief Jiang after the incident. Zuo Duo and Jiang had also set up an inescapable net to monitor Cheng Fangji's family. This battle is inevitable. For the UMNO alliance quickly formed the cylindrical formation. On the night of Cheng Fangji's death, the UMNO alliance the line of defense. Two masters came in from the left and right. While Li Chenglong was talking, he had already made his move. Mansion fought. He floated up with the star steps and the dragon gate turned dark and disappeared unpredictably. Seeing that the opponents were outnumbered, the two masters of the UMNO alliance who couldn't break through the heavy defense chose to retreat. Powerful and most effective when the guards went in to see Cheng Fangji's family in the crotch. They were shocked to find that the family, along with the seven masters of Star Shield who were lying in ambush, were holding their crotches and screaming. This wasn't the other party retreating at the right time. Especially the boys, they knew that their goal had been achieved and they fled. Their pupils shrank. On the same day, many parts of Phoenix City were set ablaze. The effect was immediate and cries were ingrained in everyone's hearts. All the executives of Cheng Fangji's family company died that night. And a wave of reflex spasm. The headquarters of the Qing conglomerate's Chinese cylindrical formation had already been formed. No one knew how many fire and the other four had been impressed by Zuo. In addition, the fire trucks had long been unwilling to give hearing the news were under the leadership on the way. Chenglong, all the fire hydrants within a 6-kilometer radius were destroyed. And this cylindrical formation was a small success. Dawn broke the next day, the five of them had been completely burned and they only needed to deal with the attacks in front of them and did not need to worry about attacks from behind. It was speculated that a lot of their combat power should have been set up in advance in this building. Such a formation would fall into a passive situation, stand on end. But in the face of a large number of attackers, perhaps to the people, all this just felt to be that something had happened. Qin Fangyang was so angry that his hair stood up, died, and so on. You however, anyone with half a brain could think of don't kick in the crotch. Who could come and go freely in the heavily guarded Star Shield and kill people calmly? It's too unfair. Who was it that killed Xiao Fang's brazen attacks were successful? Who had no time to retreat to the downtown area and brazenly intercept. He was facing the joint attack of 4 or 5 martial arts students. As for arranging the boys and girls on the opposite side and destroying all the fire hydrants, it was simply a trivial matter. However, the most frightening thing was that the people of the UMNO alliance were always able to withdraw the moment their reinforcements arrived, and his legs suddenly exerted force and coincidentally clamped someone's leg that was about to kick his crotch. Of a volcano. Teacher Chin, and this volcano had already begun to erupt. I have evidence and I clamped it. Could burn him to ashes at any time to reciprocate. That building. Look. It seems that the entire Phoenix City has been infiltrated into a kicks in front of him. Governor One had to admit did not relax. When he asked for help from the higher-ups, he said very clearly, he twisted his butt. The UMNO alliance had been blocking for a long time in front of him, but when they struggled to twist his neck as he shouted at Qin Fangyang. Based on the commotion they created in Phoenix City, look at this. You can imagine their hidden combat power. You don't let me kick your crotch, you can imagine that they must have bigger moves behind them. Teacher Qin, take a look. I suspect that the UMNO alliance has a huge plan. Coincidentally, he raised his focus on the old principle for a long time. Theory of the Phoenix vein. Suddenly felt indignant. Something big will happen in Phoenix City soon. It's rigged. Please pay attention to shady plot. Wan Pingyuan, this referee was obviously invited by the other side. Although it was a very difficult thing for him to do. Head, body, for the officials in charge had hit more than a dozen in such a state of chaos. However, it was already hard for them to absolve themselves from the blame. Was used to this kind of attack didn't want to govern peacefully. At all. If they could suppress something, who would want the guy who was clamping his thigh in the face, to report and then with a swing of bad news. The guy was immediately thrown out. It was better to seek no merit than to seek no fault. Then masters will not be polite. This was the unspoken rule of the government. With no more scruples, Pingyuan didn't dare to suppress it anymore. Let go of his worries. Right now, his heart was palpitating with fear. Dragon Gate Phoenix City, this tiny Dragon Gate kick were superb. How could it in just a few moves he had already knocked down 5 people? The current situation was very obvious. A young student who was attacking Li Chenglong fiercely. The leader of the UMNO alliance one of the students who were attacking Wan Li. But even so, this situation had already reached the point there was a miserable cry that was not inferior to the crotch. Then, when the other party's plan really started, however, the kick landed on the back. Phoenix City. This result made Zuo Xiao's eyes light up immediately. Think about it. I seem to have discovered a new skill. An unprecedented bloody storm was about to start our subscriptions for being too low. As for how big this storm was for the whole afternoon, no one dared to make wild guesses. Please subscribe. He has many years of hard work to no avail. Today both of them felt even better, and their mood was butterfly just lightly flapped half its wings in the afternoon sigh. Maybe it was a coincidence or maybe it was the right time. But all of this was because of such a ridiculous little thing that the curtain was pulled open. Chapter 122. Time, Fate, and Luck. At this moment, after a series of actions, was enlightened. The Umno Alliance had already retracted their claws. The human body has more than one vital point. They who have paid a considerable price before were also licking their wounds. I won't kick your crotch. The governor's office, I can do it elsewhere too. And Star Shield were even more on guard. He was like a dragon returning to the sea and a tiger returning to the mountains. Director Jiang reported he was like a dragon, twisting and turning like a phoenix, the army, dancing the city in the night heavens, the governor's office, in just an instant, the inspection bureau. 6 boys covered their buttocks and have all been infiltrated by the Umno and howling like wolves. Even within the Phoenix City Star Shield, at the same time. There is most likely a traitor. Too beautiful to look at. I don't dare to trust anyone. Qin Fangyang was so angry that the muscles on his face were trembling. Focus on the matter of the Phoenix vein that the old principal Qin Fangyang mentioned before. I request the superiors to pay attention to this matter. There were many female students. The Umno Alliance, the Big Dipper, and the Southern Dipper shouted that word like a thunderbolt. How can this be a small matter? There was someone playing dumb. I request that the most powerful person was confused. I request that the Dragon Blood team be stationed in Phoenix City. Director Jiang held another 2 boys covered their buttocks and cried out as they were scalp was covered in sweat. He pulled out a few strands of hair on both sides of his head. If you do it again, I'll go down. I request immediately. Zhuo Duo was immediately. I have to take it easy. Originally, like I have to change my strategy. If the referee comes down personally and Governor 1 had to be present for this grand event. He began to play by the rules. But now, at this moment, was in a mess. Chief Jiang had already been thrown to the ground and everyone else was already sandbagged by a few boys. In fact, yes, they had no time to attend this commendation was in charge of was just a prototype. The only one who came was Director Sun from the martial arts department. Was only meant to guard against. But even Director Sun, who came, was the same for the other side as well. After he arrived, in other words, he went straight to guarding against office to report the current situation. It defended from all directions and did not need to defend its own back. After listening to Director Sun, the effect was for a long time. However, after a while, she took a deep breath. Was also very obvious. Her gaze was complicated. Firstly, it's not that the higher-ups don't believe what I said. Secondly, once they encountered a large number of enemies who were not weaker than them in a one-on-one battle, teacher, what do you think? It was too easy for the enemy to break through. Carefully. And in the current situation, these 2 flaws were exposed at the same time. Then she said slowly, the cylinder formation was broken by the students of class 19. And Wu Yuding walked into the school with Zhuo of today's causing waves of exclamations. Naturally bore the brunt more in the afternoon. Zhuo Duo saw him and shouted, "I'm going to get a heat stroke. Mr. Zuo is here." So please subscribe to the recommendation tickets. They rushed forward with irresistible force. Everywhere they passed, people were thrown off their feet and horses were thrown off their well ironed. And his leather shoes were shiny. He flipped several people over in succession, grabbed Long Yuxing, coupled with his tall and straight figure. He was really handsome. Long Yuxing followed behind Wu Xiao in his left hand, while Wan Lixio went to the other corner. Li Jiangming followed behind her, dressed up, while Yu Moyan went to the other corner with his head lowered. She really looked like a fairy descending to the mortal world. Although the battle walked all the way, looking like a celestial couple. Fist and footprints. At first glance, but the people were so envious that they never stopped. Zhuo Xiaoyan, who was on the right side of the couple, was inconspicuous at this moment. Hard. What's the point? Zhuo Xiaoyan didn't dare to expose her identity as the heavenly daughter of spiritual thoughts. Zhuo Duo, she was now dressed as an ordinary, delicate girl. Is this a compliment? She wore a decent branded dress. Scold me. But her appearance alone was obvious that my training has been effective. And Wu Yuding. Why do you guys look like you're complaining now? Although she had to make herself ugly before coming on, Zhuo Xiaoyan was already very satisfied. The students of the martial arts master class rushed up didn't allow her to come at all. And their attacks were even stronger. She had to beg hard before she was allowed to come with makeup. And while he attacked, he kept shouting original intention. Don't stop. She wanted her to dress up as an tripartite formation, but Zhuo Xiaoyan refused. Move your feet as you fight. My father is so handsome, and my mother is so beautiful. Yes, the girl they gave birth to can't be too ugly. Threw sand into my mouth. If she's too ugly, it will attract other people's attention and reveal flaws. Zhuo Xiaoyan argued. Who was the strongest in terms of overall also considered that if her appearance was too extreme, it would indeed have the frenzied wave of attacks. He was like reluctantly agreed. No matter what kind of attack the other party launched, he would directly repel such an appearance, causing the other party to suffer such a style of conversation naturally became the focus of everyone behind him. Many parents didn't have a chance to attack. After knowing that movement temporarily stopped the parents of Zhuo Duo, who was highlighted this time, these people were so envious that their eyes turned blue. After all, he was thrown off the ground and was heavily injured, so his combat power was inevitably so outstanding that seeing that there was a chance to recover, he hurriedly took out a pill and stuffed it into his son's faces and buttocks. He also took out a jade of astral souls to absorb energy. It's fine if we can't compare to their parents, but you can't even compare to their son. Full of worship and trust. I can't take it anymore. With Zwar in front of him, even if he was surrounded, he could heal in peace, was already crying, and he didn't have to worry about the being disturbed by attacks. The little fatty was so aggrieved that he could not speak. So Look at my parents. This sense of security was not only felt by Long Yuxing, this is a genetic problem. By Wan Lixiu, Yu Moyan, Li Changming, and know that when I grow up, I'll probably have problems finding a wife. And exchange opponents with other enemies. The few of them could feel the pressure on their bodies being greatly outstanding. When they saw Wuxia duo fight, this is the victory of attacks and fierce attacks. How can you blame me feel more at ease? Why are you hitting me again? This feeling of being protected and having someone to rely on was really good. All around, the parents who heard these words had complicated expressions on their faces. They seemed to have seen the glory of going on missions together in the future, charging into enemy lines together under the leadership of Wuxia. You said what we wanted to say but didn't dare to. Even though everyone was constantly being beaten up, don't worry if you're beaten to death today, we'll all go to your grave tomorrow. And the others felt an indescribable joy in their hearts. At the school's last speaker finally sounded. Long Yuxing finally recovered more than half the field today. The rostrum and other things were already in place. He stepped forward bravely and took on nearly half of the pressure. Everyone who heard it felt their blood boil. After a long roar, he laughed loudly. They couldn't wait to walk up to the stage and take all the glory for themselves. Wan Lixiu, all the parents and the others laughed at complicated expressions on their faces. Today was worth it. The rows of seats had already been arranged neatly according to the class seating arrangement. Are you guys satisfied with being beaten up? It was arranged neatly and not having an orgasm. The assembly is about to begin. His whole mind was devoted to the battle. Please take your seats. He was constantly helping the others to defend. It had to be said that the martial arts to solve all the dangers that everyone faced. Not long really after, didn't have the mood everyone had taken their seats. Think about other things. Well, the only thing he was thinking about was sat in the front row. We 6 geniuses came to join the class. Their faces were full of glory and radiance. We can't be beaten to death right after we enter the class. Were all red. No matter what, they were spacious and comfortable. There was even a red carpet we have to get through it. The most important thing was that there were only a total of 10 seats, and all of this was very eye-catching. The Zhuo family high occupied 3 seats in the middle. He was very satisfied that this battle could last until now. This is really high-spirited opinion. Who else but me? Apart from the music at the beginning, he was indeed very satisfied. Began to take their seats what on the rostrum. What he was satisfied with was not that the seat in the middle was taken by director son of the martial arts educational bureau for victory. However, director son felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. Leader who shouldered the burden was also here. This was what Qin Fangyang was most satisfied with and gratified. Director son felt like he had hemorrhoids. Qin Fangyang knew very well that Wuxia knew that he wasn't driven the old principal aside during the school. Otherwise, how could his eyes be so clear and dry on the same day? But because Wuxia was the old principal who insisted on having sitting here and insisted that he sit here, those others an indescribable sense of security. Especially those bastards who were still so strong that even Qin Fangyang, who was watching the battle like he had hemorrhoids. And today was the first time they felt such a sense of security. However, Li Changjiang and several vice principals who were sitting next to him all turned a blind eye to him. They couldn't forget it for the rest of their lives. They completely ignored director Qin Fangyang was even more gratified. Finally, there was a scapegoat sitting there. From today onwards, this would be strange if they would finally had a core, a real core. Besides, you are also a core that everyone was convinced you to be the director of the martial arts education that couldn't be bought with money. If you don't take this seat, previously, Long Yuxing and the others called you because Wuxia Duo was the oldest and the strongest. You can't die without me. This had nothing to do with Changjiang's face was sanctimonious. However, from today onwards, they had everything. Damn you, Monkey Sunday. Respect, recognition, who asked you to show off your authority in front of me every day. Just the most important things today, I will treat you as a joke. In this battle where Long Yuxing kicked open the door, Li Changjiang said a few opening remarks with a smile on his face. His heart was at ease. Then it was Director Sun's turn to speak. He raised his head and looked into the so-called leader's speech. He couldn't help but think that if such a team was strong enough to go to the Sun Moon Pass, he quickly stood up and took the microphone from Li Changjiang's hand. That the battle continued and became more and more desperate. Then he gave a passionate and emotional speech. Qin Fangyang didn't stop the battle from beginning to end. He emphasized on the old principles cultivation and how grateful he was. Like crazy. This speech alone took more than 15 minutes. Of both sides. In the end, his eyes turned red. Let's see who can still stand in the end. The video of the martial arts educational bureau. The more desperate the battle became. The confrontation between the students actually created the atmosphere of a bloody battlefield. Take a shot of my true feelings. The momentum of a life and death battle. Otherwise, those guys will definitely teachers heard the one who recorded the video thought that something big had happened today. The martial arts educational bureau's videographer when they came, they saw the head teacher standing calmly back and lowered his watching the students fight. He covered the entire banners. They couldn't help but shake their heads. He could only hear Director Sun's shattering voice. Someone from a big city. However, his face could not be seen clearly. On the tall building, he could only see Director Sun's binoculars and watch the battle. Standing on the stage, he looked even better than anyone what Qin Fangyang was doing. He had the aura of a king descending to the world. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Director Sun's vision turned black. Since Qin Fangyang didn't stop it, he would wait until one side completely fell. You're sending me to the gates of king from a wolf pack. I will look at the school's video later. The king of a wolf pack must be the fiercest, the strongest, and the most respected. They even said that they found the smartest guy to follow me. Still stand in the end. What the hell is the smartest guy? The martial master class that already had the qualifications to face the wind and rain. Could it be that this guy belongs to the unknown alliance? And this battle was the first time this group of little guys faced the wind and rain level of a battle. Director's son was originally even if it was a battle between classmates. However, towards the end he felt like he was on his last breath. Honor and disgrace. Even his face was a little pale. The path of a martial artist, starting from the martial master, a few more words no longer just his speech. There were students constantly spitting out blood and twitching all over as they fell. She covered her mouth and laughed. And for those who fell, Qin Fangyang would immediately pull them to the side, son is afraid not allowing them to fight again. Yuanyue also smiled. Now, there were already 27 students gathered around Qin Fangyang. This is very normal. Out of the 48 students in class 19, trouble. There were still 21 students calmly, no one would think anything of the other 5. But he was twisting for the remaining 20 students' expression. Many of them had their combat strength greatly reduced and were on the verge of collapse. However, how could they not take advantage of the situation and mess with him? Under such circumstances, it would be a waste not to mess with him. Pale. If they mess with him, hanging on and could fall to the ground at any time. Looks like this guy is doomed to be beaten up. Zhou Xiaoduo laughed. Huroyan, how is your situation now? Place. What is your specific cultivation level? Li Chenglong didn't hesitate and took Wan Lixio's place. Teacher, I am now walking on the path of thorns. Stood back to back, I have already reached the 3rd level. Zhou Xiaoduo was a little anxious. Originally, if this continued, even if he could still stand, the other 5 would be able to hold on and would definitely be defeated. To directly break through the embryonic breathing stage. Even if he was the only one standing, however, it is better to take the path of thorns step by step. Zhou Xiaoduo roared, and it is inevitable that your foundation will be damaged. It was as if a big sun had risen in front of everyone. This is the best choice everywhere. Royun, no matter how hard it is, Zhou Xiaoduo clapped his hands and shouted. Then you can rush through the path of thorns in one go. Only then can you go further. Yes, I understand. Chapter 123. The stage had already reached the commendation segment. The topic of the speech was back to an extremely hot wave of air suddenly appeared. The heat wave surged and surged, rolling out. For a moment, the air was distorted by the heat wave. These 6 students are especially outstanding. The hair of the few students who were close to them instantly curled up and advanced to the next level before the end of the warrior class. Much strength left. The 6 students who advanced to the next level this time are rare in the history of the second high school. Teacher Qin Fangyang of the 9th class has contributed the most to this. Suitable for students other than that, many other students in the 9th class are also on the verge of a breakthrough. After all, he hadn't used his real trump card yet. Zhou Xiaoduo is the most outstanding weapon technique that he had been practicing for many days. Speaking of naturally a segment it wasn't that Zhou Xiaoduo didn't want to use it even though they knew this, but instead of using hidden weapons, it was better to use the flaming on their faces. Although Zhou Xiaoduo had been practicing to the martial warrior level, his cultivation was still shallow. Coupled with the hard jade, he has broken through to the martial master level and even reached the peak of the martial master damage if it hit the vital points. This is 2 consecutive leaps. But the people he was facing now, this is a rare miracle in 100 years. Classmates. Principal Lee's voice was unusually excited. Qin Fangyang wouldn't even need anyone else to tear him apart if he really wanted to blind everyone's eyes. Puffed out his chest. It was better to use the flaming and high-spirited. Although he couldn't control the technique and became serious, his mastery was shallow. Perhaps everyone doesn't know enough to deal with the current situation. From an extremely as the hot wave of air rose, according to him, his father had to sell his blood to pay for his school fees. He felt that the power of his mother had to fight with others to carry gunny sacks and do manual labor in order to raise enough money for his school fees. I'm going to beat you until you're swollen. He has an older sister who has cerebral palsy since finally called for a stop. Zhou was dumbfounded. He originally wanted to wait for the final result. was confused. Whether Zhou Xiaoduo or the students of class 19 won this battle, Zhou a deeper meaning looked at each other. If the former one, meaning it would allow Zhou Xiaoduo and the others to establish the heart of the strong and benefit immensely. If the latter one, it would encourage them to work harder and understand that there was always someone better than them. After hearing Headmaster Lee's words, all the parents had used the flaming did the same thing. That familiar wave of heat made him feel a sense of danger. And her husband, if they were to continue fighting, he didn't know how many leather shoes in class 19 clothing burned. He looked and it wouldn't be good if there were any injuries. Was this the kind of attire that could be obtained by selling blood and carrying bricks all year round? If he were to suddenly raise the level of the battle and even cause casualties, it would be inconsistent with his original intentions. Wrinkle on his face. With a command, even if his attire was rented, with his complexion and appearance, how could he be someone who sold blood and carried bricks all year round? They were sweating profusely and gasping for breath. Although her looks were average, she looked very energetic. 3 of them
did not
even
seem to
fainted
have
on the
cerebral
spot.
palsy at all.
At the same time,
For a
Long
moment,
Yuxing and
everyone's
Yumoy's
eyes
eyes were
gave way
filled with
and they were about to sit down.
Li Changjiang
However,
continued.
Zhou Xiaoduo
It was under
supported
such
the two of them
difficult
with one hand
circumstances
each.
that Zhou
Wan
Xiaoduo
Lixue
worked
was
hard
also
and
exhausted.
accumulated a lot of
She
experience.
collapsed in Long Yuxing's
He broke
arms.
through the barrier from
When Long
martial
Yuxing
disciple
fell,
to
she
martial
naturally
warrior
fell
in
as
one
well.
fell swoop.
Long Yuxing
In
was
less than a
held by
week,
Zhou
he broke
Xiaoduo,
through the
which was
bottleneck of
equivalent
martial
to her
master
being
and
held
reached
by
an
him.
even higher realm.
Zhou Xiaoduo was
This kind
panting.
of unremitting
His face
spirit
was
and
bruised
adversity
and
is something
swollen.
that we can all
His
learn
eyes
from.
were dark and there were 7
Since
or 8
Zhou
big bumps
Xiaoduo
on his
only
head.
trained in the martial
His
warrior
clothes were
class
torn
for
to
a week,
shreds.
the
But he
school has
supported
decided
Long
to
Yuxing
refund
and
all
Wan
of Zhou
Lixue with
Xiaoduo's
his left hand
warrior
and
class
Yumoyan with his
tuition
right.
fees.
Li
In
Chenglong
addition,
and
due
Li
to the
Changming
special
supported each other
circumstances
and
of
stood
Zhou
behind
Xiaoduo's
him.
family,
The
the
school
school
has
has
decided
decided
to
to waive
Qing
all of Zhou
Teacher
Xiaoduo's
Qing, we
martial
have
warrior
won this
class
battle.
tuition fees.
The eyes of the
In
48
addition,
people
we will
on the
give
other
Zhou
side
Xiaoduo a
flashed with
scholarship of
humiliation.
10,000
But
yuan
no one
as a
said
personal
anything to
reward for
refute.
Zhou Xiaoduo.
Yes, the 48
Our
people
second
had
high
beaten
has
up
never
6
rejected
people.
any
They
students.
were all seniors, real
Talented
martial
students
masters.
who come to our second
They had
high will
bullied 6
naturally
freshmen.
receive the
In the
corresponding
end, more than
preferential
half of them
treatment.
had fallen.
Our second high school has enough teachers and resources for
On
cultivation.
the other hand, the 6 people on
This
the other
time,
side
the
were
reason
still
why the
standing.
UMNO Alliance
None
chose
of them
second
were
high
missing.
is because there have
The
been
result of
countless
this battle
outstanding
was
talents from
self-evident.
second high in
No
all
one had
fields
the
of the
face to
empire.
argue. Below
The
the
3
stage,
leaders looked at each
Hu
other
Ruoyun
and
was
sighed
so
in
angry
unison.
that her face was
At the
flushed
same
red.
time, they said,
Her chest
"I
was
admire
almost
you.
puffed up.
You are indeed
Her
a
eyes were
genius who has
spitting
been
fire as
praised.
she looked at Li
You are
Changjiang
indeed
on the
better than
stage.
us."
The
Some
anger in
people
her
who had
heart
been
was
kicked
about
in
to
the crotch
erupt.
were resentful.
This is too
After
much.
all, it was too
This
painful.
is too much. Their
Li
faces were
Changjiang,
ugly.
if you don't want
They
to
looked
refund
at
the money,
Zhou
just
Xiaoduo
say
with
so.
eyes full of
If you don't want to give
inexplicable
me a
anger.
discount, then
Qin
don't give me a
Fangyang
discount.
walked over slowly
If you
with a
don't want to
smile
give
on
me a
his face and
scholarship,
said,
then don't give
"Sit
me
down."
one.
Why
Why
did
did
he
he
have
sit
to make
down and
trouble
rest
at this time?
You just need to
Doesn't
listen
he
to
know
me.
how much harm this will
Zhou
cause to the
Xiaoduo loosened
child?
his grip and Long
I'm so
Yuxing and Wan
angry.
Lixue fell
I
to the
won't spare
ground
him
with a
no
paw
matter
sound.
what. I want to
Yuan
live
Yin
apart
turned
from
into a
him.
pile of mud
Let's
without
start
making a
dividing
sound.
today.
Everyone
Hu
sat down
Ruoyun
on the
gritted
ground.
her teeth.
Among the 6
He
people on
looked
Zhou
thoughtfully
Xiaoduo's
at Li
side,
Changjiang
other
on the
than Zhou
stage and murmured,
Xiaoduo, Li
"Calm
Chenglong's
down.
condition was
Perhaps.
actually the best.
Changjiang
It
really
was
doesn't
probably
know
because
about
of the
this.
sun flame Jinqi
Even
that
if he
Zhou
really
Xiaoduo
didn't know,
just
he
used,
still
which
made
had an
such a big
immediate
mistake.
effect on this guy's
What do you
recovery.
think Xiaoduo
There were
will
6
do in the
people on
future?
one side and
How can
48
such a
on the
young
other.
child bear such
Although there was a
embarrassment?
clear distinction
Hu
between
Ruoyun
them,
was
they
on
were
the
all
verge of
bruised
tears.
and swollen. Beside him,
Regardless
Qin
of
Fangyang's
genders, they
face
were
was
all like
also
this.
deathly pale.
Qin Fangyang stood in the middle with
Did
an
he really
amiable
not know
expression.
about the real
This
situation
is my
of
first
Zhou
day in
Xiaoduo's
charge
family?
of the 19th Martial
Now,
Master
let's
class.
invite the student
The 48
representative,
seniors and
Zhou
the 6
Xiaoduo,
freshmen make
to
up
come
all
on
the
stage
students
to
in the
receive the
19th
award
class.
and give a speech.
Qin
At
Fangyang
this
said
point,
with a
Li
gratified
Changjiang
tone,
had finished
as the head
speaking
teacher
according
of
to
this
the
class.
script. I am
However,
sincerely
as soon as he
gratified by
finished
this
speaking,
confrontation.
his face suddenly
54
turned pale.
people tacitly
It was
agreed
even
not to
paler
make a
than
sound
Qin
and
Fangyang's.
listen quietly.
This was because
Perhaps
he saw
the
the
strength
most
of our class
outstanding
isn't
couple in the front
outstanding
row
in the
suddenly
entire
stand
grade.
up. We
The
might
moment
even
he
be
turned
ranked
his head,
last.
he saw Zhou
However,
Xiaoduo,
children, you
dressed
are the
in bright
first class
clothes,
that I have
but his
acknowledged
face
on
was
the
as
first
pale
day
as
after
paper.
teaching for so many
His whole
years.
body was trembling like a quail in the cold wind. Li Changjiang's brain suddenly fell into
Furthermore,
a state
you are
of
a class
crash,
that I can
or
be proud
rather
of on
it
the
went
first
blank.
day.
Hearing this, everyone's
This is
spirits
bad.
were lifted.
It's over.
Which
It's a
child who
mistake.
could reach the martial
This brat
master
was
level
lying
at
about
Zhao's
his
family
age wasn't a
situation
person
with
with
extraordinary
It's
talent.
all over now that
There
he
were
really
many
did not
flattering
know about
words
what
that
they
they
heard
heard
on
on
a
a
daily
daily
basis.
basis.
It was normal
Principal
for them
Lee's
to hear
status
10
and
times or even
experience.
100
If
times
this had
more
happened to
flattering
any
words.
other child in
However,
second high,
when everyone
Li
heard Qin
Changjiang would
Fangyang's
have done a
words,
thorough
they couldn't
investigation
help
of
but
the other
puff out their
party's
chests
background.
and perk up their
There was no
ears.
way he would have
The
made such a
recognition
big
of the
mistake.
head teacher was always
However,
the thing that
after
the
he
children
Yuan
cared
hid
about
Zhou
the most.
Xiaoyan's information,
You know why?
even Zhou
Qin
Changlu and his
Fangyang's
wife's
voice was
information
filled
was
with blocked.
gratification as he
Therefore,
said,
Li
there are
Changjiang really
48
did not know
seniors.
about the
There are
specific
people who are
situation of the Zhou
constantly
family.
injured, people who are
Coincidentally,
constantly
when he
falling,
mentioned to Zhou
and people who
Xiaoduo
are
about the
constantly
school
withdrawing
assembly
from
and
the
the
battle.
award,
What
Zhou
makes me
Xiaoduo
most
was
stingy about that the students who have fallen will be properly taken care of. Instead, he was possessed by a movie star and pretended to be a poor kid, and then participate in the battle and even described his family members to be miserable. This led to this tear-inducing but actually false article. The second is, however, even when facing a strong enemy who was far more powerful than you, he still did not know what to do. Not a single one of you was timid. He really did not know how to end this. Not a single one of you under everyone's gaze. The reason why you retreated was because your physical strength was exhausted. The husband and wife had smiles on their faces and had no choice but to withdraw. Their faces were calm and proud as they clapped for their son. This is the man was handsome martial artist, and the woman was graceful. All of you have it. Both of them were calm and composed, sincerely indifferent and carefree. There was only pride, everyone present, whether it is the seniors of the 19th class or Wuxia duo. The couple slowly turned around, none of them used the parents and students with smiles on their faces. No matter how tragic the scene looks, they smiled and waved their hands calmly. There is always a string in everyone's heart that is stretched taut. It was as if the incident just now was just an insignificant interlude. The opponent is one of us, it was as if nothing had happened. You can't be too heavy-handed. We're just here to enjoy the glory that my son has brought to me. This is also the most important bottom line as a person. My son's achievements are enough for me to be proud of and brag about for the rest of my life. This bottom line is easy to say, but it is extremely difficult to do. Children, you may
His
not be the most
flustered and
outstanding
embarrassed heart
students I've ever
suddenly calmed
taught,
down.
but you're definitely the
back was
students
like a
I'm
high
most
mountain,
proud of and gratified
blocking
to
all
have
the
taught.
raging waves that
Good
were
job.
rushing towards him.
This battle was
As long
very
as
good.
Daddy is here, I
You
won't
have
feel
courage.
afraid at all.
You have unity.
This is the ultimate
You have
safety.
cooperation.
I have Daddy.
You have a bottom line.
I have Mommy.
Children, you
It's
are
so
very
good
good
to have both of you.
Qin Fangyang
Zhuo
waved
waved
and
and
smiled.
smiled.
His eyes
handsome
were
and
filled
sunny
with
face
praise,
was full of
encouragement,
gentleness,
and true
gentleness and
gratification.
calmness.
Don't be
He
afraid
slowly
if you
turned
can't
around
beat
and
them.
looked at his son
You can
and his
work
wife.
hard in the future
They
and
were
fight
applauding
when you
and
can.
looking at him with
But if your
encouragement
character
and
is
glory.
bad, then it
Go
will be
Daddy
bad
and Mommy
forever.
are here.
Next
We
is the
believe that you
summary
can
of the
handle it
battle.
well.
It's just an insignificant embarrassment.
Let me
Even if you
emphasize on
can't
you.
handle it well,
Your habit of
Daddy
using
and
your
Mommy will
crotch is
still
not
be here to
bad.
support you.
Although I have
Daddy
stopped
will
you and
bear
asked
all
you
the
to use
storms
it as
for you.
little as possible
We won't
in
be
normal
angry
sparring,
and we won't
but
feel
in the
awkward
future
because
when
you
you
are
fight
my
on the
son.
battlefield,
This
Xiao
habit
Duo
must
suddenly
still be
felt a burst
maintained
of
and
emotion
carried
in his
forward.
heart and almost shed
Qin
tears.
Fangyang's expression
This is my
was
daddy.
indifferent.
This
You
is
may
my
not
mommy.
understand why
The
I would
warmth
praise
flowed
such a
through his
vulgar
heart.
and even shameless
At this
method.
moment, he just
The
wanted to
problem
rush
is that
into
all
his
of you who
parents'
still
arms
have
and
the
cry
strength
and
to
say that
move
he was
forward
wrong.
may go to the
He
battlefield
would never
in the
lie
future.
or be greedy again.
And the battlefield
But
is
now
a
was
place
not
where
the
nothing
time.
is unscrupulous.
There was still a big mess waiting
There
for
is
him
no
to clean up.
benevolence,
This
righteousness,
was all his
morality,
or the
under
rules
Hu
of
Luoyang's
Jiang Hu to
extremely
speak of.
worried gaze.
As long as you can knock down the
extremely
opponent,
gentle
it
and
is a good
encouraging
move.
gaze. That's what
On the other
Xiao Duo
hand, as
slowly
long as
stood
you
up
are
straight.
knocked down by the
He
opponent,
raised his head
then in
and
this
smiled
life,
again.
that will be the
It was a
last time.
confident and somewhat
Once you are
embarrassed
knocked
smile.
down, your life
He
is
took
over.
large strides and
All
walked
of you
towards
must
the
remember
stage.
this well.
All of our
looked at her
learning and
brother's
sparring now
footsteps.
is for the sake
The
of
first
future
step was a
actual
little
combat.
hesitant.
The
The
few
second and
students who
third
were
steps
kicked
were
do not
already
have to
big
be
strides.
resentful or
The
complain.
fourth step was
It was
even
just a
more
sparring
resolute.
session because, although it was only a few steps in Zhuo Xiaoyan's eyes, it was as if she could
You were
see
kicked
Xiao
because you
Duo's
were not
mental
strong
journey.
enough and your
Zhuo
defense
Xiao
was
Duo
not
did
enough.
not stop.
You only
You
cared
went
about
straight
your
to
hands and feet
Changjiang.
to hit others.
Under Li
You did not
Changjiang's
even
extremely
notice that your door
complicated
was
gaze,
open.
Zhuo
What kind of
Xiaoduo
logic is
smiled and
this?
took the microphone.
In the world of martial
His first
artists,
sentence was
there
a
is
slightly
only victory
embarrassed
and
laugh.
defeat. Life
Everyone,
and
I'm
death.
really sorry. Qin
I really
Fangyang
didn't
emphasized
expect
that my
when you are
casual
beaten
lie
to
would be
death by
taken
others
seriously
and others
by
are
the
cheering
principal.
for victory.
It's embarrassing
No one will
really
care about the
embarrassing.
resentment of a dead person.
Although he said it
I
was
suggest that
embarrassing,
everyone
there was
copy
no
the sentence
embarrassment
and read
on
it
his
every
face.
day.
Instead, he looked
Today
very
is
calm.
Xiao Duo is your
The bright
classmate.
smile that
He
flowed
kicked
from the
you and you
corners
were
of his
powerless
mouth
to resist.
immediately attracted
He will
the
not
eyes of
continue
many
to kill
young
you.
girls in the school.
But what about tomorrow?
It's really
You have
embarrassing
met
to
a
talk
mortal
about my
enemy
family
and you still
background.
expect him to
The
stop?
root cause is that
All of the
can't
students were
bear to
deep in
pay.
thought.
Students who are
Fangyang
familiar
spoke
with me all
seriously
know
for
that
a
I'm
while,
really stingy.
then his expression
I can't wait
softened.
to split a
But
dollar in
overall,
half.
it is not
That
bad.
day when I was paying
I'm
the
already
tuition
very
fee,
satisfied.
the teacher asked me
These
why I was
last
so
words
late
are
in
just a
paying the
reminder
fees.
to everyone.
So
I
I am a
lied.
teacher who came
I
from
said
the
that my
battlefield.
family was very poor,
I never see
and the teacher
victory or
took it
defeat,
seriously.
but life and death.
Then the principal took it
Now
seriously.
let's all rest,
Then
heal,
it
and
led to
recover.
the scene today.
All of the
It
children
seems
were
that the old
excited.
saying is true.
Glory. A lie
At the
needs
same
100
time, they
lies
were
or
also
even more
deep
to
in
make
thought.
up for it. It's tiring, exhausting, exhausting, and exhausting. At this moment, there was laughter from the audience. Many
Chapter
female
124.
parents looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo
Although they
with
were all
smiles in their
geniuses
eyes
who
and
wouldn't
murmured,
like to be praised.
"This little naughty monkey
Especially
seems to
when
be
Qin
someone who
Fangyang's
doesn't know
words
his
were
place."
sincere.
However,
Everyone
their
could
eyes
tell
were
that
full of
every
love
word
and
he
no
said was
disgust
from the bottom of his
because
heart.
this child had
As a
resolved
child
half of the
who wouldn't want
embarrassment
their
with his
teachers
own
and parents to be proud
responsibility
of
and
them.
calmness. There were also
Of
many
course, it's a
students
lie,
who
a
lowered their
complete
heads
lie.
and reflected
My
on
family
themselves.
is not poor.
Why would they
We're
be
not
so
poor
angry
at all,
after
but I'm
being
reluctant
defeated?
to spend money.
If they were beaten to
Zhuo
death, would
Xiaoduo
they still
faced
have the
everyone
chance
and
to
said
be
loudly,
angry?
I've
The
always
three
known
senior
how
students
hard
of
it is
class
to earn
19
money.
stood up and
I've
laughed.
seen it with my own
Zhuo
eyes.
Xiaoduo, welcome
I've seen
to
it
class
with my own
19.
eyes.
The six
My
of you
mother
are
takes
good.
care of the house
Let's
and
fight again in
calculates
the future.
every expense carefully.
You're not weak
My
either.
parents are ordinary
Look at how
people,
you
but
beat
they
me
have
up.
to raise me.
Zhuo
A
Xiaoduo
martial arts
complained in an
practitioner who
extremely
is almost like
aggrieved
a
tone.
gold-swallowing
Look here,
beast.
look here.
They're really very
Look at my
tired.
handsome face.
I've seen it all,
It's
so
only
I
the
have a
first
little
time
bit
we
of
meet and you've already
obsession with
ruined it?
money.
Don't you know how to show some mercy when you
Yes,
see
I
such a
value money
handsome
very
guy?
much.
Because it's too difficult to
There was a
earn.
burst of
of laughter. Zhuxiaoduo's words had undoubtedly resonated with many of the parents in the future. Yes, the resources required to nurture a martial artist were indeed far from what an ordinary family could afford.
What techniques?
Not to mention the tuition fees, which were many times more expensive than other schools.
Everyone sat down and
chatted. Not to mention the resources required to cultivate just food. However,
some families would not be able to provide for it.
And the others stayed behind.
Today was the
and
birthday
naturally
of
integrated into the 19th martial master class. Therefore, everything was natural. Another chapter for
when the conditions
leaders.
Were right,
Success
cough,
would
follow
follow.
There's no
such thing as adding more chapters on birthdays
behind the
in the
floor-to-ceiling window.
Today is a special occasion, so I'll add more chapters.
Qin Fangyang's
teaching method has changed.
Changed?
He Yuanyue didn't have any cultivation and didn't hear what intensity of a martial artist's daily training.
She couldn't help
compared
but
to an ordinary person. Could easily consume tens of times, or even tens was very high. He was used to having a half-grown face and cultivation was neither too high nor too low.
Like that.
After a day of physical exhaustion,
originally
appetite was especially astonishing.
"You are the worst
not to mention those
taught.
high-grade ingredients that
but
contain spirit energy,
is saying that
even
you are
the most
batch
ordinary
that
rice
proud
would fill
and
an ordinary
of.
person after
Sister
eating 2
Lan
bowls.
said softly,
But for a
Miss
martial
Qin
artist,
Fangyang has changed
even if
a lot.
he ate 20 bowls,
He's like
he
a
might
different
not be
person.
full. And what about the dishes?
was silent for
There
a
was
moment
more.
before she said,
The eyes of
"Not
many
bad.
parents of ordinary
That's a good
students
teacher."
turned red.
The original
When they
Qin
looked at
Fangyang
Zhuo
taught
Xiaoduo
people
on the
students,
stage, their
but now
previous
Qin
astonishment
Fangyang
and
is
disdain
teaching
were
the
no
human
longer
heart.
there. The former
Instead,
is the
they were a
art
little
while the
envious.
latter is the Tao.
So what if they were
The
a little
difference cannot
embarrassed?
be measured by the
Look
Tao.
at this kid. He knew
A
that
teacher
money
can
was hard
only
to come
impart
by.
knowledge,
He knew
but
how
a
to
teacher
use it.
can
He knew
ferry
how to
souls.
sympathize with his
Master,
parents. And
master.
he knew how to save
A
money
teacher
for
for
his
a day
family.
is a father for
This
life.
was clearly a
This was the
sensible
origin
child.
of the saying.
And most
Because your
importantly,
parents
this kid
gave
was
you
able
your
to
life,
save money
but
for
your
his
teacher
family.
gave you your soul.
Not counting the 10,000
Not
yuan
bad at all.
scholarship. Just
Zhuo
the return
Xiaoduo
tuition
officially
fees for the
stepped
martial
into
arts class and the fully
Masterclass
waived
19.
tuition fees for the
As he
martial
scanned
arts
the surrounding
masterclass were
environment,
already
he
quite a
couldn't
large
help
sum.
but feel
Zhuo
disappointed.
Xiaoduo
The
smiled
classroom
calmly
was
and
still the
said,
same, but
"I did
why?
lie at that
Was
time,
there no
and I'm not
astral
afraid to
souls
admit
Jade
it.
Array?
If the
Where's
school
the
had
jade
said that
of
they would
astral
waive my
souls?
tuition fees
Zhuo
because of my
Xiaoduo
poverty,
looked around in
I
surprise.
definitely wouldn't have
Qin
hesitated
Fangyang
and directly
snorted.
took the money home.
You should be content
A
with the
burst of
energy to
laughter
heal your
rang out.
injuries.
Even
Since
though I
you're
know
already
it's
a
immoral
martial
and I'm
master,
taking advantage
why would you
of the
want
other
to enjoy
party's
the
sympathy,
school's resources
and I'm
for
ashamed
free?
of myself,
From tomorrow
I don't want my
onwards,
father to be
all of
so
you will
tired.
go out and complete
Zhuo
missions to
Xiaoduo said
exchange for
loudly,
cultivation
"In the
resources.
end, I've suffered
You're a
retribution
martial
because
master
of this
now,
lie, and now
you're
it
not
is.
a baby anymore.
To me, I'm still
Reaping
a child
without
who hasn't
sowing is
grown
a
up.
thing of the past.
I'm heartless and don't care
Qin
if I'm
Fangyang's
shameless."
words made all the
A beating
students
and
burst
scolding
into
will be
laughter.
enough.
Then
But
they
this
started to
matter
heal
at
their
this moment
injuries.
has made my
Qin
parents feel
Fangyang
very
walked over
embarrassed.
with a stack of
For
documents.
this, I'm sincerely
The
ashamed.
6 of you, one for each of you.
This is my fault.
Hurry
and
up
it's
and sign
completely
it.
my own actions.
Everyone else has already
My parents
signed it.
shouldn't bear this
What's
responsibility for me.
Disclaimer?
I should
What
bear
does
this
this mean?
responsibility myself.
Zhuo Xiaoduo
was a little
He bowed
confused by the
deeply.
documents that came
Mom,
out
I'm
of
sorry.
nowhere.
I lied.
Going out to
I've
train,
wronged you.
completing missions,
Suddenly,
and
Wu
even
Yuding's
exchanging
eyes
for
turned
cultivation
red.
resources
The eyes
is
of
risky.
countless mothers below the stage
also turned red at the same time. This sentence almost hit the hearts of all the
Qin
mothers.
Fangyang said,
Zhuo Qianglu
"It's
was
normal
still
to be
smiling,
attacked while
and his
completing
eyes
a
were
mission
filled
or
with
in the process of
gratification.
obtaining something.
Child, today you
For
have
example,
one a man
being
should
attacked
have.
by star
This was
beasts,
called
other
responsibility.
martial artists, or even
Countless
the Wizard
fathers
Alliance
looked
forces.
enviously at Zhuo
You might lose your
Xiaoduo, who
life
was
in
on the
all of them.
stage. It was
The
never a
path
big
of a
deal
martial
for a child
artist
to
is
brag
one
or
of life
lie,
and death.
but for a child to be
Starting
able
from
to
a
face
martial
this
master,
responsibility
this
head-on,
sentence is
and
starting
even
to live
bear
up
this
to its name.
responsibility, just
In
this
order to avoid
responsibility alone was a
unnecessary
big deal.
trouble, you can
This was
choose
something
whether
that
to
every
sign it
mature
or
man
not.
knew.
If you
Zhuo
sign it,
Xiaoyan
even
looked
if you
at Zhuo
encounter an
Xiaoduo on the
accident or
stage
die
with pride.
outside,
The
she was
school
the
won't
only
be
one who knew
responsible.
and understood it the most.
Qin Fangyang
She
spoke
knew
very
infinitely
seriously,
what kind of
and every
transformations
word was
Zhuo Xiaoduo
exceptionally
had
clear.
undergone when he walked
If
up
you
the
sign
stage
this
from
disclaimer,
below.
you'll
This was the
officially enter the
transformation
world
of a
of
boy
martial
into a
arts.
man.
A
A
world
world
where
where
the
the
weak
weak
are
are
prey
prey
to
to
the
the
strong
strong
and
and
the
the
weak
weak
are
are eliminated.
boys, men, but they were
If you
not
don't
men.
sign it, you can leave
Similarly,
now to
many
avoid
children
this layer
could be
of
called
risk.
men from the age
From
of
now
10.
on, you won't
The
be
difference
involved
between
in
the
the
two
path of
could be
martial arts
described in two
anymore.
words: take
You can be a
responsibility.
stable and ordinary
Those
person.
who took
You can live
responsibility were
longer
men,
than ordinary
and those who
people.
did not take
After all, you're
responsibility
still a
were
martial
boys,
master.
or at least
The
not men.
48 martial
When
master
Zhuo
students
Xiaoduo went
looked
on
at the
stage,
6
took the
newcomers with
microphone,
great interest.
and faced all the
The
students
strength
and
of these
parents of
6
the
guys
school,
was really
Zhuo
good.
Xiaoyan almost thought
48
that she was
people on
seeing
their
her
side
own
had
father,
surrounded
Zhuo
them,
Qianglu,
but they still
he
hadn't
was
been
so
defeated.
calm and unrestrained,
They just didn't
so
know if they
graceful
dared
and
to sign
elegant.
this disclaimer of
He
death.
was always so
Every
calm
year
and
at this
unperturbed,
juncture, there
with
would
a
be
calm and
students who
elegant
chose to
smile
quit.
on his lips.
Qin
Bearing
Fangyang
all the
looked at
wind
the
and
6
rain
of
in
them
the world.
silently and said,
This is the first
being
obstacle
by
on the
his
road
side
to
was
becoming
always
a
safe
martial
and
master,
comfortable, and could
it's
be
also the
carefree
first time
forever.
you face life and
And Zhuo
death.
Xiaoduo from
Now
now
you can
on
begin to
had
choose.
vaguely possessed this
After
characteristic.
saying that, he
Although
silently
he was still very
distributed the
young and far
documents.
from being mature,
One for each
he had
person.
already begun
The
to
school's
grow.
seal had
This
already
was
been
without a
pinned on
doubt,
it,
and it
this
was
was
extremely
Zhuo Xiaoduo's
eye-catching.
fourth transformation.
At this moment,
The
the
incident
incident
was
was
very
very
awkward
awkward
and
and
it
it
came
came suddenly.
Long Yusheng
But it was
wanly
this sudden
Xiuyu
incident
and
that
Moyan
made
didn't
Zhuo
even think
Xiaoduo's
about
state
it
of
and
mind
signed
take
it.
a big step
Li
forward.
Zhangming carefully
Li
read through
Changjiang
it,
breathed
and then
a sigh of
silently
relief,
signed his name.
and Qin Fangyang's eyes were full of admiration. Hu Ruoyun was even smiling,
Li
as if her
Chenglong
own
was
son
also
had
reading
grown
it
up
very
overnight.
seriously. After reading it, he said to Qin Fangyang, full of admiration, Teacher Qin, I suggest that we add a few additional clauses to this document. Zhuo laughed and said loudly, there are loopholes that can be exploited if we stop here. Son, no matter if you are lying or fooling more seriously what you said today has really made me proud. You read every clause word by word if you have countless achievements, scholarships, tuition waivers. Teacher Qin, approximately how many together are not as good as what you said today? They are not as good as what you said today. Approximately how many? 100 or so is always possible. Eyes were red, and she waved. In other words, of the 1,000 or so martial masters who go out every year, around and smiled, an average of 100 or so people. Then he waved at the crowd. That's about 1 in 10 people. Once again, she received a lot of admiring gazes. Many parents lowered their heads and looked at their son. A ratio of 1 in 10. Like a little quail. Qin Fangyang looked at him quietly and said, who admitted his mistake and casualties is indeed very high. So he used his own responsibility and carefree attitude to turn bad things seriously into consider it for a moment. They could not help but sigh. Then he said, "Can I do something else to the older one? This document? And it seems that I can't compare to the younger one either." Zhuo Xiaoyan wanted to jump up and shout that there was still going to buy insurance. Zhuo Xiaoyan's sister was also very outstanding. There's no guarantee if I did not have cerebral palsy. I think it's necessary to buy an insurance policy.
Even if I'm unlucky and die, was full of gentleness and pay, the insurance company will, and she definitely could not shout that no matter how much the compensation is in the end, it's still a sum of money. That there is still Wuxia counted if I shout that, what if the group of hooligans in school pester my dogs? I still have to be on guard in the future. Forehead began to throb again. How can my identity as sister be enough? He realized that he could no longer control his temper when facing Wuxia. This miser, he even wants to calculate this money. After a long time, he straightened his back and said, even if it's your own money, it's still the money. The most important thing is to admit your mistakes and correct them. The premise is that you still made a mistake. I still want to buy insurance first. There's no need to say anything more. This thing doesn't conflict with buying insurance. Everyone don't think that my parents are proud or whatever. If you don't sign it, I'll beat you up. They are just polite words or the so-called routine. How could I forget that I already have insurance? I will not be able to run away from a mixed double fright and quickly signed. Holding the pen, there was a burst of laughter. He still wanted to continue and said, I still have to write a few more words. Little brat, you still know that you are going to be beaten. Why are you so nosy? Before this conference, I have pulled the pen over and wrote a line of words seriously. But after being scared just now, I have insurance with XX Insurance Company. Otherwise, I will not follow the speech. The insured will just say a few words casually. Then he circled it in parentheses. Looked at the prepared speech in his hand, he said, and his face was full of speechlessness. I'm done signing it. If you want to improvise, looking at this, you should have said so earlier. Qin Fangyang was speechless. I'm not a genius. His eyebrows twitched. This is not being humble, and he had the impulse to throw himself into the wind. The truth is that I have been repeating 5 years in the martial disciple class, the money he earned by including the normal school year. If he really died, what was the use of the money? For a family, this is equivalent to paying an extra 5 years of school fees. He said, were any other family, students, perhaps my parents would have made the decision to transfer me to a liberal arts school, and death at every step. But my parents did not. You even have to sign a disclaimer when you go to school. They did not encourage me, your future is really unpredictable, they only supported me in school as usual. However, it was destined to be luckier than the normal situation because you have me as your classmate. These years of school life were as calm as water. There was no change at all. I shamelessly went to the martial mission in the future. You must come to me for fortune telling, but the pressure in my heart was far beyond your imagination. Danger, as long as you have my guidance home, you will definitely be able to turn misfortunes into blessings. They gave me nicknames and ordered me to do this and that. Everyone, a fortune telling nothing had changed. It's only 1,000 by anyone because of my poor aptitude to buy your own life. My parents' support could be compared to the world's disdain. Qin Fangyang was furious, so I endured. He said sternly, I endured for 5 years. Perhaps it had something to do with the accumulation of these years. Sat down after and said, I broke through the martial disciples carefully. My vitality is a matter of life or death. In a few days, when you broke through all the bottlenecks and you didn't buy the martial master bottleneck. Qin Fangyang at this conference to honor geniuses, I feel that I am unworthy. Zhuo Duo said proudly. However, the school refunded my school fees. You didn't ask me to pay them back. Also, the reduced tuition and scholarship. I'm such a good and obedient student. Zhuo Duo paused for a moment. Good and obedient students. I will not refuse. I'm not going out. Qin Fangyang did not say anything else. Almost threw me off. With a dark face, you're really carried Zhuo Duo out like he was carrying a chick. Zhuo Duo felt immediately there was a fierce sound of punching and kicking outside. Actually, my experience in cultivation is only a very, very small opinion. The older students of class 19 it is not without fear. On the other hand, Long Yusheng and the others were beaming with joy. On the other side, were so hot that they looked like they were about to ascend to heaven. Sure enough, boss Wuxia Duo said happily, why are you so happy? My greatest achievement in this half of my life is not related to martial arts. Just now, the other party was clearly a group based on your physiognomy. I can tell that your past life and present life are full of misfortunes and blessings. Just a word of life and death is absolutely correct. The audience booed at the right time. Chapter 125. Wuxia Duo didn't care about this and continued, you don't know how badly we've been beaten up by him every day. But him being beaten up by Mr. Someone else who said this, I most likely wouldn't believe it either. The other four nodded repeatedly, my teacher nodding their heads vigorously. My unique skill from the bottom of their hearts was taught by our second middle school's headmaster would get beaten up. It was her who taught me this skill. Of class 19 but for now, I can only see the surface. Wuxia Duo was dragged I still need to learn more from the old headmaster. His whole body was swollen, when I say life and death, even the winds and clouds of heaven and earth are in my hands. It is just a small matter. Qin Fangyang said. This time, the whole class looked at Wuxia Duo sympathetically. Was stunned. He wouldn't be able to recover in 10 minutes. Teacher Qin's gaze was clearly meant to mess with this guy. But there was really no way to refute slack off. This was because Wuxia Duo was receiving UNUS teachings. He was racing against time. Among them, there was a part related to fortune telling. The whole class looked at him sympathetically. How could he refute that? Following that, the whole class practiced together. I only taught you how to look at this guy with a swollen body led his underlings all the way up. That there's one thing, all the brothers and sisters who received the divine light. There were only 2 words to describe it before you can receive the gift. And invincible. If you don't join the group, there were no more opponents. The 6 of them started to fight among themselves. Get the address for our the 6 of them were divided into 3 pairs. I say, why are you all so calm? They fought until the sky darkened. Brothers. Their faces were swollen and they were limping. Number 866 #6 took the first place. Long Yuxing took second place with a slight advantage. Yu Moyan and Wang Lixiu tied for third place. He Yuanyue recalled what she said the other day. Physiognomy is more effective and comprehensive when combined with aura observation. Suddenly used a strange punch that had never been seen before. Smile bitterly. Li Zhangming had never seen it before. The moment Zhu Xiaoduo's words came out, this time everyone Li Zhangming was at the bottom. What kind of status did he want? His lungs were swollen. In Phoenix City, he was a living god. Li Chenglong was immersed in the joy of killing Li Zhangming. Would treat her with respect and love. Just you wait. In addition, he Yuanyue was at the scene on Yu Moyan. If she lied, she would be exposed immediately. This kid definitely wouldn't dare to lie at this pretending not to care, but he was nervous. Everyone turned to look at he had to work hard in his cultivation for the next few days. He Yuanyue's bitter smile. If he got hit by swollen, it would be embarrassing. A tacit agreement. Li Changming was a good example of this. This kid was actually the successor of the old for cultivation resources. What kind of fate was this? There would definitely be an exchange table. It was too much of a stroke of good fortune. Xiaoduo and the other five held a reward list and studied, and the rest who were in charge of security were also dumbfounded. Valued the most was the gravity room. Master Zhuo is so the gravity of the gravity chamber. He's the successor of the old principle. The normal gravity. No wonder the usage requirement is 100 mid-grade astral souls jades or 10 contribution points. It can be used for 1 hour. Li Changjiang was using the 10x gravity room was 1,000 pieces of astral souls. I did everything I could to help you hide it, afraid that it would be disadvantageous to you if others gravity machine was 50 times. In the end, you advertised yourself in front of tens of thousands of people. Other than that, he had also established other things such as the astral shadow and principle Li's heart was enough to cover the entire continent. If there's anything you don't understand in the future, whether it's life, love, or anything else, pay much attention to it. You can come and find me. The only thing he valued was the gravity machine. However, 100 mid-grade astral souls I'll definitely do my best to tell you everything I know. Room for 1 hour. Yes, I have to emphasize something killing people. Regarding the school's rules, were very targeted to mention it. It basically eliminated the possibility of using the astral souls giving it to you for free is like giving your life a long period of time. It's not a good idea. Of course, if your family was really rich and did not care anything, you could spend 100 based on your family's situation. Yuan to use the gravity machine for a long period of time. That's not good for either of us. In short, all the resources obtained in the endless wasteland, including the stone of astral souls and all kinds of natural treasures, composed as could be brought back with assurance. Missions in exchange for contribution points. Everyone can see that I'm a person with extraordinary talent. Exchanged with contribution points. Person. It included the realm breaker. I even know how to read faces. On the rostrum, Li Changjiang turned off Zhuo Xiaoduo's microphone and said loudly into his own microphone, who had reached the peak of the innate stage to break through the bottleneck and reach a higher level. Please come up to the stage to receive your prize. And a single breakthrough pill would cost a whopping 2,000 contribution points. Most of the audience, in addition to exchanging resources, in Phoenix City, also obtain no one dared to use the assisting the governor's office and capturing under the premise that he against the unknown was present at the scene. However, this method requires the official seal of the governor's office as proof. Many were already you can really exchange for any started making plans. Xiaoduo had an idea. Perhaps they were just the seeks to give them a look, exchange or even specified in any particular way. Generally speaking, if they wanted to ask for good or academic affairs office after obtaining something, be their first choice. And then the academic affairs office they definitely wouldn't dare to look for the old principal. This exchange model is quite simple and clear. If they were to disturb her seeking for peace of mind, the choice of weapon for the martial master level is a big problem. However, it was different to look for this with Xiaoduo. We can't go out to fight without a weapon as long as they paid him. And we haven't reached the level where we can use weapons yet. It just so happens that I haven't been feeling too good recently. Qin Fangyang said angrily, who forbade you from using weapons? And the others just not sure about your natal weapon yet. Thanks to Zhuo Xiaoduo, Long Yuxing, and the other 4 received a scholarship now, of course, you can use $5,000 each. You can use anything you want. This result made Zhuo Xiaoduo it's also during this process that you can confirm which weapon suits you best. These kids actually choose your natal weapon than me combined. That natal weapon has to be compatible with your own blood essence, was very worried. Soul. Long Yuxing and the others are still casually obtained. Will they be safe? You don't even know this. Will they spend it recklessly? You're really planning to fight the star beast with your bare hands? Masters will thought for a long time. I'm very suspicious of your brain circuit. He felt that this money was the most reassuring different from the rest. However, they probably wouldn't give it to him. Are you born stupid? What should he do? It seemed that he had to come up with a good idea. Zhuo Xiaoduo after the competition, the school held a banquet and invited all the parents who were present. Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuxing were naturally the first guests of honor. I really thought I couldn't prepare anything. She excused herself by saying that she had something to do. But why didn't Yan Mao tell me? Li Changjiang apologized again and again. Got in the afternoon. Zhuo Changlu and Wu Xiaoduo were very happy in Yuan's office again. They didn't care about these things and just laughed it off. Sister Lan was a little surprised by his great improvement in the use of hidden treatment at the banquet. It was said that a scholar who had been away for 3 days should be trained for the whole morning. Then
How
they
could this kid
practiced
have
together.
improved so much in
The
just one
Wuxia duo
night?
card cheat
It was as
device
if
came
3
into
years
play
had
again.
passed since they
The
last
five
met.
of them benefited
The
at
angle
the
of
same
the
time.
hidden weapon was more
However,
tricky,
what surprised
and the
Qin
attack
Fangyang
power of
was
the
that the
hidden
one
weapon
who
was more
improved the most
powerful.
was Li Chenglong.
Its accuracy
One
and
had to
speed
know
had
that
also
Li
improved
Chenglong
by
had
leaps
shown a
and bounds.
momentum of
It
improvement
was
over
almost
the
twice
past
as
few
fast
days.
as before.
In yesterday's
Yuanyue
sparring
and
session,
Qin Fangyang,
Li
who were
Chenglong
watching
had
from the
almost
side,
defeated Li
were both
Zhongming.
surprised.
This situation
Qin
made Li
Fangyang's heart
Changming and
skipped
the
a
others
beat.
nervous. He said,
They practiced
"Old
even
principal,
harder.
do you think this
In
kid?"
the afternoon,
Yuanyue
nodded
nodded
and
and
looked
looked
at
at
Wuxiao
Fangyang
duo.
to Yuanyue's
She said
office as
slowly,
usual. This kid
as
must
soon
have
as they
gone through a
entered,
battle
they saw
last night.
Yuanyue's bitter
His
face.
hands are stained with
You
blood,
little monkey.
and he has
Son.
developed a murderous
Seeing how
aura.
miserable his
That's
beloved
why.
was,
I've
Qin
made such
Fangyang
great
naturally
progress
slapped
today
the back
as
of
though I've been
Wuxiao's head
enlightened
without
saying a word.
Yes.
Who asked you to
Qin
mess
Fangyang
around?
looked at
Wuxiao's
attack.
Wuxiao duo, who
However,
knew the truth
although he
behind
has a
Qin
murderous
Fangyang's
aura,
actions,
he doesn't have
was
enough
speechless.
murderous aura.
Most importantly,
Teacher
his
Qin
confidence
has been
in
slapping
fighting
me
didn't
recently,
increase
and
because
it's
of
getting
this.
easier and easier for
You're
him.
very accurate.
During today's practice of hidden
looked at
weapons,
Wuxiao
Sister Lan
attack
started
and
to
said
fight
with a
back.
smile,
As long as
little
Wuxiao
bastard
only
only
took
took
advantage
of the battle
enough
last
or
night,
accurate enough,
or maybe
he
he
would be
succeeded
beaten
in a
until he
sneak
couldn't
attack.
get up.
He didn't face
Yuanyue
the
had
enemy
set
head
up
on
the
and
aura
lose.
observation technique
That's
very
right.
strictly for the last
Qin
lesson
Fangyang
before
laughed.
school ended.
What do you plan
Even
to
those
do about
Wuxiao
tomorrow's
duo could
training?
remember everything he
I don't
saw
have
and
any
heard.
other
His
arrangements.
comprehension
We'll
ability
still
had not
split
reached
into
the
groups
level of
according
knowing
to the
everything
usual
just by
practice.
listening.
In the
However,
end,
I'll follow
Sister
them
Lan
secretly.
attacked again. Lu
She called
Jianxing
it
and
mind
10 other
cleansing.
people will be with me.
Sister Lan's mind
Do you
cleansing
have
was
other
simple
people?
and crude.
Do you have other
She created a
arrangements?
big basin of
No,
ice and sealed
that's not
Wuxiao's
appropriate.
cultivation.
If he was
frowned.
slow in understanding,
After
he
the
would be
previous
pressed into the
incident,
basin to
the
wake
UMNO
up.
alliance will
When
definitely
school was
trace
over,
the source.
old principal
Now,
asked Wuxiao duo to use the
very
aura
likely to be
observation
one of the
technique to
UMNO
check the
alliance's
weather of the
targets.
trees in second
In
high.
fact, I've
Oh
asked
God,
Sister
oh
Lan
Earth,
to
I've
follow
only
him
learned
for the
it for
past
2
few
days.
days.
The UMNO alliance has targeted Wuxiao duo more than 10 times.
In the end, he couldn't see
However,
anything.
Sister Lan has dealt with them
it wasn't
all.
that he couldn't see anything.
Going out of the city
Wuxiao
to
duo
train
could
is
only
more
see
than just
one
a few
thing,
times more
green and
dangerous.
full of vitality.
How can you protect him
However,
with so few
his
people?
thought was met with a
If you were
harsh
just
reprimand
following
from
Wuxiao
Sister
duo,
Lan.
it would be fine.
How dare you say
However,
something
you have
that
to take
even
care
an
of a
ordinary
total of
person can
54
tell?
people scattered
When
in different
Wuxiao duo
directions.
was dragged out
With
by
your
Qin
strength
Fangyang,
alone, how can
Long
you be
Yuxing
absolutely
and the others
safe?
felt as if they
When
had
the time
eaten
comes,
ice cream on a
a
hot
simple
day.
diversion
It
will
was
be
so
enough to
comfortable.
lure you away from
Now,
Wuxiao duo was a huge swollen
The
ball.
UMNO alliance
He
is
was
trying
twice
to
as
assassinate
miserable as Li
Wuxiao
Chenglong.
duo.
Seeing
Qin
Wuxiao
Fangyang
duo
frowned
come
and
out
said,
swollen
"That's
like a
right.
rubber ball.
After all,
Long
their
Yuxing and the
conspiracy
others
to
beamed
assert
with joy
joy
and
and
surrounded
surrounded
him.
by Wuxiao
Teacher
duo.
Qin, who is
Getting
this
rid of
person?
him to vent their
He's so
anger is a
round and
reasonable
chubby.
thing to do.
It's quite pleasant. Sister
This is
Lan
the real
can't go out of the
swollen
city
ball.
tomorrow.
Oh,
The
Yuanyue
few of them
said,
laughed like
"We have
geese.
other important things
Wuxiao
to
duo
deal
was
with.
weak and his
You have
eyes
to think
were
of a way
fierce.
to ensure the
Just you
safety
wait.
of this training.
We'll meet again.
Qin
See you
Fangyang
in the
frowned.
martial arts world.
Let me think.
Speaking of which, he felt a
even
little
if we don't
helpless.
wait,
Do you think
according
you
to
won't
the
beat us
past
up
training
tomorrow?
habits of the
In
martial
life,
arts
the most important thing is to have fun.
They would send a few
One
teachers in the
wrinkled her
embryonic
nose.
breathing realm to
We're already
accompany
like
them,
this,
which would
Do
be
you
more
think
than
we'll be
enough.
afraid of you?
The lineup
As
that
she
she
had
spoke,
arranged,
including
including
himself
herself
and
Lu
kicked
Jianxing
Wuxiao
and the
with
rest of the
swollen
10
shoulder,
people, was
It's so
already an
swollen here.
extremely luxurious lineup.
Okay.
If Lu
Just you
Jianxing
wait.
and the rest had not been
Wuxiao
arranged
duo
by
was
Li
extremely
Changjiang,
sad and
they
angry.
probably would not have
Today,
gone. A dragon in the shallows would be teased by shrimps. A tiger in the
However,
plains would
he
be
would
bullied
never
by
have thought
dogs.
that such a lineup
Masters
would not
would
be enough
remember
to protect
this.
Wuxiao
When
duo.
Wuxiao duo
Who would have
returned to the
thought that
classroom to
Wuxiao
heal
was
his
tripped out of the
injuries,
city to
Long
gain
Yuxing
experience
and the
would
others
lead
had
to such a
already
dangerous
left.
variable.
Wuxiao duo
Even
returned
with a
home
soul
unhappily.
transformation stage
Another
cultivator,
expected and
it was still
reasonable
not
battle
enough
was
to
waiting
protect
for
his
him in
safety.
full battle array.
This was really a strange thing.
Zhuanglu, Wu
In the
Yuli, and
afternoon,
Zhu Xiaoyan were all there,
Yuanyue talked
waiting
about
for
the
the
aura
Wuxiao
examination
examination
technique
for a while.
After a
Then
round of
immediately
miserable
let
mixed
Wuxiao
doubles
duo
and a
go.
trio's accompaniment,
Wuxiao duo,
the two of
you
them
can
went
use
on
the
for a
remaining
while.
time to read the
Yes, a
faces of the
combined
students
beating
who will be going
was
out
on
for
a
training
schedule.
tomorrow. Although
Yuanyue
Wuxiao
said
said
that
that he was
in the
remember
wrong,
to remind
he
me
still
if there is
cried out
anything that
miserably
needs
and
to be
pretended
reminded.
to be beaten to death to
Okay,
get through
old
it.
principal,
After
it will
the
be my
beating,
pleasure.
it was time to call it a day.
Xiaoduo was really excited
I beat you
at
up
this time.
because of the embarrassment
Now that
you
it was
caused
an
today.
imperial order
This
to
is
read
something that
people's
must be
faces,
done.
who would
But
dare
after
to
the
disobey.
beating, it's over.
Large sums
Next,
of money
we'll
were
celebrate
about
for
to
you
enter
and
his
praise you.
pocket.
When he returned to
was all
class,
smiles
Qin
as he
Fangyang
slapped the
immediately
table.
talked about this
Someone
matter.
serve the dishes.
Tomorrow is the
Yes,
mission.
sir.
If you have
Wu
any
Yuding
ideas
and
about
Zhuo
this
Xiaoyan
mission, you can
answered
look
in
for Zhuo
unison,
Xiaoduo to read
fully
your
demonstrating
faces.
Zhuo Qianglu's
Qin
superior
Fangyang said
position as the
humorously,
head of the family.
"We have such a special
The mother
resource,
and daughter
it
duo
would be
brought
a
out the
waste not
dishes
to
from the
use it."
kitchen one by
Zhuo
one like ants
Xiaoduo
moving
hurriedly
house.
added,
There was
will
a
definitely
dazzling
not be
array of
used for
dishes
free.
that filled the big round
Everyone is
table.
from the same family.
After this
so the
table,
fee for
there's
reading
another
people's
table in the
faces
kitchen.
will naturally
Wu
be
Yuding said.
preferential.
Awesome.
I will give you a
Zhuo
discount.
Xiaoduo was
It will
about
only
to eat.
cost $500 per person.
Zhuo Qianglu slapped the table again. Serve the wine. Wu Yuding rolled her eyes. What? Cough. Zhuo Qianglu immediately stood
Chapter
up.
126.
I'll get it myself.
Hee hee.
Zhuo Qianglu's
Everyone
momentum
chuckled in
was
response.
He was cool for less than 2 minutes. You might as well rob someone. I'm not accepting the award for you or skipping a captains who wanted to invite Wuxia Duo to take a look. Today, and after all, it was a matter of life in front of everyone. They had to be careful. Lu sighed. No one doubted Wuxia's fortune-telling anymore. What I'm most proud of today is that my son has grown into a man who can stand up to the sky. If they doubted him again, the wind and rain head off. This is the most worthy thing for our family to celebrate. Come, son, pour the wine and have a toast with me. It's too expensive. Wu Yuding smiled as she poured wine and stuck her fingers out father and son. Her fingers were full of happiness and pride. There's no need for 500 yuan. Is my son handsome today? Is enough. Handsome. Qin Fangyang directly giggled, her eyes sparkling. He didn't know what this little bastard was thinking. Silent and desperate 500 yuan per person. The countdown in the diary and the messy little words at the end. Money was scraped from the sky. Couldn't help but feel moved. The truth was just as Qin Fangyang thought. That's great. They really, dear friends, couldn't have a heat stroke. Don't forget that after advancing to the martial arts master class, to the recommendation they would no longer focus on closed door training. The leader will update. At least half of their time would be spent outside. On average, they would go out once every 2 or 3 days. Chapter 117. The most conservative estimate was that each person would have to look for Wuxia Duo as usual 10 times a month. But this time, they went to a place a little further away. 500 yuan each time. I'll be on duty in Wuxia town today. Wouldn't the families and weapons with you in the middle of the night? 50 yuan is too little, teacher. Wuxia Duo couldn't help but get excited when he heard this. This was a mission that only advanced warriors could perform. I'm not bargaining with you. He was getting to know it in advance. I'm setting the price. Well, you're on duty here? Said faintly. Wuxia Duo, if you think that the price is negotiable, of nowhere, then come out and we can discuss it. There was no one in this place. Cough, cough, cough. What was there to be on duty? 50 yuan it is. There's someone in the nearby town. I suspect he's from the unknown need to discuss. Wuxia Duo didn't dare to go out and said, if he did, he would definitely be beaten and test him again to see if he can be a coward. And this is the only way for them to fight. When they heard that there's really a problem, my master will lead that person here to fight. The captains who were still undecided walked over. The reason why I said this is a place to be considered as a whole, because there's no one here. They only needed to fight between warriors to look at too harmful to ordinary people. It was basically the same as looking at the other 5 people. There's an unwritten rule. It was much easier for 6 people to gather 50 yuan. Whether it's the Alliance or the Astral Souls, glad leaders we should try our best to avoid ordinary people. If the atmosphere was not so serious, Wuxia Duo would have laughed out loud. Last time, when Teacher Qin and Headmaster Li were attacked in the downtown area, it was already considered a bottom-line incident. That's why it became so serious. Wan Lixio answered in a crisp voice. Said, she took out a big bowl and placed it in front of Wuxia Duo. It's inevitable that you'll have to fight with Wuxia Duo almost vomited blood. You must try your best to avoid hurting ordinary people. Do you think I'm a blind fortune teller? Whether it's on our side or the unknown alliance's side, the first squad leader walked over and families are still ordinary into a large bowl. This is the bottom line that we have to protect together. No matter what he thought in his heart, he really didn't dare to offend him directly. You practice your hidden weapons fortune-telling ability was already recognized by the old principal Yuanyue. Wuxia Duo continued to cultivate according to the plan. It was really related to the interest and even the safety of his exhausted. Naturally, it was not wrong to be cautious to quickly recover. Therefore, he sat upright and still in front of Wuxia to come over. His body was ramrod straight. I can't have a masseuse by my side all the time in the future. I have to get used to it and heal myself in the shortest time possible to recover my condition. Your physiognomy is fine. That it was already 2 o'clock it's a little unlucky, it's not the world was silent. At most, it seems that we are a little injured tonight. It's not a big problem. Heaved a sigh of relief. If you go in the predetermined direction, you'll have a considerable gain. Wait, overall, the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. Well, using the faint far more than the disadvantages. He looked at the village that was completely covered in darkness. Student Xiao Duo, he used the air-gazing technique that Yuanyue taught him and looked over. Xiao Duo turned around and wrote a word on the paper. An indescribable aura was rapidly gathering. There was a faint black aura around it. An ominous aura was rising, at this when you've reached the predetermined position in your heart. Let's wait a little longer. If the direction written on this is not the direction you intend to go, the divination looked in that direction and said solemnly. The indescribable aura was rapidly surging in his shape. Thank you. Starting. After that, she led his team out of school. Just as she was about to say gather at the school again. She heard an explosion in the distance. They would gather their teams and go out of the fighting. The second one, a cloud of dust rose like a mushroom cloud, and said, in the dust there were no surprises, one white and one green. The harvest was very fiercely like dragons circling can be said to be very smooth. In the blink of an eye, the harvest is much more than Zhao Zhangjun and the others. Following that, the two of them quickly rushed towards Wuxia Duo and Wuxia Duo. This is the direction you'll go. Wuxiaoyan slowly pulled out her short sword and leaned behind a tree. Returned tenfold. Her pretty face was solemn and cold. The third one, Songzaheo. Okay, well you're not too bad. Duo had cleverly hidden behind another tree opposite. No, you're fine, but the vice captain next to you, the one called Zhou Xiama, in the bark of the target tree and stuffed himself into it. Although it's not life-threatening, it's inevitable that he'll be injured. Then he made another hole on to the injury on his leg, back to ensure that he could see the movements in all directions and don't push yourself too hard to avoid Wuxia Duo finished the arrangement. Here's your warning note. He still felt that it wasn't appropriate enough. The rest is the same as above. He got some mud from the ground and cleaned up the small nodded and made up his mind.
He then used the bark
that he had to bring more things
to cover his
wounds,
face and
such
body.
as tourniquets and
Only then did he
detachment
stop
pills.
moving and hold
if
his
Zhou
breath.
Xiaoma was really
He became
injured,
one with the
there
big
would be
tree
no
as
way
if
to
he
treat
didn't
him.
exist. The fourth
What I'm
one.
about to see
It's
is
okay.
a real battle
This
between
trip was
masters.
very smooth.
There won't
It's just
be
that
many
the harvest was
opportunities
a
to
little
watch
less.
this kind of battle.
Along the way,
I have to be
Zhou
careful.
Xiaoduo saw the
In order to
17th
be safe,
captain.
he held a few
Suddenly,
small
he was
gourds
stunned
tightly
and
in his
said,
palm.
"Your call."
But after thinking about it, he still felt
This
that it was
name.
not safe.
Your face.
He put the
It's a
small
little
gourds
wrong.
in his left
Gather
hand and
all
held
the
the
members
dragon
of your
blood
team
flying
here.
dagger in his
Let me
right
see.
hand. Don't
After
think
a
that I'm
moment,
as
the
timid
6
as a
people
mouse
gathered
trembling
together.
with fear.
Perhaps
Perhaps the outcome of this battle will depend on me.
These 6 people
But at
were
this
actually
moment,
covered
I have
in
to
the same
cheer for
color of
Master
black
Wu
gas.
spiritually. The battle in the sky was like thunder and lightning. It moved horizontally all the
Bad
way,
luck
and in a
was soaring
moment
to
it
the
had come
sky,
close.
and
evil spirits
Mu
were
Yanyan's
approaching.
clothes were as white
This
as
was
snow.
definitely the sign
Her
of a
long
death
sword
sentence.
was unstoppable.
That's not right.
Like a flash
Although
of lightning
tomorrow's
across the
operation
sky.
is for everyone
With
to
an
do their own
overwhelming
thing,
advantage,
there are
she
teachers
drove the
following
opponent
them in
all the
private.
way away from the
There are
densely
also
populated
restrictions in
area
their
of the
village
village
and
areas.
rush to the remote
Previously,
forest.
when I saw
The
the
light
6
of the
teams,
long
all of
sword
them
was
were
dense
fine.
and
At
intertwined
most,
into
they
a
were at
dense
the
net
normal
in the
risk
air.
level.
The
Why
opponent
is
was
it
a
that when it
middle-aged
comes to
man
their
in
team,
gray. They are in
he
such
tried
an
his
unlucky
best to resist
situation
and retreated
No, this
quickly.
was not just bad
At the
luck.
same time, he
This
shouted,
was a sign that
"Master
the entire
Mu,
team was
I'm
dead.
really not a member
How
of
could
the
this
UNO
be?
Alliance.
You're wrong.
Why did you
Very
suddenly
wrong.
attack me?"
Mu
Xiaoduo
Yanyan's
looked
pretty
at
face
Captain
was as
Shin
cold
Tainan.
as snow.
This man's
Qin
eyebrows
Yuding,
were
if I wasn't
unusually
sure,
thick.
do you think
The
I would
distance
attack
between
you?
his eyebrows was
Evidence.
very small.
What evidence do
The
you
two
have?
thick, dense,
Mu
and black
Yanyan's
eyebrows
eyebrows
were almost
I've been
connected
observing
together.
you for 9
It
days.
was very eye-catching.
I just want to ask you one
According
thing.
to Zhu Xiaoduo's
Where did the wound on your
observation,
left shoulder
this person's
come from?
character was extremely arrogant.
He always made
It's
his
the
own
wound you
decisions.
got when you were trying to
His
kill
temper
Qin
was also
Fangyang that
irritable.
afternoon, right?
He couldn't be persuaded.
And the man who came
What's
to you
wrong?
this afternoon
What
has
did you
been
see?
captured by me.
Why is it so wrong?
Mu Yanyan's momentum
In the
was like a
previous
rainbow.
battle,
Shin Tainan
Qin
was
Yuding,
brave and
surrender
fierce.
yourself honestly,
He fought
and you
against
still
Wu
have a
Xiaoduo
chance to
3
live.
times.
Otherwise, no one can
Unfortunately,
save
his
you.
skills were not
Qin
as good
Yuding
as his
said,
opponents.
"This is a
In the
misunderstanding."
end, he was almost
It's
beaten
really
into
a
a coma by Zhu
misunderstanding.
Xiaoduo.
Mu Yanyan
Therefore, he
stopped
was
talking,
especially
but the
displeased
movement
with
of the
Zhu
long
Xiaoduo
sword
now.
was getting closer
He even
and
wanted
closer.
to give him 50 yuan
Gradually,
to read his
it
fortune.
formed a complete light
Shin
curtain.
Tainan muttered in his
Qin
heart,
Yuding, who was
"Is this guy
inside it,
colluding
was
with
more and
teacher
more
Qin
unable
Fangyang
to
to take
resist.
the opportunity
His
to earn money?
cultivation was lower
The
than
6
Mu
of you look
Yanyan's.
very bad.
Under the
I
opponent's
suggest that you
tyrannical
give up this
attack,
mission and
it was
rest at
almost
home
difficult
starting
for
tomorrow.
him to breathe.
Naturally,
With a
you'll
loud
seek
bang,
good luck
Qin
and
Yuding
avoid
staggered
disaster.
and fell out in the air.
If you don't want to give
in
up,
an instant,
the
he
activity
had gone to
area
the
must
top
be
of the
within
hill.
the prescribed
Qin
range.
Yuding's mouth
Don't make
overflowed
your own
with blood.
decisions.
Under the
Cross
light
the
of the
boundary
sword,
without
he looked
permission.
as miserable
This
as a
way
ghost.
you can avoid death.
Mu Yanyan,
Shin
why do you have
Tainan
to push me
snorted
so
and said,
far?
"You are
Qin
simply
Yuding
spouting
shouted to the
nonsense.
sky.
Every
If
time
I,
you
Qin
open your
Yuding,
mouth,
fight with
you
my
talk
life,
about a
even
calamity
you,
or a
Mu Yanyan,
calamity.
may not be able
We are
to
only
escape
in the area
unscathed.
where martial
Why
masters
not
are
leave a way
active.
out? How could
We'll
there
meet
be
again
such
in the
great
future.
danger? We have also
I never thought that I
crossed
could
the
escape
boundary.
unscathed.
You're simply
You won't have a
exaggerating
future.
things to scare
You can't
people.
escape today.
You don't know
Mu
how to
Yanyan's
read at
pretty
all.
face was cold.
Give me back my money.
The spy of the UNO Alliance
He stretched
has
out
actually
his
reached
hand
the
and
level
took
of
back the
nascent
50-star
soul.
yuan that
Qin
he had
Yuding, you
already
really
handed
handed
over.
He
Qin
put it
Yuding
into
looked
his
up to the
pocket and
sky and
snorted.
roared. Then he
A
led
white
the team
light
away.
suddenly lit up.
Zhu Xiaoduo
It was a
looked at the
sword
backs
light,
of the 6
which
people
rushed out
inside
with
the
the
speed
speed
of thunder and
He
lightning.
murmured,
"It's
Mu
hard to
Yanyan
escape
stood in the
from."
air. This
Her
fate.
slim figure stood
Qin
upright in the
Fangyang
air.
looked at the back
She
and his
clenched
face
the
turned
hilt of the
serious.
sword with both hands
He
and
quietly
chopped at
looked
the
at
Shin
Shin Light
Tanan's
without
back.
dodging.
He wanted
was
to
a
go up
head-on
and
collision.
persuade him,
But
but
after
after
thinking
thinking
about
about
it,
it,
he
he
didn't
didn't
say
say any
anything.
tricks.
Everyone
With
had their
another
own
bang,
choices.
Qin Yuding fell
External
down like
forces
a kite
were not
with
a good
broken
thing
string.
after all.
All the
Having
trees
Zhu
around him
Xiaoduo
bent
read
down
his
neatly in
fortune
all
was already
directions.
an opportunity.
Countless small
If he missed
trees
the
even rolled up
opportunity and
directly
misplaced
from the
it,
ground
it
and
would
flew
mean
out
that
in
he was
disorder.
not fated with the
Mu
person and
Yanyan's
had
delicate
nothing to do
body
with
shook in
anyone
the
else.
air and retreated
Moreover,
3 feet.
Qin Fangyang
Then
wanted
she
to
jumped
ask
down
Zhu
again and
Xiaoduo
chased
if he
after
could
him.
solve it.
At this
The
time,
last team.
a sharp whistling
By
sound
Bing Bing,
broke through the air.
the leader of this
Two
team was a
lights,
very
one on the
beautiful
left
girl.
and one on the right.
She had
Suddenly
curved
appeared
eyebrows,
from the sky
beautiful
and
eyes,
attacked
fair
Mu Yin
skin,
together.
beautiful hair,
Mu
and a
Yin
small
let
nose.
out a clear cry.
She came over
Her
with a
delicate
smile
body
and looked
spun
very
rapidly
lively
in the air, and the
Your team is
fan-like
fine
sword
too.
light sprinkled
They're
out.
safe and sound.
With 2 clangs,
gained
the
a
3
lot.
people floated
Zhuo
away in 3
Xiaoduo wrote a
directions.
note as usual.
I've been waiting
This
for
team
you.
has gained the
The
most.
long sword in
No
Mu
need.
Yin's hand shook
I believe
slightly,
you.
and her feet
Bai
suddenly
Bingbing
moved.
looked at Zhuo
Looking
Xiaoduo's
from
face with her
Zhuo
big
Xiaoduo's
eyes
position,
and said with
he
a
saw
smile.
that when Mu Yin
Zhuo
took a
Xiaoduo,
step,
since
you said that we are not
suddenly
in danger
flashed.
and have gained a
It
lot.
seemed that all
That
the
is a
starlight
starlight
in
great
the sky
fortune
had gathered
By
under
the way,
Mu
can you
Yin's
read
feet.
my palm? She was like walking
Ha.
in the starry sky,
I want to see
shining
marriage.
brilliantly.
Bai Bingbing
Mu
reached
Yin's
out
whole
and
body
grabbed
moved
Zhuo
with the
Xiaoduo's hand
starlight.
with her left hand.
Like the starlight
She
flashing,
showed her right
moved
hand
at a
and
high
grabbed
speed.
Zhuo Xiaoduo's hand.
With one person and one sword, she killed the 2 enemies in a hurry and they fell to the ground. She said,
It turns
"Can you
out
read
that
it
this
for
is
me?"
the correct way to
Zhuo
use the
Xiaoduo
starry
retracted
sky
his
steps.
hand as if he
It's
had
so
been
exquisite.
electrocuted. Zhuo
He
Xiaoduo
looked
was
around
beaming with
subconsciously
joyously and
and
said
watched.
like a thief,
At this
"What are
time,
you doing?"
another sword
Just
light
read
rose
my
from the
palm.
ground and
Don't
rushed
pull
to the
my
sky.
hand. It was
By
Qin
Bing
Yuding
Bing
who had been seriously injured,
to see it more
struggling
clearly
to
this
use
way?
his sword.
Xiao Duo,
He was very
can you
clear
read it
that
for
if his
me?
two companions
As she
couldn't
said
kill
that,
Mu
she
Yanyan
grabbed
with
Wu
his
Xiao's
current
hand
injury,
again.
even if he
She
took
did
the
not even call
opportunity
him
to
Xiao
escape,
Duo.
he couldn't
Instead,
escape
she
far.
called him Xiao Duo.
Sooner or later,
They were
he
very
would fall
close.
into Mu Yanyan's
Xiao
hands.
Duo retreated
Instead
and
of
dodged
this,
left and
it was
right.
better to fight with all his
Don't be
strength
like
when the
this.
reinforcements came.
What's wrong?
Therefore,
Bai
the
Bing
four
Bing was
nascent soul
unhappy that
masters
she could
fought
not
fiercely
grab
in
Wu
the air.
Xiao's hand.
The strong
She
wind
pouted
pouted by
and
the
said,
sword Qi,
"Are
the
you
palm
avoiding
wind,
me like I'm a
and the
snake
fist
or a
force blew the
scorpion?"
trees on the left
Her
side
team
of the
was full of
hillside and
girls.
made them bend down.
At this moment, they
Mu
laughed
Yanyan's
and jeered.
sword light
"That's
flashed
right,
with
Wu Xiao
unprecedented
Duo.
power.
What are you afraid of? You are a boy. Such a
The whole
beautiful
sky
girl is
had
holding
no other
your hand.
color.
Don't
It was
tell me
all
you are at a
reflected by the
disadvantage.
sword light in her hand and
That's
the
right.
starlight under
Our
her
sister
feet.
Bing Bing is
Her
the
slim
slim
body
body
waved
waved
her sword in the night
Wu
sky,
Xiao Duo, why
but
don't
it
you
seemed
just
to
give
light
in?
up the whole night
Bai
sky.
Bing Bing's face
With
flushed
only
red.
one person and
She
one
rolled her
sword,
eyes
she
and
suppressed
pretended
the
to hit
three
them.
masters of the
What
enemy and gained
nonsense
the
are you all
overall
talking
advantage.
about?
At this
Around
time,
them,
the other
there was
two
a
enemies
burst of
couldn't
laughter
help
that
but
sounded
complain
like
in their
silver
hearts.
bells.
This Qin
Wu
Yuding
Xiao
he
Duo
really
quickly
tricked them.
stuffed his hand
In the
into his
past, they
trouser
reported
pocket.
that Mu
You
Yanyan
look
was
nervous.
only at the high stage of nascent soul.
My mother said that I am
Although
still
she was
young.
tyrannical,
I
they
can't
could
touch a
defeat her
girl's
with the
hand.
help of three
If I
nascent
touch it,
soul
a
masters.
baby will be born.
But now it seemed that her
Looking
strength
for
was
monthly
limited to this.
recommendation
They were
and
going to be
official
fucking tricked by
subscriptions.
Chen Yuding. In terms of the combat power shown by Mu Yanyan, she was at least at the peak of nascent soul. And it was not the ordinary peak, but the kind that had
Chapter
crossed half a
127.
step into the peak of nascent soul.
How could they fight?
Loud laughter
Such a gap
resounded.
had already appeared.
One
The
Li
suppression
Xiu,
of
who
the
was
realm.
drinking water at the
In the
back,
current
sprayed a
situation, not only
mouthful of
could the
water
three
on
of them
Long
not
Yusheng's
kill Mu
neck.
Yanyan and save
All
Chen
right, I
Yuding,
won't tease
but
you
even
anymore.
the two of them would be
Bai
trapped.
Bing Bing grabbed the
It's
note
really
and left
bad
with her
luck.
friends. The girls giggled and walked out with their heads held high. It looked like they had won a big battle. Chapter 118. The voices were getting
The
farther
three of them
and
roared
farther
again
away.
and again, trying
Sister
their best
Bing
to
Bing,
attack.
why did you fall for
However,
this
their
scammer?
eyes flickered.
Big news.
They were just attacking
Our ice
instead of
mountain
defending,
beauty has actually
hoping to
fallen in love
temporarily
with
break
someone.
through Mu Yanyan's
It's
dense
normal
sword
to fall
light
for
and
him.
escape.
This was
If there was a gap,
quite
the
handsome.
three of them could scatter
Go to
and
hell,
escape.
don't talk nonsense.
The first and the second
Their
one
voices
might not be
gradually
able to
faded
escape
away,
Mu Yanyan's
and the
pursuit,
6 girls
but
walked
there was
away
still
in a
some hope
noisy
for the
manner.
third one.
As
What
for who
about
the
us?
third one would
Where
be,
are
it
we?
could only depend on
Scary
luck.
but not dangerous.
It was the textbook
So Xiao Duo
interpretation that was
glanced at
mostly
Li
suitable for
Qinglong
this
and the
moment.
others before taking
When
his
one
hand
side's
out of his
morale was
pocket.
destroyed, the other
She'll-
side's
or give
power
me a wet
naturally
wipe.
increased.
Let me wipe
Mu
it.
Yanyan became
Yo,
braver
is
as
what she
Beauty's
fought.
hands leave
Her
fragrance
white
for
shadow
3 days.
flashed and the
Are
starlight
you really
shone.
willing to wipe it?
The sword light was
So
like a
unromantic?
dragon soaring in the sky.
So Xiao Duo wiped
Endless
it and
light
sniffed
rain
it.
fell.
He was
forcing the
relieved
three
after
after
wiping
wiping
it several
more
times.
and more flustered.
He said with
It turns out that
trepidation,
Master Mu
"What do
is
you
so
know?
strong.
If I go home
So
with
Xiao
this
Duo
fragrance,
sucked in a breath
I
of
won't
cold
live
air.
past tonight.
Looks like it's not as
Is it
easy
really
as
that
just waving her
serious?
hand for me to bungee
TSK,
jump.
what do you think?
I can't say
The
anything
others
bad
had
about
gone
her
far
in the
away,
future.
leaving
She
only
might really
Zhu
hear it.
Xiaoduo and Qin
Zhu
Fangyang.
Xiaoyan stood
Qin
quietly
Fangyang
under the
finally
tree with a
spoke.
dagger in his
Zhu
hand,
Xiaoduo,
ready
what's
to
wrong?
strike.
Do you think
At this
Shin
moment,
Tianan's
her
team
whole
is in
body's
danger?
aura had been hidden.
It's not
and her
just danger,
star-like
it's
eyes
a
were
life-threatening
closely watching
danger.
the battle in the
Death
sky.
is imminent. Now that
Zhu
Wu Xiaoduo
Xiaoduo
had the upper
faintly,
hand, she
however,
naturally
this
didn't
man
need to
is
fight.
stubborn and
She had to be
self-opinionated.
so vigilant in
He's
case of
destined not to
accidents.
listen to advice.
Mu Yanyan's sword was
Then I'll
faster
watch
than
over
the
them
previous
tomorrow.
one, and
It's no
gradually
use
turned
Teacher
Teacher
Qin.
Qin into victory.
Human strength is
She only
limited.
needed to wait
Some
for the victory to
disasters
expand
can't be
again
shaken
and
by human
completely
strength.
overwhelm the opponents,
The
and
ominous
then it would
Central
become a
Palace has
complete
reached the
victory.
top.
The so-called
ominous energy
overwhelming
has
victory
entered the
referred
heart
to
and
that
soul.
Mu Yanyan
The
didn't
door
need to
of
pay
life
any
and
price
death
to
has
win
been
and
opened.
kill all 3 of
Zhu
the opponents
Xiaoduo's
in
face
one
was
fell swoop.
unusually solemn.
What Mu Yanyan
He
had to
said
do now
slowly,
was to try
as
her
the
best
saying
to
goes,
squeeze the
good
opponent's
words can't
strength while
persuade
trying
a
to
damn
avoid being
ghost.
hurt.
Asking
As
them
far
to
as
give
the
up
current
tomorrow's
situation
mission
was
was
the best way
concerned,
to avoid
she had
death.
absolute confidence.
But he didn't consider
None of the
it at
three
all.
of them would be
I
able
told
to
him to
escape.
pay attention to
The
his
3
own
people in
position
the air
and
had
not
been in
leave
a
the
flurry
safety
and
zone
panic.
because I hoped to
No matter
minimize
how
the
hard they
effects of the
struggled,
death
it was
calamity to the
useless.
greatest
The
extent.
most terrible
and not harm
thing
his
was that
life.
they were shocked to
He
find
said
that
I was
with Mu
talking
Yanyan's
nonsense
sword
and
net
even
layer
pulled
by
Xiao
layer,
Jin back.
they were
were even losing the same as pulling the firewood from under the cauldron. At the moment when they realized he was seeking his own death and was destined to die. Mu Yinyan's face turned cold. Actually, suddenly the 50-star yuan fortune that he took away was the true stroke of genius for me. Soul-stealing sword. I had completely severed my karma with him, and I no longer had anything to do with him. Once again, sword. Xiao Duo smiled amidst the sword rain that filled the sky. If he had not taken away the gold lights, there would have been a chance for him to survive. The three of them had no way to save their lives. They were struck in the chest at the same time, which proves that he is extremely determined, blood spurting out. His stubbornness is a foregone conclusion. Face remained unchanged. Now that things had come to this, the sword light filled the sky even if a deity were to descend, she wanted to use the least amount of effort to take down the three of them. But the three of them had given her even more solemn. It was obvious that there were other unknown alliance members hiding nearby. He had heard that taking away the gold after reading it was to sever the karma between the two parties. Amidst the reign of swords, fate, another three beams of sword the biggest taboo in the astral soul's. One of the three was hit in the forehead and immediately fell down. Even if the divination did not work, the other was hit in the chest and was also seriously injured. However, taking away the gold on the spot was a huge taboo. He was hit in the abdomen. Is there really a way to change this? After all, there still a few lives at stake with a broken string. Anyway, there is nothing I can do. He violently vomited blood, which splattered across the sky. If you can think of a way. At this moment, a black shadow silently appeared in the air. Thoughts. The black shadow was shrouded in a black cloak, like a huge bat spreading its wings. As long as there is a little room for action, as long as he listens to a word from me, I will do my best to avert the disaster. With a loud bang, but the current situation is because he has severed the karma between him and me, making the situation a foregone conclusion. It is not that I don't want to help. I can even say very clearly, Teacher Qin, even if you catch up with these 6 people now and break their legs, preventing them from going out tomorrow, they will still be alive and kicking on the road to death tomorrow. Do you believe me or not? Qin Fangyang's expression suddenly changed. This was not a bad idea. Zhou Xiaoduo looked at Qin Fangyang's expression and could not help but smile bitterly. Teacher Qin, I have already reminded you, but it is hard to say whether you will do it or not and whether it will be useful. Just as the saying goes, if the king of hell wants you to die at midnight, who dares to keep you alive until dawn? Qin Fangyang hurriedly left. Zhou Xiaoduo and the rest of the 6 people slowly packed their things and prepared to go home after school. Tomorrow we will gather at the Purple Chi from the east. We will face the Purple Chi from the east with the mountain river tower behind us. It is an auspicious day. Let's set off. Zhou Xiaoduo looked at the expressions of the few people and made the arrangements. Why do you have to do this? Li Qinglong asked curiously. Although the divination shows that this trip will be more daunting than dangerous, there are still risks. Before I leave, I might as well borrow the vitality of heaven and earth and add another layer of thick earth power to protect me. Do you think that my divination is really a trick of a swindler? Zhou Xiaoduo said leisurely. Qin Fangyang flew and changed his appearance. After thinking about it, he even put on a mask. The sun was setting. Shin Tainan and the rest of the 6 people came to an intersection. The 6 of them gathered together to discuss the arrangements for tomorrow. Although Qin Fangyang was far away, his cultivation was much higher than Shin Tianan's, so he could hear everything clearly. He heard Shin Tainan say, tomorrow at 4:30 in the morning, we will depart an hour earlier. We will not cross paths with any of their teams. Okay. The other 5 people were all excited. That's the way it should be. We can get the upper hand if we go early, and the chances of finding a lot of good things will be much higher. If there are really good things, even if there will be people coming to rob us as long as we delay for a while, Teacher Qin and the others should arrive. The benefits will still be ours. That's right. Shin Tainan was in high spirits. If there are no surprises and no dangers, what can we get? Even if Zhou Xiaoduo is not an alarmist, he must have exaggerated the situation. When swindlers cheat people, they do it habitually. I want to take you to the depths to have a look. Of course, we won't go too deep. Just a distance of 20 kilometers will be enough. During this period of peace, especially after the massacre by 7 kills, very few people dare to go deep. Meteorites keep falling and there must be a lot of good things accumulated. This is our chance. Okay. The 6 people looked very excited. They were already discussing what to exchange for after they got the contribution points. Alas. Qin Fangyang sighed softly. He finally understood what the problem of these people's death calamity was. Shin Tianan's idea was simply reckless. He actually wanted to explore the depths. Qin Fangyang was still hesitating whether to put his idea into action, but after hearing this he stopped thinking about it and flew out directly. Bang bang bang. Who is it? Enemy attack. My leg is broken. Who is it? Leave your name if you have the guts. Bang bang bang. Qin Fangyang finished his work. The 6 students all had their legs broken, and some of them were even showing signs of comminuted bone fractures. This kind of injury was already a disaster for ordinary people, but Qin Fangyang was confident that as long as the treatment was appropriate and supplemented with the recovery ability of martial masters, they could recover in a few days. If he paid a price and let them enter the recovery pod, it would not be difficult for them to recover in a day. The temporary physical pain in exchange for the safety of their lives, Qin Fangyang thought it was worth it. After beating them up, Qin Fangyang immediately left. Now they should be safe, right? Zhou Xiaoduo, no matter how powerful you are, you wouldn't expect me to be so heavy-handed, right? After thinking for a while, he took out his phone and called the parents of the 6 students, asking them to be careful and not let their children go out for training. The 6 parents all agreed at once. Qin Fangyang finally left with peace of mind. At the scene, the 6 youths were left in heart-wrenching pain. Shin Tainan struggled to take out his phone and endured the pain as he shouted into the phone, "Dad. I was beaten up, my leg is broken, I'm here.
Quickly send someone, it's so painful. The others also struggled to take out their phones to call for help. Only 10 minutes later. Huff huff huff. A few luxurious cars, which were legendary in Phoenix City, appeared at the intersection. A few burly men rushed out of the car as fast as they could. They carefully moved these little brats into the car. Bottles of life spirit water and painkillers were poured into them as if they were free. There were even a few experienced martial artist doctors in the car, treating the broken legs. A middle-aged man with a strong appearance was furious. What is going on? In Phoenix City, who dares to touch my Shinyushu's son? Investigate thoroughly, it's better to be wrong than to indulge. Yes. Broken legs? What's the specific situation? There are some comminuted fractures, but it's not too troublesome. A doctor said. What's the best way to treat it? I've already treated the broken bones. After entering the recovery pod, it'll be fine after a few days of recovery. The doctor said. Oh. Shin Tainan, whose pain had mostly subsided, struggled to open his mouth. There's still a training mission tomorrow, I must participate. The other students also said in unison, yes, tomorrow is the day to go out for training, we must go. Shin Yushu's dignified face showed some irritation. All of your legs are broken, what's the point of training? Crawling? Besides, your teacher Qin just called, he doesn't want you to participate in the training. Shin Tainan said boldly, Dad, you've always said that the path of the strong must be filled with hardships and countless obstacles. In martial arts training, if you fall behind by one step, you'll fall behind step by step. Maybe you really won't be able to catch up. And we're already lagging behind the other teams. If we don't go tomorrow, we'll be left even further behind. But Teacher Qin doesn't want you to go out. Dad, Teacher Qin has selfish motives, it said that there'll be an opportunity tomorrow. He clearly doesn't want us to get the opportunity. Shin Yushu was stunned. There's such a thing? Yes, we all know. Shin Yushu muttered. The few of us have better family conditions, we've been pampered since young. Our bones aren't as tough as others. This time it's our chance to sharpen ourselves. Dad, think of a way to heal us in one night, so we can continue with tomorrow's training mission. Yes, we're not afraid of pain. We've already discussed what to do, Uncle Shen, please help us. Shin Yushu's wrinkled face slowly relaxed, turning into gratification. As expected of my Shin Yushu's son. Good. Chapter 128. Since you have such intentions, I will do my best to fulfill your wish. Shin Yushu took out his phone and quickly dialed a number. Hello, Boss Meng? I am Shin Yushu. Boss Shin, I did not expect you to call me. No wonder my 8th brother has been barking non-stop today. It turns out that you have an important guest. I am not an important guest. I have something to ask of Boss Meng. I am really at my wit's end now. What is it that even Boss Shin can't do? Just based on your call today, as long as I can do it, I will definitely do it. Shin Yushu laughed and said, then I will thank you in advance. It's like this. There is a small accident with my child at home. He is injured. His bones were shattered by someone. You also know that I bought the recovery pod earlier. When I bought it, it could only contain mid-grade elixir of astral souls. However, a mid-grade recovery pod is not enough for that little brat to fully recover in one night. But this little brat insisted on going out to train tomorrow. My head hurts. Isn't that why I thought of the omnipotent Brother Meng? If I remember correctly, Brother Meng, you have ordered 2 high-grade elixir of astral souls recovery pods, right? Brother Shin, you have a good memory. I do have 2, but they are with my daughter. The other side pondered for a while and said, since Brother Shin has asked, there is no problem. I will send someone to pick up your son later. Shin Yushu laughed and said, how would I dare to trouble Brother Meng? I will send him over. Cough cough, there are a total of 6 brats here and their legs were all broken. Brother Meng, I am afraid you will have to pay a huge price this time. The other side laughed and said, no matter how much I pay, it is still not as big as you, old Shen. Don't worry, just do it. Good, I know old Meng is generous. Don't worry, I will pay you twice the cost of the recovery pods. Old Shen, you are slapping me in the face. This is about our child and you still want to talk about money? Don't give me that, it is boring. If you really want to thank me, drink with me tonight. Let us brothers have a good chat, it is better than nothing. If you keep talking about money, I won't do it. Alright. It was a slip of the tongue. Please don't blame me, Brother Meng. Tonight it's my treat. Let's toast to Brother Meng. How can 1 cup be enough? At least 5, 6, 7 or 8 bottles, ha. Ah. It's a deal. He put down the phone. Qin Yushu's expression was somewhat contented. Done. Let's go to Meng Group's Xinyu building immediately. The other children's faces were filled with admiration. Uncle Shin is so awesome. Even the richest man in Phoenix City is so polite to Uncle Shin. Everything was settled with just a few words. Qin Yushu laughed heartily, pleased with himself. Shin Tianan's face was filled with pride. This is my father's power. My dad can call the wind and summon the rain in Phoenix City. There's nothing he can't do. The motorcade roared away. The next morning, Zhou Xiaoduo got up and rushed to the faucet. After a while, he shook his head and the water droplets scattered like a puppy coming out of the water. He brushed his teeth and spat out a mouthful of white foam. He looked at his face in the mirror. He couldn't help but exclaim, "So handsome." Then he wiped his face and walked out. "Mom, is the food ready?" "It's in the pot." Wu Yuding came out of the kitchen and put down 2 metal basins on the table with a clang. The 2 metal basins were only slightly smaller than the wash basin. Zhou Xiaoduo stared in shock. "In the future you can use this basin to eat and the other basin to drink soup." Zhou Xiaoduo was flabbergasted. "Mom. This. Isn't this a dog basin?" "Bullshit." Wu Yuding was furious. "This is the legendary bowl of porridge that the giants used for breakfast. I had to look for it for a long time before I found it." Zhou Xiaoduo was speechless. He secretly took out the 99 Astral Souls phone to check. He was finally relieved. Yes, the Real Dog basin was indeed smaller than this. Relieved, he picked up the basin and went to the pot. He took a big spoon and dug hard. At least 4 or 5 caddies of rice went into the basin. It was only half a basin. He dug another 4 big spoonfuls and the top of the basin bulged. Duang. He put it on the table. He put the other basin on the ground and picked up the other pot. He poured out half a basin of soup. Then he put a few plates of salted vegetables on the table. After thinking for a while, he took a tray of steamed buns and put them aside. Then he took out a can of chili oil and poured it into the rice basin. Then he picked up a big ladle. He held the rice basin in one hand and the ladle in the other and raised his head. Duang 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 duang. He drank almost half of the soup in one breath. Then he picked up the other basin and raised his head again. Duang 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 duang. Then he poured the remaining half of the soup into the remaining half of the rice basin and stirred again. He picked up the rice basin with both hands and raised his head. Duang 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 duang. Zhu Zhanglu rolled his eyes weakly as he looked at the good-for-nothing that he had brought up. How could this be considered a meal? Even drinking beer isn't so generous. After finishing the rice and soup, Zhou Xiaoduo didn't give up. He grabbed a steamed bun and pinched it. The originally soft and big steamed bun was pinched to the size of a plum. He threw it into his mouth and chewed it twice. He stretched his neck and swallowed it. He had already pinched 2 more steamed buns and threw them into his mouth. He swallowed the salted vegetables with his chopsticks and ate a dozen steamed buns in succession. Finally, he rubbed his belly in satisfaction. He murmured, "This feels good. Don't mention it." He picked up a cucumber and threw it into his mouth. Crunching sounds kept coming out. He picked up the concealed weapon bag and the 350 caddy broadsword that Zhou Xiaoyan had prepared for him last night. Duang. He slung it over his shoulder. "I'm leaving. I'm going to train outside the city today. I might not come back for dinner tonight." He pushed the door open and walked out. He heard heavy footsteps on the stairs. It was as if a bear had rushed down the stairs. The door slammed shut. Wu Yuding stared blankly at the door for a while. Finally, she turned her head. He found that Zhu Zhanglu was staring blankly at the messy table. Oh, it was an exaggeration to say that it was messy. All the bowls and plates were clean. Even the skin of the steamed buns stuck to the steamer had been eaten by Zhou Xiaoduo. It really couldn't be called a mess. These 2 basins. I wanted to raise a tiger mastiff in the past. I got these 2 basins, right? You wouldn't let me raise a tiger mastiff in the past. Now I'm using these 2 basins. What basins? Don't you know how to talk? These are Xiaoduo's rice basins. Wu Yuding rolled her eyes. You want to eat 40 bowls with a small bowl? Aren't you tired? These basins are so good. Ahem. Okay. If we eat this meal outside. Zhou Changlu sighed and murmured, 100 yuan isn't enough. 100 yuan. Wu Yuding rolled her eyes. You're actually calculating money at this time. You're really Zhou Xiaoduo's father. Money is also very important. Xiao Zhu is now at this stage. We can't help him much. What's left is logistics. Money is both the starting point and the end point. Wu Yuding sighed and said slowly, logistics also has its own problems. Now that we're at the stage of the mission, it means the most frightening stage has arrived. Zhuo Changlu said, actually, compared to us at this time, he's still much more relaxed. Back then we went out for training. More than 300 people went out, but only 7 of us came back. Wu Yuding said angrily, what nonsense are you talking about? Times have changed. How can the situation be the same? If you tell me about the high mortality rate again, I'll live separately from you. Do you think I won't dare to do that? Well, let's talk about serious business now. It's about the blacksmith shop. Zhuo Changlu immediately sat up straight. Wu Taijiang will arrive tomorrow. Blacksmith shop? Can't you just vacate one of the rooms next to your shop? Wu Yuding said matter-of-factly, the owners of the other shops have been wanting to sell for a long time. As long as you give a reasonable price, it'll be fine. How can I have money? Zhuo Changlu smiled bitterly. Why do you think I was talking about money just now? Xiao Nian just gave me 600,000 yuan. Wu Yuding snorted and said, is that enough? 600,000 yuan? Zhuo Changlu was furious. This girl went to do a mission again? What kind of mission could give such a good reward? This time she was helping Master Mu catch a fugitive. That night Xiao Duo happened to be there. Xiao Duo took 2 space rings. Wu Yuding said, this is from the 2 space rings. Zhuo Changlu relaxed and smiled. So it's robbing the rich to help the poor. Now that I have 600,000 yuan, of course it's more than enough. Why don't we go back to sleep? Zhuo Changlu's eyes began to sway. Anyway, he was not serious. Nian is still at home. Wu Yuding pulled. She left a long time ago. When Xiao Duo went out, Nian was already following him. Come. This is such a beautiful spring scenery. So Xiao Duo carried his big saber and came to the meeting place valiantly. In the west, behind him was the mountain river building. On top of it, the mountain river map was dozens of meters high. It was the map of the entire Yanwu Empire. When it was pulled down from the top, it was directly opposite the rising sun. Purple chi gushed out from the east. Wanli Xiu and the others were already waiting under the big sign. There were a few martial artists beside her, looking troubled. Wanli Xiu lost her temper. How many times do I have to say it? You are not allowed to follow me. We are going to train now. Don't you understand the meaning of training? Other people's families did not send anyone. What are you doing following me? Then she took out her phone and made a call. Dad, ask Uncle Yang and the others to retreat. This is not a matter of discomfort. This is too embarrassing, do you know? Everyone is going out alone. Why do I have to be like a princess and have a bunch of bodyguards following me? Do you still want me to live? I don't care. Just ask them to go back. Otherwise, I will run away from home. Wanli Xiu stomped her feet, twisted her waist, acted coquettishly and raged. Long Yuxing stared blankly at the side. Chapter 129. In the end, the person on the other side of the phone seemed to have compromised. The other warriors' phones rang and they all retreated. Only then did they see Xiao Duo standing in the distance. He was carrying a big sword and posing as if he was going to take the head of a general in front of thousands of soldiers and horses. The few of them cheered and rushed over. Zui, your axe is really beautiful, Wanli Xiu said. Yes, this axe is really impressive, Long Yuxing said. Boss, you're using an axe as a weapon. Are you planning to imitate the legendary Pangu axe? Li Chenglong said. The axe is really big, Li Zhangming said. Big axe, Yu Moyan said. Zhuo Xiaoduo's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Look at it carefully. Is this an axe? He was in a bad mood when he posed so fiercely just now, but only someone saw it. He was getting more and more angry as he spoke. He took the big sword off his shoulder and put it on the ground. He held the hilt and breathed heavily. This is an axe? The 5 of them shouted as if they had discovered a new continent. If it's not an axe, is it a sword? What do you mean? It's a sword. It's just that the back of the sword is thicker, the blade is shorter, and the hilt is longer. How is it not a sword? Zhuo Xiaoduo felt more and more annoyed as he spoke. There was a big difference between a sword and an axe. Was it so hard to tell? Moreover, Nian Mao said that it was a sword. Ignorant. I've never seen a sword with a back as thick as 2 palms. The 5 of them were confused. Was this really a sword? No matter what, everyone had finally gathered. Let's go, Zhuo ordered. He carried the big sword and took the lead, heading north. The moment they left the city, Zhou Xiaoduo looked at the time. It was exactly 5:59. Yes, Geely. It was the supreme number if reversed. After the group left the city, they quickly increased their movement speed and ran along the main road for 50 kilometers in one breath. Then they turned into a small path. After walking for less than 10 kilometers, they had completely entered the primitive wasteland. As far as the eye could see, all he could see were towering trees of all shapes and sizes. Even the ordinary grass was as tall as several people and abnormally strong. After walking forward for a while, they arrived at the edge of the barrier. Zhou Xiaoduo took out the jade talisman issued by the school and slowly placed it on the transparent barrier. Immediately, he felt a very slight vibration, and an opening that only allowed one person to pass through quietly appeared in front of the barrier. Li Zhongming first. Long Yuxing Wanli Xiu Li Chenglong Yu Moyan, quick, get out. Zhou Xiaoduo was the last to go out and immediately put away the jade talisman. The barrier behind him was slowly returning to its original state. This was the barrier protecting the entire Phoenix City. With the existence of this barrier, the meteor would not be able to smash into Phoenix City. It could only slide down into the wilderness after its remaining energy was exhausted. When the six of them went out, what they saw was a miserable scene. In front of them, there were wild grass that was as tall as several people. There were also many trees that had been smashed by the meteor. Everything was crooked and slanted. Most of the trees had roots that were as thick as several people, but the branches and crowns had long been smashed into a mess. As far as the eye could see, there was not a single complete tree. The desolation and misery here had obviously greatly exceeded the basic understanding of Zhou Xiaoduo and the others. I really should let the people in the city come out and see what would happen to Phoenix City if there were no strong people protecting it. Li Chenglong let out a long sigh. It's just a distance of less than 100 kilometers. The city is full of singing and dancing, but outside the city, it's a scene of the end of the world. You're doing it again. Wanli Xiu was dissatisfied. Martial artists go through fire and water to cultivate, isn't it to protect the singing and dancing inside? As for the extravagance, it's just an inevitable product of the development of society. This is an unavoidable situation in any dynasty. If you get angry because of this, Wanli Xiu said seriously, Li Chenglong, you'll only anger yourself to death. Zhou Xiaoduo chuckled and said, Wanli Xiu is right. Swollen. This problem can't be solved even if you become the king of the world in the future. Let alone the present you. Li Chenglong said in a muffled voice, I know, but I can't help but feel stuffy. Then he suddenly became anxious. Don't call me swollen. All right, swollen, the five people replied in unison. Li Chenglong grimaced in pain. He wanted to bite someone very much. However, he didn't dare to do so in front of these five people. For the first time, the six of them had only advanced 100 meters in the underbrush when Zhou Xiaoduo, who was at the front, had already caught 15 to 16 poisonous snakes. The number of poisonous snakes in this wasteland, especially in the underbrush, was simply astonishing. Is there any recycling value for these snakes? Zhou Xiaoduo caught a poisonous snake. Then, he looked at its ferocious triangular head and said, Can it be exchanged for contribution points? Zhou Xiaoduo didn't remember anything about medicinal herbs, spirit herbs, ominous beasts, star beasts and so on. Would Zhou need to use his brain when Li Chenglong was here? Wouldn't that make Li Chenglong useless? There is. Li Chenglong's huge reserve of knowledge and his photographic memory played a big role in this situation. The venom of poisonous snakes can be refined and recycled. The venom of 10,000 snakes can be exchanged for one contribution point after the successful refinement. Well, the premise is that these snakes must be the same kind. Zhou, you have no less than 5 or 6 kinds of snakes in your hands. You need to deal with them separately if you want to collect them. Fuck. Refining 10,000 snakes of the same kind can only be exchanged for one contribution point? Are you kidding me? Throw. Although Zhou had always believed that mosquito legs are also meat, he didn't want all mosquito legs. Not far away, the underbrush shook and a few people came out. You guys are here too. Unexpectedly, they bumped into Zhao Zhongjun and his team from the same class. You guys are so early, Long Yuxing called out. We just got here. Let's go. Zhao Zhongjun waved his hand and said, your axe is not bad. It's mighty and domineering. Zhou Xiaoduo. This is a fucking saber. A saber. After moving forward for another 400 or 500 meters, they met another half-acquaintance. It was Bai Bingbing. Yo Zui, your axe is not bad. It's very impressive. Zui Xiaoduo didn't have the strength to complain. Were these people all blind? Long Yuxing and the others remembered Zui Xiaoduo's vow that this was a saber. This was a saber that they couldn't help but laugh until their bodies twitched. On the other side. Zhao Zhangjuan's team. Boss, where are we going later? Have you read the notes Zui Xiaoduo gave us yesterday? What's the specific direction? Zhao Zhangjun said, I haven't read it yet but I plan to. We'll start turning now. We won't go forward anymore. We'll go northwest and read the note after we enter. If Zui Xiaoduo can even calculate this, then he's really capable. We'll have to ask him for help in the future. However, if he's not accurate, then we'll definitely ask him for 500 star dollars. Ha 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 ha. The 6 of them went northwest. Although they didn't gain much along the way, they didn't encounter any major obstacles. When it was time to rest, Zhao Zhangjun gathered the other 5 people. Come, let's read Master Zui's note and see if it's accurate or not. Then he took out the note and twisted it open. The 6 of them looked at it at the same time. The moment they looked at it, the 6 of them widened their eyes. Halfway north, turn to the northwest. Small gains safe. The 6 of them looked at each other and couldn't help but gasp. This awesome, really awesome. On the other side. Bai Bingbing and the others were also resting. I'm so tired, so tired. Let's take a rest. The 6 girls chose a clean place and sat in a circle. Hey Bingbing, we've changed direction a few times. Didn't Zui Xiaoduo say that he can't give us a refund? Let's take a look. To be honest, I don't believe that he has such a remarkable ability. Bai Bingbing snorted and said, we're all classmates. Why are you so serious? You can't really ask him for a refund. Ha ha ha. The girls laughed. Of course we can't ask Bingbing's romantic partner for a refund. We just want to see if he's right. Maybe he's really so resourceful that he hit the nail on the head. Bai Bingbing's face turned red. She snorted and said, you're all so talkative. Nonsense, humph. When she opened the note, 6 little heads stretched out. One of them said, don't tell me he used this opportunity to write a love letter? Ah fuck. After exclaiming in surprise, the 6 girls fell into a state of shock. The note clearly wrote, halfway through turn west from north. Nothing, turn northwest. Little harvest, not enough. Go north and you'll find something. That's too accurate. One of the girls opened her mouth but couldn't say anything. It's really accurate. This. Didn't we go west first and turn northwest when we didn't find anything? Then, because we still didn't find anything, we turned north again. The 6 girls looked at their current location, which was north of Phoenix City. They only felt that their little heads were numb. There's actually such a magical person in this world. Amazing. He's really resourceful and has the ability to connect with gods. One of the girls suddenly said, Bing Bing, you have to work hard. This Zui Xiaoduo has a lot of potential. You must get him. That's right. You must get him. Not bad, not bad. After yesterday's first contact, you already have a lot of opportunities compared to the other flirtatious bitches. Don't let it go. If you miss it, it'll be gone. Bai Bingbing's face showed a hint of pride. Then she said in distress, he's avoiding me like I'm a snake or a scorpion. Besides, it's only the first day we met. So what if it's the first day? The first day is fate. This is a heaven-sent opportunity. You have to be careful. This kind of potential is not easy to meet. There are so many flirtatious bitches in this school. If you're not careful, this good meat will fall into someone else's mouth. Chapter 130. One of the girls squinted her eyes and giggled. Captain, why don't we all go at him together? No matter who he chooses in the end, won't he be one of us? Bai Bingbing suddenly became alert. She looked at this girl and asked suspiciously, you like him too, right? Yanzi? Yanzi giggled. I think this guy is not bad. He's a good piece of meat. Humph. Bitch humph. You're the same bitch humph. The boat of friendship capsized just like that. Another girl rolled her eyes and said, I think you're all talking nonsense. From what I see, this Zui Xiaoduo is obviously not enlightened. He needs someone to enlighten him. Otherwise he won't know how good women are. Well, he can't just focus on women, he has to be wary of men. Nowadays, many handsome guys like handsome guys. Fuck, so you're not only a dirty old woman, but also a rotten one. The girls laughed and joked for a while, and then their faces became worried. Indeed, this guy really looked like he was not enlightened. But how could they enlighten him? Bai Bingbing's heart was full of vigilance.
especially when she saw this group of plastic sisters. They were all thinking of enlightening Wuxiao Duo. This group of shameless sluts, they're already thinking of snatching him from me. They said they wouldn't snatch him from me. No, I have to quickly think of a way to come up with a feasible plan. The other teams that were resting at their own resting places also took out Wuxiao's comments. After verifying with each other, they also exclaimed in surprise. Fuck, so accurate. No, this is godly. That guy is not a quack, he's a god. Shut up, if you dare to say Master Zhua is a quack again, believe it or not, I'll cut you. Well, Captain, what are you thinking about? Why are you in a daze? I'm thinking. This 50 gold coins is too worth it. Too cheap. Should I strike up a good relationship with Master Zhua before he becomes famous? Then I can apply for an annual membership or a lifetime membership. If I apply for it now, it shouldn't cost too much. However, it's hard to say what will happen in the future. Oh, Captain has become Xiao Duo. I'm impressed. Fuck, let me ask each and every one of you. Do you want to apply for an annual membership and a lifetime membership? Yes, of course. I miss it so much. I want to die. You want to go for VIP? Look at the authentic version. After resting for a while, Wuxiao's team resumed their journey with laughter. In an instant, rumbling sounds could be heard. Wuxiao Duo reacted quickly and pulled Wanli Xiao and the others to the side. Rumble. After a long while, the earth was still trembling. As far as the eye could see, a meteor shower was falling. One of the meteors, the size of a human head, smashed into the spot where Wanli Xiao had been standing, creating a hole that was dozens of meters deep. Meteor showers continued to fall around the area like hailstones, incessant and endless. Wanli Xiao's face turned pale and her heart was filled with horror. If Wuxiao Duo hadn't pulled him back in time, he would have been smashed into a pile of minced meat if he hadn't been hit by the meteorite in time. It was really not safe. Li Chenglong covered his head, and his facial features were a little distorted. Wanli Xiao was in no danger, but Li Chenglong wasn't so lucky. One of the meteors hit a broken tree and rebounded. Coincidentally, it hit Li Chenglong's head. Although the rebounding force had weakened and wasn't enough to break his head, he could still feel the pain. Is everyone okay? Pay attention to these newly fallen meteors. Wuxiao Duo shouted. Be careful not to hit your head. Although these meteorites didn't pose much of a threat to a martial master, if the meteorites were larger than a fist, they would still be injured if they were hit by them. The few of them worked together and dug out the meteors that had fallen. It's useless. Wuxiao's family ran an astral soul shop, so his eyesight was naturally better than the others. However, he was disheartened after just a glance. The one that almost smashed Long Yuxing into a bachelor is the only thing worth mentioning. But at most, there's a low-grade astral soul's jade inside. Keep it. Whoever wants it can have it, but I don't want it. Long Yuxing threw it aside and muttered, What do you mean by smashed into a bachelor? Let's go inside. It's hard to find good things in this area. Li Chenglong instructed. He was the expert in this area. Okay. The 6 of them moved at full speed and ran forward. It didn't take long for them to run more than 50 miles. The further they went, the more desolate the environment became. There were potholes everywhere on the ground, and there were many traces of digging in the potholes. Especially the big potholes, they were basically dug 3 feet deep and were empty. How can this group of people loot so clean? Don't they know how to benefit the latecomers? How unethical. Wuxiao Duo said angrily, Go further inside. Don't stop along the way. Qin Fangyang was wandering in the sky, watching Wuxiao's team go deeper into the forest like a sharp arrow. We're 70 kilometers away from Phoenix City. If we calculate the radius of 200 kilometers, this is considered an extremely safe distance. Qin Fangyang was very relieved. Wuxiao's team had an advantage that other teams didn't have. The allocation of members could be said to be well-rounded and there were few omissions. Wuxiao's cultivation had reached the peak of martial master. As the core leader, he could be said to be the stabilizing force. This was already a big advantage. As for Li Chenglong as the strategist, it was even rarer. Basically, there was nothing that Li Chenglong didn't know. With him around, it was like carrying an encyclopedia with you. Li Zhongming and Yu Moyan seemed to be taciturn, but in fact they were first-class figures in the vanguard. No matter what happened, there was no dispute at all. They only needed to wave their hands and say, Go! The 2 of them directly rushed forward. As for Long Yuxing, he was the type who had an exceptionally good view of the big picture. He was born with a keen sense of coordination. However, compared to Zuo, he was more of a defensive talent. As for the last person, Wan Lixio, she looked like a careless girl, but deep down she was meticulous and meticulous. She was very meticulous and controlled all the details. Such a team was only at the embryonic stage, but it was already the ideal allocation for all adventure teams. This team's allocation is really good. Another teacher who came with him to guard the team smiled. It is indeed good. Basically, it has all the elements to prepare for war. Yes, especially Zuo, who is the core leader. This guy looks like an offensive leader, but the caution and carefulness he showed during the journey is really extraordinary. If he can continue to be like this, it will be a great blessing for this team. Another teacher praised. After hearing this praise, black lines appeared on Qin Fangyang's forehead. He wanted to say it, but he was too embarrassed to say it. Caution and carefulness? Zuo was afraid of death. However, he could definitely maintain this state. As for whether it was a blessing or not, it was a little too early to say. Everyone rushed all the way into the wasteland in a spurt of energy. They didn't stop and continued to advance. There are already some traces of star beasts here. Li Chenglong stopped to study a pile of feces. This feces is still very fresh. There are a lot of sour grass seeds and a lot of wild fruit seeds in it. It should be left behind by the single-horned deer. The single-horned deer's attack power is not high, and its overall combat power is relatively low. It can easily poop here, which is enough to prove that there are no dangerous star beasts in the nearby area. Wan Lixio covered her nose and looked at Li Chenglong poking the feces. She looked disgusted and wanted to vomit, but she couldn't stop herself from looking. Aren't you disgusting? You even have to study this. Li Chenglong replied while poking the feces. Disgusting? This is disgusting. This is a clue, you know. There are many things that humans can't find, but some star beasts can. Star beasts often leave a lot of valuable information in their feces. Then what valuable information did you find? This pile only has what I found just now. There is no more. Fuck. Long Yuxing cursed. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and keep up. Along the way, Li Chenglong had maximized the benefits of his encyclopedic knowledge, except for the fact that it was a little disgusting. This guy seemed to be very passionate about studying star beast feces. Along the way he had studied 17 to 18 piles. Zwa. Li Chenglong squatted in front of a pile of feces and shouted. What's the matter? What did you find? Zuo covered his nose and came over. Let's not go forward first. I think there should be something good around here. Li Chenglong spoke, but his hands didn't stop moving. As he poked the feces, a foul stench rose into the air. Damn, can you just tell me what you found? In this pile of feces, there are many three-eared rabbit bones and some venomous snake remains. I can confirm that this venomous snake is a black-boned snake. The black-boned snake is extremely venomous. However, this excreting star beast obviously doesn't care about its venom. Look at this black-boned snake's head and venomous fangs. There is even a strand of hair on it. It should have been bitten by the black-boned snake. Obviously, this star beast isn't afraid of the black-boned snake's venom and still ate it. And it ate many black-boned snakes. Li Chenglong continued. From the shape of the feces, the dryness, and the outer layer of white crystals, I can confirm that this is a three-legged python. Look at the clear tracks here. Even though the meteorites are constantly falling, the footprints can still be seen. This proves that it hasn't been here for long. Zuo sighed deeply. Swollen, I completely believe your conclusion. There is no need to analyze the process. It is still so smelly, how could it have been here for a long time? Li Chenglong replied seriously. That's not what I meant. Smelly or not cannot be used as a basis of time. There are black-boned snakes and three-eared rabbits in the feces. This means that there must be astral soul's intermittent grass around here. You must know that every year when the black-boned snake molts, it needs the astral soul's intermittent grass to lessen the pain of molting. Although the three-eared rabbit moves extremely quickly, its bones are weak and easily broken. Similarly, it needs the astral soul's intermittent grass to heal. Still writing, let's first ask for tickets and subscriptions. Chapter 131. Intermittent Grass of Astral Souls? Is that worth anything? Intermittent Grass of Astral Souls. If it were an ordinary 10-year-old plant, it would require 10 stalks of astral souls to exchange for 1 contribution point. However, 10-year-old intermittent grass of astral souls isn't enough for the black-boned snakes.
What they need is at least 50-year-old. As for 50-year-old intermittent grass of astral souls, each stalk is worth 10 contribution points. There's a high chance that there's a group of black-bone snakes nearby. Based on my judgment, this group of black-bone snakes are at least 20 years old. In other words, there's definitely intermittent grass of astral souls nearby. Furthermore, there's plenty of them. Intermittent grass of astral souls is extremely small in size. It's usually mixed in with other weeds and is very difficult to find. Li Chenglong stood up and continued, but we've already confirmed that it's in this area. Just by digging up the weeds we'll be able to find something. At this moment, his eyes lit up and his voice trembled. So, there's obviously a natural predator like the three-legged python nearby. Yet, the black-boned snakes and three-eared rabbit would rather risk being eaten by the three-legged python in order to stay here. That's enough to explain the problem and confirm the situation. After hearing Li Chenglong's words, Zhou Xiaoduo and the rest were all excited. How big is the area you've estimated? Zhou Xiaoduo asked. It should be. Li Chenglong replied, it shouldn't exceed 2 kilometers. As for where the weeds are the thickest, we'll just dig it out. Once we've dug it out, you don't have to identify it. I'll just search for it bit by bit. Alright. Let's do that. Zhou Xiaoduo ordered, dig up the roots. Li Zhongming and Yu Moyan didn't say a word. They immediately took action. The two of them stood side by side and quickly assembled 2 large shovels. With a hiss sound, they lifted more than 10 square meters of grass into the air. With a shake of their hands, the soil was shaken clean, leaving only the white and tender grass roots sticking upwards. Zhou Xiaoduo, Wan Lixio and the rest followed suit. Along the way they dug up the surrounding grass like a yellow dragon. In the air, Qin Fangyang, who had been paying attention to this side, sighed, "Do you see that? This is the effect that Li Chenglong can display in a group. Even if you look at the entire continent, there are very few who can replicate this effect." Amazing. The teacher by the side sighed in admiration. A martial artist's cultivation relies on talent, hard work, and the support of their family. These are already common knowledge. Relying on knowledge outside of cultivation. Although many people think it's feasible, how many people can actually put it into action? How many of them will study the excrement of star beast? Another teacher sighed, this isn't just a matter of studying 1 or 2 piles of excrement. You have to know the habits of every star beast, be familiar with every food chain, and then be familiar with all their habits. You also have to know what each star beast likes to eat, what it can eat, what kind of environment it likes, what kind of heaven and earth treasures it needs, what it looks like before it's eaten, and what it looks like after it's excreted. Finally, you have to summarize everything. This isn't something that can be explained by the gift of eidetic memory. Other people, even if they know how to study excrement, may not be able to think of so much. But this Li Chenglong, using the traces in the excrement as a clue, actually deduced that there's an old intermittent grass of astral souls nearby. He's a fucking genius. Other people risked their lives and fought until their heads bled. It's already worth it to be able to get 8 or 10 contribution points after one experience. But these guys. With Li Chenglong's guidance, they can get a lot of points just by digging up the grass. This can only be said to be fate and luck. Qin Fangyang faintly said, Li Chenglong's cultivation was shallow before, and it's not like everyone didn't know that he was knowledgeable. Perhaps there were only a few people who really thought highly of him, but Zhou Xiaoduo has always treated him as a friend. This can be said to be where Zhou Xiaoduo's personal charm lies. That's true. That teacher was very much in agreement. That's right. If Li Chenglong were in another team he might not be so dedicated. But in Zhou Xiaoduo's team he can do his best. This can be said to be congenial. It's not congenial. Qin Fangyang said faintly, we're brothers. That teacher was stunned, then nodded deeply. That's right, we're brothers. While Qin Fangyang and the others were talking, the people below had already found something. Swollen, there are some light purple grasses in the grass roots here. They're segmented. Is that the intermittent grass? Zhou Xiaoduo shouted. Don't move. Li Chenglong shouted nervously. Let me do it. Whoosh. Li Chenglong almost rolled and crawled all the way over. You guys come over and see the real thing. Li Chenglong squatted in front of a pile of overturned grass roots. That's right. This is the intermittent grass of astral souls and it's very old. The leaves of this intermittent grass are very small, and they grow together with ordinary grass roots. If it's not light purple, they're no different from weeds. As for the segmented shape of the grass roots, it's also very particular. The intermittent grass grows a segment every 3 years. In terms of appearance, it's broken and renewed every 3 years. That's how the intermittent grass got its name. This is 1 segment, 2 segments. Li Chenglong gasped. Xiao Duo found this batch of intermittent grass. Each of them has more than 15 segments, and many of them have more than 20 segments. That means they're 60-year-old intermittent grass. Oh my god. Don't move, don't move. Older intermittent grass needs to be separated with a jade shovel, and then immediately put into the jade box of astral souls. I have the jade box of astral souls on my back. Don't move it. Don't move those with 3 or 4 segments. Just leave them here. They'll naturally drill into the soil again. But those with more than 10 segments, I'll put them all away. These are 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm rich, ha ha ha. Li Chenglong laughed devilishly. 9. There are 9 older intermittent grass in this patch. Continue to search quickly, quickly. Li Chenglong quickly put away the 9 intermittent grass of astral souls. Then he began to finish the work. He checked all the grass one by one. After checking, he immediately put them back, no matter if they were still there or not. On the other side, Yu Moyan shouted, "There's one here too." Then Long Yuxing shouted, "There's one here too." Wan Lixio said excitedly, "I have one too, I have one too." Zhou Xiaoduo and the others turned around in surprise. They all gave Long Yuxing a thumbs up. "Brother, you've got guts." Wan Lixio was stunned for a moment. Then she understood immediately. Her face turned red. Other than Li Chenglong, she started to chase after the others. A bunch of stinky hooligans, uncivilized scum. Long Yuxing grinned wretchedly. "I haven't even started yet." Bang. Long Yuxing was kicked away by Wan Lixio. The 6 of them pushed forward like a bulldozer. From time to time they would shout in surprise. Of course, along with the huge harvest came trouble. The black-boned snakes nearby had been alerted by their repeated actions. They immediately attacked this group of intruders. However, the black-boned snakes were only beginner-level astral beasts. Although they had venomous fangs with Zhou Xiaoduo and the other skills, as long as they were careful, they wouldn't have a hard time. Don't kill them. Li Chenglong continued to cook the intermittent grass of astral souls as he shouted, "The black-boned snake's feces are the best fertilizer for the intermittent grass of astral souls. With the black-boned snakes here, the intermittent grass of astral souls will grow very quickly. With enough nutrients, it can even grow by 1 section per year." The 6 of them who were about to start a massacre suddenly changed their battle strategy. In a moment, the black-boned snakes were tossed high into the air and thrown far away. Until the end, Zhou Xiaoduo pinched a black-boned snake that was as thick as a water bucket. He looked left and right. Is this the king of snakes? Why is it so big? This black-boned snake, which was as thick as a water bucket and over 30 feet long, was pinched by Zhou Xiaoduo at its weakest point. Other than its body convulsing, it could not move at all. Its originally sinister and cold eyes were now filled with fear. Let's release this black-boned snake. Although it can be exchanged for over 10 contribution points, if we take it away, the black-boned snakes here will have no one to rely on. I'm afraid they will be wiped out. Li Chenglong said, "This is the king of snakes. Let it go." All right. Zhou Xiaoduo released the black-boned snake king. This black-boned snake king was obviously scared out of its wits. For a moment it didn't run away. Instead, it curled up on the ground. "Damn it, don't tell me you still want a gift? It's not like we're here to visit relatives." Zhou Xiaoduo had no choice but to throw an elixir pill into the snake's mouth. The black-boned snake king swallowed the pill and nodded at Zhou Xiaoduo. Then it slithered away. The teachers in the sky exchanged glances with each other. Their eyes were filled with astonishment and amazement. One of the teachers commented, "They are indeed a unique group. To think that they would let go of the dark-boned snake king that they had obtained. That plaything is worth at least 15 contribution points. That's equivalent to the entire earnings of some small teams in a single mission." Another teacher said, "I know that Li Chenglong's idea of letting go of the black-boned snake king is to maintain the ecological balance of this region. This is to prevent the black-boned snakes from losing their support and causing them to be wiped out. But the star beasts in the outside world have their own ways of survival. The ecosystem of this region is extremely fragile and could collapse at any moment. Is there really a need to do this?" The first teacher said, "That's not what I'm surprised about. What I'm surprised about is that Zhou Xiaoduo actually accepted Li Chenglong's suggestion. He's the true decision-maker of their team. This." Qin Fangyang sighed softly, "Perhaps this is the way their team interacts. Between them it's more about trust.
Since Li Chenglong said it, Zhou Xiaoduo believed it and accepted it. It has nothing to do with anything else. Our harvest this time is pretty good. Li Chenglong counted and smiled from ear to ear. He said, our total harvest this time is 1 century-old intermittent grass of astral souls, 760 to 80-year-old intermittent grass of astral souls, 1950-year-old intermittent grass of astral souls, and 30 to 50-year-old intermittent grass of astral souls. We're rich, we're really rich. The contribution points this time are at least over 1,000. Li Zhangming's eyes darted around and he suddenly asked, Zhua, how are we going to split the contribution points this time? The moment he asked this question, the 6 youths fell silent. Above, Qin Fangyang's body stiffened. He stared at them for a long time. The most crucial moment had arrived. Writing too slowly. I started at 8 in the morning and I haven't stopped since then. That's all. I can't write anymore at night. My head is going to explode. Exploding at 5 o'clock p.m. Begging for a few monthly votes, a few subscriptions, a few recommendation tickets. Brothers and sisters, please support me. Thank you. Chapter 132. Distribution of benefits. This was the most important issue. It was unknown how many teams had broken up and parted ways because of the distribution of benefits. Below, Zhou Xiaoduo looked surprised. Split? Why should we split? Everyone? Zhou Xiaoduo glared at them. Teams come out. All the rewards will be converted into contribution points. What's there to discuss? Do you want to eat more and take more? Long Yuxing, Wan Lixio and the others, This was different from what they had imagined. Which team leader didn't take more? Otherwise, why would he be the team leader? What? Did it become us who wanted to eat more and take more when it came to us? We're not the team leaders. Even Li Chenglong stared at Zhou Xiaoduo with wide eyes. Zhou, you have to think carefully. This isn't something that can be done overnight, and it's not just 1 or 2 pieces. Captains can take a larger portion of the loot. This is the rule of the continent. In the future we have to do more things, bigger things. A single point could be a sky-high price. You have to think carefully. What do we have to think about? Zhou Xiaoduo was puzzled. So what if it's the rule of the continent? Who can control me, Zhou Xiaoduo? Besides, what's the point of me taking more from you? Isn't it good for me to take more from others? The 5 of them, They were speechless. It settled then. If 1 or 2 people come out, the rewards will be divided among themselves. If one comes out alone, the rewards will belong to the individual. There's no need to hand them over to the team. You don't have to say anything. This is how it is. Come, nod your heads. Li Chenglong, Yu Moyan, and the others looked at each other and could only nod silently. It might not be fair to Li Chenglong if we divide today's rewards equally, but this is a team. This is the basic principle of a team. Maybe other teams have other rules, but here it's the same. In the future, other members may contribute more in other aspects, but all the rewards will still be divided equally. There will be no exceptions. Zhou Xiaoduo said calmly, as long as the 6 of us go on a mission together, it will be like this. I've decided on this point. Who agrees and who disagrees? I agree. Everyone raised their hands in agreement at the same time. There were no objections. All right, I'll only talk about the distribution of benefits this time. Zhou Xiaoduo said coldly, I don't want to emphasize this point too many times. This is just an experience. In the future, everyone may go to the battlefield together. At that time, it won't just be about benefits but about life and death. Li Zhangming chuckled and said, I definitely agree with boss's decision. Li Chenglong was also filled with joy at this moment. There was also an indescribable sense of satisfaction. That's the way it is, it's the best. This was the first time he had used his knowledge to create benefits for the team. Li Chenglong was now bursting with a sense of accomplishment. His round face, which was not fat, was already smiling like a flower. Wan Lixio said worriedly, I'm worried that in the future, there will be people who don't put in effort. Oh, it's nothing. We can afford to drag this out. We're swollen. Zhou Xiaoduo waved his hand and said boldly, Xiao Air, don't worry about this. When you have a baby in the future, during your maternity leave, you won't be short of it. Wan Lixio was speechless. Her pink face turned red. Did I mean that? What? Maternity leave. Zhou Xiaoduo, do you want to die? After all, she was still a virgin. She couldn't help but feel embarrassed at the mention of this. Zhou Xiaoduo looked sad.
Long Yuxing, control your wife. She actually asked boss if he wants to die. Such courage, tsk. I feel a deep sense of worry about your future status in the family. Long Yuxing curled his lips. Zwa, my status in the family has already been decided. On the contrary, I'm very concerned about your status in the family. My status in the family? Zwa Xiaoduo laughed loudly. Do you still need to say it? I'm the proper head of the household. The first page of the household register in the future will definitely be me. Your future sister-in-law Yen. N must be in my household register. Boss is mighty. The crowd roared and then burst into laughter. It would be strange if you weren't the head of the household. Brothers? Zwa Xiaoduo waved his hand. How many contribution points are we aiming for today? 10,000. Let's charge forward with this, boss. Oh. The small team of 6 people once again turned into a sharp arrow that was moving forward. Are you relieved? Seeing Qin Fangyang move to look at the other teams, another teacher teased him. Now I'm completely relieved. Qin Fangyang couldn't hide the amiable smile on his face anymore. First, it ensures fairness. Second, it ensures that there won't be any changes. Third, it ensures that as the core, Zwa Xiaoduo has absolute authority and can check and balance anyone in the team. If this doesn't make me completely relieved, what more can I ask for? To implement the equal distribution to the end and to set the tone from then on, can be said to be the most difficult thing. Another teacher said, in a team there will always be people who contribute more and there will always be people who want to take more, especially the boss. It's the most normal thing to take more. And to implement the equal distribution from beginning to end, even for the team leader, no one will have any objections. Teacher Qin, didn't you always say that Zwa Xiaoduo is stingy? That teacher said strangely, this isn't something a stingy person would do. Qin Fangyang smiled contentedly and said, you haven't known him for long, so you don't know how stingy this child can be. However, no matter how stingy he is, he always has his own bottom line in his heart, and this bottom line is precisely the quality I think most highly of him. Let's go and look at the other teams. Zwa Xiaoduo's team doesn't need to be looked after anymore. Do we really not need to look after them? After all, it's their first time out for training, aren't we afraid of accidents? There won't be any accidents. Do you think Zwa Xiaoduo's self-proclaimed physiognomy skill is just for show? If Zwa Xiaoduo said that there will be no danger, then there will be no danger. From the beginning, I didn't worry that there would be accidents or casualties. I believe that after this training, Zwa Xiaoduo won't need to recommend himself anymore. Countless people will come to him for fortune-telling, and those who come to him are not limited to the students of the second high school, but also you and me. Oh, Teacher Qin, you really think highly of this student of yours. Let's wait and see. Let reality speak for itself. After looking at several teams in a row, he finally saw Zhao Zhangjuan's team. His team was fighting with a star beast, and not far behind the star beast was a red jade spirit ginseng that had already borne fruit. The 6 people in Zhao Zhangjuan's team were very excited. They were shouting and fighting with their lives on the line. Obviously, they wanted to take down the star beast on the opposite side as soon as possible and get the red jade spirit ginseng. Qin Fangyang looked at them silently and sighed softly. 1 training session to get a red jade spirit ginseng. The profit is no less than 50 contribution points. It's indeed a lot. Another teacher sighed. However, they have to pay a bloody battle to get these 50 points. Compared with Zwa Xiaoduo's team, the difference is too big. Qin Fangyang didn't say anything. He watched Zhao Zhangjun and the others kill the star beast before he breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to leave, he heard Zhao Zhangjun, who had just finished the battle, shout to the sky, Teacher Qin, is Teacher Qin here? Qin Fangyang was stunned. Zhao Zhangjun wasn't in danger. He hurriedly floated down. Zhao Zhangjun. Zhao Zhangjun wiped his sweat and ran over. Teacher Qin. What's the matter? You'd better go and see Shintainan and the others. They seem to have gone straight inside. Zhao Zhangjun looked very worried. Who did you say? Shintainan? Qin Fangyang's pupils suddenly contracted. They also came for the training? Yesterday they clearly got double insurance and they still came? These 6 fucking immortals. Yes. Zhao Zhangjun looked at his teacher strangely. This time the whole class was going on the training mission together. How could Shintainan and the others not come? Qin Fangyang hurriedly asked. Hurry up and tell me, which direction did they go? North. Zhao Zhangjun said, our team came early. We came in before 5 o'clock,
but Shin Tainan and the others came even earlier than us. When we came, they were already sweeping the periphery. Then when they saw us coming, they rushed straight inside. And the area we are in now is almost beyond the alert area, but we haven't seen them yet. Zhao Zhangjun looked very worried. Shin Tainan has always been fond of grandiose achievements. He always wants to be in the limelight. This time, the harvest in the periphery obviously can't satisfy his set goal. I think he might have rushed into the deeper area. Qin Fangyang's face suddenly became as ugly as a dead man's. Looking at the dark wasteland in the distance, it was still morning. Dawn had just broken not long ago. At most, it was around 9 o'clock in the morning. It was the best time of the day. The sky was clear and boundless. However, in such good weather, there was a dark and gloomy atmosphere in front of them. Obviously, there were strong star beasts and extremely complicated terrain inside. Inside, even embryonic breathing realm and primordial elixir realm practitioners might not dare to go too deep. Shin Tainan and the others had actually barged into that level of area. At this moment, even with Qin Fangyang's mental strength, he couldn't help but feel his vision go black. Qin Fangyang never thought that for their sake, he didn't hesitate to lower his status and impersonate a robber to beat the 6 of them to a pulp. He even called their parents, but he still couldn't stop them from taking the risk. Just what kind of connections does your family have to be able to recover from such an injury in a single night? However, recovering to a perfect state was equivalent to activating the past to the stage of death. They were so lively even when they were going to die. Their status was so high. This was simply speechless. At this moment, Qin Fangyang didn't think of anything else. What echoed in his heart was what Zuoxiao Duo had said yesterday afternoon. The king of hell is destined to die at midnight. Who can stay until midnight? The danger of life. The ominous central palace, the ominous chi has already entered the heart. The divination gold that he took away in the end was the real stroke of genius. It completely cut off the karma with me and has nothing to do with me anymore. Even if you chase after them now and break the legs of these 6 people to prevent them from going out tomorrow, they will still be walking to their deaths tomorrow. Do you believe me? Thinking of this, Qin Fangyang could only sigh. He was really speechless. He had forcefully intervened and had already broken their legs and suffered comminuted fractures. Today it was still happening. Thinking again about what Zuoxiao Duo had said, Qin Fangyang couldn't help but sigh. It's really, good words can't persuade a damned ghost. Chapter 133. The other teacher was puzzled. Teacher Qin, what are you? Qin Fangyang stood up. There's no time to explain. Come with me quickly. It's a matter of life and death. Do your best. What about here? It's fine here. Zuoxiao Duo said that it's a close call. Qin Fangyang and the other teacher were like 2 sharp arrows, piercing into the thick fog without permission. That a few hours later, Shin Tainan led his team and shot into the thick fog like an arrow. I didn't expect Zhao Zhangjun to be here so early. So what if he's early? He's a coward and only dared to wander around the periphery. What good things can he get? Boss Shin is right. Speaking of which, Boss Shin, your father is really awesome. Yesterday, with just a phone call, he got such a miraculous thing and used it directly. I still feel like I'm dreaming. Me too. It's unbelievable. With such a serious injury, it only took 10 minutes to recover completely. Moreover, his cultivation has improved. It's too miraculous. Especially since Boss's father solved it with just a phone call. I feel like I'm dreaming. Haha, my father's power in Phoenix City is? Let's not talk about it. There's no point in always bragging about my father. But this is really awesome. Speaking of which, Qin Fangyang called my father yesterday and told us not to come out today. Teacher Qin is really good at thinking. He called my family too. And my family too. This teacher Qin Fangyang. I don't know what he's thinking. We rejected Zuoxiao's fortune-telling and were not even allowed to participate in the trial? He even informed our parents? Haha. It can't be, right? You guys are just muddle-headed. Why don't you think about it? Zuoxiao Duo asked for 500 yuan each time. Who would look for him? Qin Fangyang asked for 50 yuan each time. That's a lot. How many times do we come out in a year? 50 yuan each time. 8 teams, 400 yuan. At least 7 or 8 times a month. In a year we'll earn tens of thousands. Qin Fangyang is clearly colluding with Zuoxiao Duo to cheat us of our money. Boss is right. I have the same feeling.
Not allowed to come out for the trial? Ah. Just like what my father said yesterday, a man has to face the wind and rain, an eagle has to fight against the sky, a sapling in a greenhouse can never grow into a big tree. So my father encouraged us to come out. Yes, Uncle Shin is right. Of course, why would my father listen to Qin Fangyang's nonsense? Just because he said so he wouldn't come out? What a joke. Who the hell is Qin Fangyang? Yesterday my dad even said that he wanted to treat Mr. Qin to a meal after this incident. After all, Qin Fangyang is obviously angry this time. No need. Shin Tainan scoffed, as long as you follow me, I will naturally lead you to heaven. As for Qin Fangyang, he's just an unpresentable fellow who cheats students of their money. Why bother with him? Boss is right. Boss is mighty. Death is certain? I don't believe it. Haha, let's see what Qin Fangyang's face looks like when we return with a bountiful harvest. Smack 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 face ha. The 6 of them rushed in. The fog became thicker and thicker. Slowly, it reached a point where they couldn't see each other's faces clearly even if they stood face to face. It was blurry as if they had seen a ghost. Let's do it here. Our feet feel very solid, it's almost untouched. There must be a lot of good stuff here. Everyone hurry up. Shin Tainan said, we can't stay here for long. Let's move quickly. In 2 hours, no matter how much we get, we will leave. Okay. The 6 of them busied themselves. Not long after, cheers rang out. Even the thick fog was diluted. I have one here, it's so big. I have one here too. There's actually a stalk of white jade lingji here. This stone of astral souls is cold to the touch. We're rich, we're rich. The 6 of them made a lot of discoveries. Shin Tainan was sweating profusely as he dug a big hole. In this hole, there was actually a millstone-sized stone of astral souls, and it was emitting spiritual energy. However, it seemed like he couldn't move such a big piece by himself. This piece must be something good. This time he was really rich. Shin Tainan dug out the soil around the stone, wiped his sweat and was about to call for help. At this moment, a hand? It rested on his shoulder and it was actually very heavy. Don't mess around, quickly call for help. This piece is not small. There was no response. Snore snore. Such a sound was heard and a fishy smell followed. Snore snore? Shin Tianan's body stiffened and he slowly turned his head. He saw a huge tiger's head behind him, but this head was almost several times bigger than him. It opened its bloody mouth, revealing a bottomless esophagus, and its tongue swaying. When he turned his head, 2 lantern-sized eyeballs happened to meet his eyes. The beast behind him was obviously a little strange. It tilted its head with interest and actually looked at the little guy under its paws with a somewhat cute look. What is this? Big eyes against small eyes. Shin Tainan immediately stiffened. At this moment his heart really stopped beating. The tiger also seemed to be startled, and its 2 big eyeballs were somewhat frozen. Screams of horror came from all around. Star beast. There's a 3-tailed tiger. In the thick fog, more than 10 huge creatures slowly appeared. 3 tails swayed slowly, swaying here and there, very beautiful. Ah. Shin Tainan screamed from the bottom of his heart, Teacher Qin. Save me. This was definitely the loudest he had ever screamed in his life. This shout seemed to have caused a great shock to the 3-tailed tiger, and its large eyes instantly widened to the size of saucers. With a howl, its bloody mouth fell down with a crack. Qin Fangyang and the other 2 searched for a full 50 kilometers, but they did not find anything. The beasts they saw along the way were already very strong, and had long exceeded the range of what martial masters could deal with. The further they searched, the worse Qin Fangyang's expression became, and it was as gloomy as water. You have students who entered here? Another teacher asked curiously, didn't you say that they are not allowed to enter? Then he realized, of course, or the other student teams would be outside. But this one is disobedient? Qin Fangyang smiled bitterly, it's fine if he is disobedient, but I'm afraid. He is already dead. That can't be right. The other teacher also became worried, and the 2 of them quickened their pace again. After about 10 kilometers, a strong smell of blood suddenly assaulted their nostrils. The 2 of them followed the smell and with a glance their expressions changed greatly. The empty space in front of them was a mess of flesh and blood. 7 to 8 beasts equivalent to human origin core realm cultivators, 3-tailed tigers, were chewing on something. In the mouth of one of the 3-tailed tigers, a human head was spat out. The face could be vaguely seen and it was Shin Tainan. On the bloodied face, there was a trace of residual fear. Bastard. Qin Fangyang was so angry that he exploded on the spot. The two of them drew their swords and stepped forward. The swift and fierce sword light swept out in succession. They killed 7 or 8 three-tailed tigers in less than a quarter of an hour. However, they couldn't find any of Shen Tianan's team members even after searching everywhere. When they cut open the stomach of the three-tailed tiger, they saw that it was full of pieces that had not been digested. Sigh. After a long time, Qin Fangyang let out a long sigh. Other than regret and pain, he was amazed by Zhou Xiaoduo's physiognomy. It's really fate. It's really fucking weird. Old Luo, do you know? Yesterday, I broke all 6 of their legs, and it was all to prevent them from participating in this training. After that, I even called their parents and told them that they could not participate in the training. In the end, they still came and all of them died here. Qin Fangyang's feelings were indescribable. As expected, it's hard to persuade a fucking ghost with kind words. Teacher Luo asked in puzzlement, I don't understand what you are saying. What else do you not understand? Do you still remember what Zhou Xiaoduo said at the school meeting? Did you not take what I said to heart? Of course I remember, but... Teacher Luo suddenly understood. You mean? That's right. Yesterday afternoon, because of the training today, I asked Zhou Xiaoduo to read the physiognomy of each team's leader. The other teams were fine and at most they were scared but not in danger. However, when he saw Shen Tianan's team, Zhou Xiaoduo said that this team would be in danger. But Shen Tainan didn't believe it. Qin Fangyang told him what had happened and said, because Zhou Xiaoduo's physiognomy was always right and he never missed. To prevent any accidents, I deliberately went up and broke their legs while hiding my identity. I also called home and told them not to let them participate in the training, hoping that I could help them escape death. But how could they still come here? Why did they have to come to this place? Teacher Luo was shocked. It's true this. Suddenly he said in shock, this Zhou Xiaoduo, how could he read them so accurately? Qin Fangyang cleaned up the broken bodies of the students and said desolately, Zhou Xiaoduo once told me, Teacher Qin, even if you went up and broke their legs, it wouldn't affect their training. Sure enough. He said with infinite regret, I was wrong and I was wrong. I should have stopped them this morning and broken their legs. Sigh. Teacher Luo was speechless for a while. After a long time he finally said, Teacher Qin, you've already done your best. In terms of injuries, causing a comminuted fracture is already the limit. If you had really done it this morning, you wouldn't have been able to grasp the timing properly. You didn't even realize that they could still participate in the practical training, did you? Exactly. Qin Fangyang could only sigh. It's not a small accident this time, Wang Yao said. Teacher Luo was a little worried. He said, Teacher Qin, even if the school has a waiver and you have done what you should, you can have a clear conscience. But Shen Tianan's father is one of the richest people in Phoenix City. His son suddenly died and he will definitely find trouble with you. Most likely you can't avoid it. Please vote. In the afternoon, the League Master will update. Chapter 134. Qin Fangyang said indifferently, It's nothing. I called Shin Yushu last night and he promised me that he wouldn't let his son go out to train. Now that something has happened, it won't be easy to find me again. As a teacher, I've already done my best and have a clear conscience. Teacher Luo smiled bitterly. The problem now is, will Shin Yushu reason with you after his son died? Qin Fangyang said indifferently, if he doesn't reason with you, I'll try my best to appease him. What if you can't appease him? If I can't appease him? Qin Fangyang looked helpless. Then I really can't do anything. After all, his son died when I was teaching. Teacher Luo saw that his roundabout reminder didn't work, so he went straight to the point. Teacher Qin, Shin Yushu has an underworld background in his early years. I heard that his hands are stained with blood. With the disclaimer and your phone call, he might not do anything to you on the surface, but his actions in the dark. Anyway, you have to be careful. Qin Fangyang was silent for a moment, then said indifferently, underworld background stained with blood. After so many years, I've almost forgotten that I killed a lot of people at the front line of Sun Moon Pass. I think there were more than 17,000 people, about this number. Qin Fangyang sighed softly. Shin Yushu's hands are stained with blood? But I don't know if it's as much as mine? Teacher Luo was completely stunned. This means why don't I understand? On the other side, Zhou Xiaoduo and the others were urging Li Chenglong to work. Swollen, come and look at this pile of shit. Swollen, there's another pile here. It's a bit dry. Swollen. Look at this pile. After the previous experience, everyone's enthusiasm was unprecedentedly high. Even a girl like Wuxia, who was known as a well-bred lady, was actually looking for shit everywhere. It was impossible not to admire this. After discovering the astral soul's intermittent grass, Li Chenglong had only walked 20 kilometers before he found clues in the feces of two types of astral beasts. Then, following the clues, he found an equally rare black blood vine. The main body of the dark blood vine didn't grow above the ground and only lived underground. There were only a few branches above the surface, making it extremely difficult to find. As for the contribution points gained from this wave, a conservative estimate would be more than 500 points. After finding the black blood vine, everyone's luck didn't decrease, and they found 3 more dragon ginsengs in a row. The series of gains made everyone's spirits rise, and their fighting spirit soared. There were many star beasts in this area. Their feces could be seen everywhere. This had also led to a lot of shouting and wrangling. Everyone was calling for Li Chenglong to look at their feces. Li Chenglong looked helpless. Not all feces have clues to follow. Most of them are worthless. There's no need to look at them all. Li Zhangming. This is clearly someone's poop. And you want me to take a look? Blurg. Wuxia bent over and vomited. So was overjoyed. Let's move on. We've earned almost 2,000 contribution points now. Keep it up, brothers. Everyone moved forward for a while, and they were about to reach the edge of the cordon. Zhou Xiaoduo looked at the gray fog in the distance, and a strange color flashed in his eyes. This was the result of the convergence of the aura-gazing technique and the physiognomy technique. With a glance, he could keenly observe that there were countless murderous auras in the gray fog. There were also countless souls wailing. First left, then right. Don't move forward. Zhou Xiaoduo warned his teammates. Almost every few minutes, there would be a meteor shower crashing down from the sky. The entire land was trembling almost at any time. After moving forward for a few dozen meters, Li Chenglong's eyes were quick. Catch that snake with claws. In the grass, between a few stones, there was a snake's tail quickly disappearing. Where are you going? Wuxia was the closest to the snake. She took a big stride forward and grabbed the snake's tail in her hand. She used her strength to pull the snake out. Long Yuxing's eyebrows twitched. He suddenly lost some of his expectations for this life that everyone took a closer look and saw that the snake had a vicious appearance. It actually had 6 claws. Even though it was being held, it was still struggling with all its might. Well, it was more like a strange lizard than a snake. It was just that its body was too slender. Although the snake's tail was caught, its body was still baring its fangs and brandishing its claws in the air. It kept twisting and struggling and even tried to bite Wuxia. Wuxia flicked the finger of her other hand and hit the snake 7 inches. The strange snake immediately became obedient. Li Chenglong's eyes lit up. He said excitedly, "This is a 6-clawed snake, also known as the 6-clawed lizard of the Clear Flute Island. It's useless. This snake isn't a star beast yet. It's just a wild beast. However, if it eats a lot of 9-joint centipedes, it will have a chance to grow a 7th claw. At that time, it can condense a star core and become a star beast. This snake has no value now. It's useless and can't be exchanged for contribution points. However, the value of a 9-segmented centipede is not cheap. It never moves on the ground. As long as it is exposed to sunlight, it will die in a very short period of time. The 9-segmented centipede itself is an extremely rare medicinal ingredient. 1 kilogram of 9-segmented centipede can be exchanged for 200 contribution points. If you find a centipede that has evolved into a 10-segmented centipede, just one of them can be exchanged for 200 contribution points. If a 9-joint centipede wants to evolve to 10-joint centipedes, it needs the help of Yang Star Grass. Yang Star Grass is a legendary special medicinal material that can bring ordinary people back to life. Its value is even higher. Li Chenglong said, "The appearance of Yang Star Grass is no different from other weeds. It's impossible to distinguish it with the naked eye. However," Zhou Xiaoduo smiled. "Chenglong, can you not keep us guessing? Just tell us what it is, okay?" Li Chenglong said angrily, "When you need me you call me Chenglong. When you don't need me you call me Swollen. How can I not call you Swollen?" Zhou Xiaoduo's face changed. "Cut the crap. Just tell me the answer. Do you think I don't dare to teach you a lesson here?" Li Chenglong immediately gave in. Actually, the method is very simple. Just use high temperature. Pull out this patch of grass and put it under the sun. After an hour, if it still doesn't wither and remains green, then it's the sun-returning grass. Ordinary weeds won't be able to last for that long. In other words, where there's a 6-clawed snake, there might not necessarily be a 9-joint centipede. However, there must be young star grass near the 9-joint centipede's nest. Later we'll lift all the rocks and see if there's a 9-joint centipede's nest. If there is, we'll probably make a fortune again. Zhou Xiaoduo laughed. Swollen, I was right to bring you along this time. Li Chenglong was embarrassed and angry. I've worked so hard. Can't I not call myself swollen? Swollen is good. Swollen is good. Swollen is good. The few of them exerted their strength together and lifted up the ground in this area. When it reached the edge of the gray fog, Zhou Xiaoduo exerted his strength and lifted up a few hundred feet of the ground. Immediately after, a large number of ferocious centipedes appeared and scurried around on the ground. However, as soon as they came into contact with light, their movements immediately became sluggish. After a while, they all lay on the ground and lost their vitality. After a while, the ground was covered with a dense pile of dead centipedes. There were no less than a few thousand of them. 9-joint centipedes are afraid of sunlight. Sunlight can be said to be their death talisman. However, if they want to advance, they have to eat the sun-returning grass, which contains a lot of sunlight energy. Li Chenglong sighed. This is probably a manifestation of the law of nature's biological chain. It's really breathtaking. It's a wonder. There are still 3 moving over there. They're not dead yet. Wan Lixio's eyes were sharp. She pointed at the innermost area covered by shadows. Wan Lixio was a girl after all. Although she was not afraid of anything when she saw thousands of disgusting insects, she still felt numb and goosebumps all over her body. However, humans were like this. When they didn't want to look, they couldn't look away. Now they accidentally found something that the others didn't notice. Li Chenglong was overjoyed when he saw it. Those are the 10-segment advanced centipedes. Quickly catch them. Alright, be careful. A 10-joint advanced centipede is already a star beast. It has a certain degree of aggressiveness. Damn. There's an 11-joint one. Zhua, it's your turn now. Li Chenglong shouted excitedly and began to direct Zhua. Quickly focus on that 11-joint one. You must be careful. Besides being an advanced star beast, this thing is also highly poisonous. When Zhou Xiaoduo heard that it was highly poisonous, he immediately changed his tactics. A white jade gourd flew over. With a crisp crack, the 11-joint centipede, which was already jade-textured, fell to the ground and rolled twice. Do you want it dead or alive? Don't want it alive. It's better if it's dead, but it's best to leave its torso intact. That thing is worth a lot of money. Before he finished speaking, a white jade button had already been precisely embedded into the large centipede's neck. The others didn't even see how Zhou Xiaoduo did it. Zhuo's hidden weapons are getting better and better. Zhou is wise, benevolent, righteous and wise. He will rule the world for thousands of years. Quickly pack up. There were thousands of 9-legged centipedes here. Li Chenglong stuffed a gunny sack to the brim. He weighed it in his hand. There are so many of them. 6 kilograms is enough. We're really rich this time. 1 kilogram is 200 yuan. 6 kilograms is 1,200 yuan. There are also the 3 10th section ones, which cost another 600 points. So, the 11th section ones cost a whopping 2,000 contribution points. Holy shit, just the profits from these centipedes alone are close to 4,000 contribution points. Li Chenglong couldn't stay calm anymore. The rewards from today's mission were not just bountiful. Jane had really reaped a bountiful harvest. She had made a huge profit. Quickly dig up the soil and start looking for the sun-returning grass. The 6 of them continued to be excited and worked in high spirits. Chapter 135. Soon, all the grass within a 2-kilometer radius was turned over and gathered in one place. It was currently noon. The sun was high in the sky and the grass was pointing upwards. According to Li Chenglong's explanation, they would be able to distinguish it very soon. However, Zhou Xiaoduo was unhappy. After asking Li Chenglong for confirmation, he used the first layer of the Flaming Sun Sutra, Flaming Sun, to coordinate with him. In just a moment, the temperature of the surrounding area rose. In less than an hour, 99% of the grass that had been piled up like a mountain had withered. As most of the grass withered,
the special green weeds that were originally hidden in the grass revealed themselves. These unique plants had lush green leaves and delicate white roots. They were not affected by the high temperature at all. This is the sun-returning grass. Legend has it that it has the ability to bring the dead back to life. Li Chenglong shouted, "Don't touch it. This thing needs to be stored in a wooden box. Don't use a jade box. The jade box is cold and will dilute the medicinal properties. If you don't prepare a wooden box, you can just take it from the surrounding tree stumps. Damn, there are 123 of them. Not bad, not bad. This thing is worth 20 contribution points each. These are worth another 2,400 contribution points." Li Chenglong was so excited that he was trembling. "Zwa, we have almost 8,000 contribution points now. I've only heard that the rewards from the training were bountiful and that getting rich overnight was nothing. I thought they were just exaggerating. Now that the truth is in front of us, it's really easy." "Easy?" Long Yuxing and Wanli Xiu were speechless at Li Chenglong's words. They even wanted to look down on him. Everyone's gains this time were indeed amazing. They had not encountered any danger during the training so far. It could be described as easy. However, this easy was built on the fact that there was an abnormal person in the group. Which one of the martial arts students in the school did not complain about the difficulty of earning contribution points? They worked hard to dig up meteorites. There might not even be one jade of astral souls in 100 meteorites. Even if there was a jade of astral souls in 100 meteorites, there might not even be one jade of middle grade. Easy. It was not easy to find a spiritual herb that was about to mature. However, there was bound to be a vicious beast or a star beast guarding the herb. After a big battle, it was normal for the members to be covered in wounds. However, even if they were lucky enough to get 100 or so contribution points, they could count themselves lucky. Most of the time they would only get a few dozen contribution points. Moreover, they were risking their lives. How could it be easy? Perhaps some people would say that what Li Chenglong said could be done by anyone. Take the sun-returning grass as an example. Everyone knew about the relationship between the 9-segment centipede and the sun-returning grass. What was so difficult about it? However, the real problem was that the 9-segment centipedes basically lived underground. They moved around silently, so who knew where they lived? As for the 6-clawed snake at the very beginning, it wasn't even an astral beast, yet it had become the key to this harvest. In the vast sea of knowledge, it seemed easy and inconspicuous to pick out a single piece of relationship. However, to be able to combine theory with reality at any time and any place, and to quickly come to a conclusion, that was a result that could only be achieved after mastering countless pieces of knowledge. This was an extraordinary ability that ordinary people did not even dare to think about. Easy? Aside from Li Chenglong, the other 5 secretly sighed in their hearts. If these words were heard by other martial masters or cultivators, even if they didn't kill him, they would imprison him and make him serve them for a lifetime until he died. Everyone turned to chopping trees to make wooden boxes. They were full of joy and did not feel tired at all. Zhuo was also about to move. However, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. He stood up cautiously and looked around. He could not help but frown. When he looked at Li Chenglong and the others, his frown deepened. Their faces were covered in a layer of bad luck, which was rapidly gathering. Is this the reverse of luck? Are we going to be unlucky? Zhuo ordered, "Everyone don't move. Come back and form a triangular formation. Be careful of any accidents." Li Chenglong and the others were puzzled when they heard this. However, no one questioned it. They all retreated to Zhuo's side to be on guard. Wanli Xiu frowned and said, "Boss, is there something wrong?" "I just felt upset. It came inexplicably, but it felt very real." Zhuo chuckled and said, "A girl's intuition is indeed more sensitive than rough men like us. Long Yuxing, your wife's intuition is so sensitive. I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to set up flags outside in the future." Long Yuxing's face turned red and he said, "You're the one setting up flags outside." Seeing Zhuo talking and laughing, the others calmed down a little. Seeing that Zhuo was still in the mood to joke, even if there was trouble it would not be too big. Whoosh! A saber appeared out of nowhere and fell from the sky. There was a red silk tied to the saber. The other party probably did not use much strength. The saber was stuck in the ground. Only half of the saber was in the ground. The remaining half was swaying gently. As the saber swayed, the red silk at the hilt swayed as well. It was extremely eye-catching. Ha 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 ha. With a loud laugh, 3 people, 3 young men, emerged from the dense grass with a meaningful look on their faces. Very good.
It's rare for you to find so many things that others can't find. You're talented. You're really talented. I admire you. The young man in the middle, in such a chaotic environment, was wearing a spotless white robe. He was waving a fan in his hand and said in a carefree manner, "Not bad, not bad. You're worthy of praise." Zuo narrowed his eyes and said, "If you have something to say it quickly. What do you want to do by disturbing us? Say it quickly. I don't have that much time to listen to your chatter." "Oh, I really didn't expect you to be so arrogant." The young man put away his folding fan and said with a faint smile, "The three of us are called the Three Young Masters of Fengcheng. We're quite famous. I believe you've heard of us before." The Three Young Masters of Fengcheng? Hearing this name, Li Chenglong and the others' faces darkened. The Three Young Masters of Fengcheng were students of No. 1 middle school. It was said that these three students came from very good families. Their fathers' and mothers' families had some power. The three of them were also very hard-working. They reached the Xiantian realm in their 20s. As a result, they were usually domineering in No. 1 middle school. Under the guise of students should solve their own problems. Teachers should not interfere. They did whatever they wanted in No. 1 middle school. How did they meet these three troublemakers here? Three Xiantian realm cultivators. For Li Chenglong, Zuo and the others, they could be said to be experts. "Say it. What do you want?" Zuo snorted. "The Three Young Masters of Fengcheng? It seems that they want to blackmail me. You've been busy for a long time. We won't ask too much. We want half of the sun-returning grass and the 9-segment centipedes." The young man opened his folding fan with a swoosh and slowly waved it. "The three of us will accept your kind intentions. I'm Ting Hao. Thank you for your kindness." Wan Lixio was so angry that her face turned red. "Who said I'm giving it to you? You're so thick-skinned. Not giving it to me? It's best if you don't give it to me." Ting Hao smiled maliciously and said, "I was hoping you wouldn't give it to me." Zuo looked at Li Chenglong and the others. The bad luck was still gathering. His heart suddenly moved and his brows furrowed. Could it be that these three people were not the source of the bad luck? Then, there were other dangers? I must end this quickly. Thinking of this, Zuo suddenly raised his head and laughed heartily. "Teacher Qin will solve this problem ourselves." Then he took 3 big steps forward. "Since you've made up your mind, let's cut the crap. It's impossible for you to take away our benefits with empty words. Let's fight. Come and fight with me. If you win, you can take all the benefits here. If you lose, don't blame us for being stingy. Come. You're Ting Hao, right? Come. Let Grandpa's will weigh you." Ting Hao was disturbed by the way he called out Teacher Qin. Was there a teacher nearby? Didn't he say there wasn't? He couldn't help but show a dignified expression. "You." "Yes, it's me." Zuo carried his big knife and looked very powerful. "With this axe of yours." "Bah, this is a knife." Zuo was furious. He took a big step forward and smashed his axe down. "If you want to rob, then rob. If you want to fight, then fight. Why are you nagging endlessly? Can't you show some respect for your profession? You're a robber, not a mouthpiece." Ting Hao raised his foot and the saber on the ground returned to his hand. Without dodging, Ting Hao met the saber head-on. The 2 sabers collided and a loud bang was heard. Ting Hao chuckled and said, "Since you don't want face, I will let you know what it means to be a Xiantian warrior." He was secretly shocked. This guy's knife is so heavy? Noisy. Zuo turned over and smashed his big axe. Oh, his big knife again. After all, Ting Hao had already reached the Xiantian realm, and his strength was much stronger than Zuo was. Moreover, Ting Hao didn't have any tricks up his sleeves. Zuo only felt a tightness in his chest as he was sent flying 30 feet away from the impact of the collision. Long Yuxing and the others came to help. Zuo shouted, "Don't worry about me. Pay attention to your surroundings. Danger is coming." As he spoke, he once again leaped into the air without stopping. Suddenly, a blazing light bloomed in the air along with his saber. It was impossible not to use the flaming sun scripture. At this moment he was like a sun that suddenly fell from the sky. Ting Hao hadn't even landed on the ground yet, but the heat wave had already enveloped him. Even the air within the radius of the heat wave was burned up, making it difficult to breathe. Ting Hao was shocked. Without thinking, he let out a roar and attacked with all his strength, launching a fierce counterattack. With another loud bang, Zuo was sent flying 10 feet into the air. He even spat out a mouthful of blood. However, Ting Hao didn't have it easy either. Although his cultivation level and strength were much higher than Zuo was,
he still had the upper hand in this fight. He didn't even move his feet and sent Zuo flying. However, Zuo's knife was too heavy. Teng Hao's knife was only 7 to 8 jin, but Zuo's knife was more than 300 jin. Teng Hao jumped up and smashed down again. He was in a higher position and his strength was even more powerful. What was worse was that when the two knives collided, the blazing power passed through the knife in an unprecedented way and directly invaded Teng Hao's meridians. Teng Hao, who didn't have to worry about this, only felt that his internal organs were burning. It was as if his body was suddenly invaded by a raging flame and was burning fiercely. In a trance, he only felt his vision darken, and the vigorous strength that was originally flowing through his body seemed to have disappeared in an instant. With a loud cry, he suddenly fell to the ground. The clothes on his body were actually dried and cracked by the heat that was overflowing from the surface of his body, and even his hair was in a curly state. Then Teng Hao followed in Zuo's footsteps and spat out a mouthful of blood. However, even this mouthful of blood was steaming hot. There were even traces of black ashes in it. Then he saw that Teng Hao's exposed skin was covered in blisters, like the bubbles on the surface of the water in the spring rain. Large patches of blisters connected together. The other two young men were shocked. They quickly rushed over to check on Teng Hao's condition. Zuo, who was in midair, didn't hesitate. He raised his big knife and his whole body was boiling with heat waves. The fiery sun of the Flaming Sun Sutra was activated to the extreme. Once again he violently smashed down. "Damn it, how dare you steal from me? Don't you know who the #1 bully in Phoenix City is? If I said I was tired and passed out, would you believe me? Fourth watch again. Please vote. Please subscribe. Please support." Chapter 136. The two young men roared angrily and pulled out their weapons at the same time. They also reserved a considerable amount of energy to protect their dantian and internal organs. Their cultivation was on par with Zuo. They were both at the Xiantian level and could see through the cultivation of Zuo and the others. Although Teng Hao was in a miserable state, they were confident that Zuo was only using a special technique and Zuo was not prepared for it. Thus, Zuo was able to take advantage of the gap and succeed. Now that the two of them had joined forces to protect their dantian and internal organs, they were not afraid of Zuo's attack. Unfortunately, they were too naive. Even if the two of them joined forces to protect their dantian and internal organs, it was still useless. The high temperature created by Zuo had reached a level that humans could not withstand. Teng Hao's clothes on the ground had even started to burn. Another loud bang was heard as the weapons collided once again. Zuo spat out another mouthful of blood and was sent flying again. This time he was sent flying even more severely. When he landed on the ground he could barely get up. His small face had turned deathly pale. However, the two young men opposite him were in an even worse situation. They felt as if their internal organs were being roasted by a raging fire. The water in their bodies was almost instantly sucked dry. Their hair was extremely curly, and some even directly turned into powder and fell to the ground. His clothes had also turned into pieces of dried leaves. The blisters on his body started to appear in large patches that even though their cultivation was much higher than Zuo's, they were still unable to withstand a single blow from a mystical technique like the Flaming Sun Scripture. The difference in cultivation realms, when contrasted with one's true strength, was an almost insurmountable chasm. However, the Flaming Sun Scripture ignored the difference in cultivation realms. With its characteristic of burning everything, it directly burned the opponent's internal organs until they were severely injured. Yu Moyan and Long Yuxing immediately ran over and helped Zuo up. They were ready to attack at any time. "Boss, are you alright?" "Oh, I'm fine." Zuo spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. He felt dizzy and saw stars, but he still held on. He took a deep breath and grabbed the dragon blood flying dagger in his hand. He was racing against time to absorb the spiritual energy inside the dagger to recover. He gasped for a few more breaths before he said, "Help me over there." On the other side, the three young masters of Feng Cheng were miserably lying on the ground. These three fellows were on the verge of death and didn't even dare to move. Their entire bodies were covered in blisters, the kind that was transparent like a bag of water. In fact, the injuries on their bodies were not very serious. They only needed to rest for a while. When the burning sensation subsided, they would be able to recover.
Even the blisters on their bodies did not affect them much. After all, they were Xiantian-level practitioners. Their recovery ability was far above ordinary people. However, the premise was that they needed time. Now they were exhausted and injured. They had almost lost all their combat power. Any one of the 6 people on Zhuxiaoduo's side could take their lives. The 3 of them were full of regret. They had already gained a lot of things this time, but they were obsessed. They thought that they were going to pick up a soft persimmon, but they didn't expect to kick an iron plate. This guy was only a martial master, but he was so strong. A martial master defeated 3 Xiantian experts. It was unbelievable. Seeing Zhuxiaoduo coming over, the 3 of them were frightened. Yo. What are you going to do? The 3 of them were terrified of Zhuxiaoduo. Of course, they were even more afraid that Zhuxiaoduo would kill them. The 3 of them were the ones who provoked him first. It was reasonable that they were killed. Moreover, there were all his people here. If they really died, it would be quiet. Zhuxiaoduo looked at the 3 of them and grinned. You're the 3 young masters of Fengcheng, right? I officially announce that I've taken a liking to you starting from today. In the face of the fiendish Master Zhua, the 3 men who had been overflowing with arrogance a moment ago, started to tremble like quails in the cold wind. What did he mean by taking a liking to us? Could it be that the 3 of us are handsome and dashing, so she has some indecent and filthy thoughts? No, we're all straight men of steel. But he said that he had taken a liking to us so he wouldn't kill us, right? At the critical moment of life and death, it was easy to lose focus. Zhuxiaoduo staggered over and sneered. I don't care why you're here. This is not the territory of number 1 middle school. It doesn't make sense for you to be here. Zhuxiaoduo's voice carried a kind of affirmation as well as an indescribable rhythm, but it had its own rhythms. The 3 of them on the ground became more and more panicked. I'm not interested to know who ordered you to be here. Although, you must have been ordered by someone to be here. If it wasn't for someone leading the way, how could you run into us so coincidentally? The 3 of them became more and more panicked. I'm also not interested to know what you've received, what you're trying to do, and what your real purpose is. Zhuxiaoduo said firmly, the only thing I'm interested in is that I've taken a liking to you. Zhuxiaoduo spoke arrogantly while listening to the movements around him calmly. However, his posture remained the same and his eyes never looked around. He was standing in front of the 3 unlucky people in front of him. Li Chenglong rolled his eyes and said in a low voice, Boss, are you saying that these 3 guys didn't meet by chance? That they're here to rob us? Wrong. Zhuxiaoduo sneered and said, they're not here to rob us. They're here to make trouble for us. To be more precise, they're here to make trouble for me. What? It's simple. If they want to rob us, they won't come up and say that they'll leave half of it for us. Taking half of it is already an irreconcilable feud. Why would they let the other half go? Also, they've been staring at me and talking to me since they came. After I stood out to fight, they focused all their attention on me. They didn't even look at you guys out of the corner of their eyes. With their cultivation and strength, they don't need to pay so much attention to me. When it came to the battle, he used all his strength and wanted to take me down in one fell swoop. This is already enough to explain many problems. Zhuxiaoduo felt that the foundation of the dragon blood flying dagger was rapidly replenishing his deficit. In just a short while, he had already recovered 70 to 80% of his injuries. He couldn't help but feel relieved. They even want to kill me. Zhuxiaoduo rolled his eyes and raised his head, saying, Teacher Qin, you don't have to come down. We can handle it ourselves. Wan Li Xiu and the others? Could it be that Teacher Qin is watching over us now? Zhuxiaoduo looked at the 3 people in front of him and smiled faintly. He took a few steps forward and began to search them. What are you doing? What am I doing? Of course, I'm taking away your earnings. You relied on your cultivation and strength to rob us of our earnings. Now the tables have turned. Of course you'll be taken away. Zhuxiaoduo searched them one by one and took all their earnings this time. Then he threw them to Li Chenglong, saying, This windfall is ours. We'll divide it equally like before. Yes, sir. However, the money they have belongs to me alone. Zhuxiaoduo took the total of 4,587 yuan and put it into his pocket, not leaving a single cent behind. He then angrily kicked the 3 of them a few times and scolded, 3 poor bastards. How dare you rob us with such little money? He kicked them a few more times in anger and said disdainfully, How dare you call yourselves the 3 young masters of Fengcheng with such little wealth? Aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongues?
The three people were in so much pain that they wished they were dead. However, they didn't dare to say anything. The three of them had now thoroughly understood that although the kid in front of them was much weaker than them, he had practiced an extremely strange cultivation technique that was beyond the scope of the three of them. That strange yuan qi really made the three of them feel helpless. Just the suppression of the Xiantian realm was useless against this kid. They could only watch helplessly as they were robbed and didn't dare to resist. This kid's hand was like a high-temperature furnace. If you struggled a little, his fingers would tap here and there would be 17 or 18 bell-like blisters on your body. This weapon is not bad. It's like casting pearls before swine. Wuxia Duo took it without hesitation. This folding fan. It's actually woven with the astral silk as the base. Not bad, not bad. Why do you only have so little jade of astral souls? Wuxia Duo also took the jade of astral souls. Even if you don't find it embarrassing, I do. Seeing that there was really nothing left, he said disappointedly, it's too extravagant for the three of you to have 3 mobile phones. You have no problem with me taking 2 of them, right? Leaving one for contact and rescue is enough. Your watches. They really don't suit you. I think they suit me quite well. Thank you. Come, write a letter to prove that you have given all these to me. Yes, write this. We are willing to give the knife, folding fan, jade of astral souls, harvest, watches, mobile phones to Wuxia Duo for free. Long live friendship. Okay, sign below and write your ID number. Come, write your names first, then press your thumbprints. Okay, not bad, not bad. You're all Xiantians. Your handwriting is so ugly. Who's your language teacher? He's really misleading the students. There's another one. The content is as follows. In the future, whenever we get something good, we will give it to Wuxia Duo for free. Once a week, we will never go back on our words. Otherwise, we will be struck by lightning and never reincarnate. If we violate this oath, our son will not have an anus. Come, sign and press your thumbprints. All right, write down your class and home address. If I can't find you in school, I'll go to your houses. Isn't this a happy ending for everyone? Chapter 137. Wuxia Duo chuckled and carefully put away the 6 pieces of paper into his pocket. He then cheerfully said, I like people like you who are loyal and loyal. Let's do it this way. In the future you can come to me once a week. If you don't have time I can go to you. Since you don't come on Saturday, I'll go to you on Sunday. Well, Sunday is the only rest day every week, so I'll go on Monday. I'll go to number 1 middle school and report my name as Feng Cheng's 3rd young master. I believe it'll be easy to find you, right? Every dog has its day. If the mountain doesn't turn, the water will turn. If the water doesn't turn, the heart will turn. If you don't turn, I'll turn too. Wuxia Duo hummed a song. When I go back, I'll make a few copies of this. I'll also make a few copies of it online and email. Well, I'll also send a few copies to them. If I die, you can give it to them. Especially this girl, the governor's daughter. If I die, you can give it to her. If you can curry favor with her, it'll be a good thing for you. Well, that's it. I'm very happy to meet you 3 new friends today. Tinghao, Xiaofei, Hanping. Right? Very good, very good. We'll be a family in the future. We'll take care of each other with all sincerity. If there's a blessing, I'll enjoy it. If there's a misfortune, you 3 will bear it. From now on, we'll be free and easy. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Tinghao, Xiaofei, and Hanping. Their intestines were swollen with regret. There's actually the governor's daughter among them? This time. It's a done deal. Wuxia Duo paced back and forth. Your boss was tight on money now. If you guys are smart and sensible, then get more. Robbery is a skill. Do you guys need to use some strategy in the future? I like the new kind of money that's connected to each other. The 3 of them wanted to die now. What kind of person is this? After we rob, do we have to sell it to the bank and exchange it for new money? Does the service need to be so considerate? Li Chenglong asked from the side, Boss, do you know who ordered them? Wuxia Duo coughed and rolled his eyes at him. He didn't care about this topic and said, Oh right, Teacher Qin is still up there. Remember to prepare a set for Teacher Qin. Everyone who sees him has a share, everyone who sees him has a share. Li Chenglong coughed and said, Of course we can't do without him. We still have to prepare a large portion. Wuxia Duo cursed. At this moment, the grass rustled. Wuxia Duo also noticed that the bad luck on Li Chenglong's and the others' faces was rapidly spreading. Get down. Zhou Xiaoduo let out a loud roar. He spread his arms and knocked down all 5 of his companions. There was only one thought in his mind: what the fuck, I can't believe they weren't scared. Teacher Qin's reputation isn't strong enough. Sigh, this little fatty's words are really asking for a beating. Puff, puff, puff. A series of sounds were heard. Zhou Xiaoduo felt a sharp pain on his back and his vision turned black. Li Chenglong and the others beside him were also groaning. Their bodies were constantly twitching, and their screams were stuck in their throats. Move forward. Zhou Xiaoduo squeezed out 2 words. The 6 of them quickly moved forward 30 feet while lying on the ground. This movement made the pain on their backs even worse. They almost fainted on the spot. Puff, puff, puff. A series of hidden weapons were nailed to the place where they were lying on the ground. If they hadn't fled in such a hurry, there would have been casualties among the 6 of them. Zhou Xiaoduo stretched out his hand and pulled out a dart from his back. He sucked in a breath of cold air and jumped up. Ignoring the blood that was gushing out, he roared towards the sky, Teacher Qin. Qin Fangyang couldn't hear him at all. Fortunately, although Teacher Qin wasn't here, there were still others. Swoosh, swoosh. A series of shadows flashed. Lu Jianxing and his 10 brothers jumped out angrily from all directions. They had been nearby the whole time. When Teng Hao and the others came to provoke them, Lu Jianxing wanted to take action. However, after a round of fierce fighting, Zhou Xiaoduo's side had gained the upper hand. Naturally, he didn't take action. After all, the experiential learning was a training for warriors. It was better for them not to get involved. It was because they were a little far away that they didn't notice that there were other enemies hiding in the dark, eyeing them covetously. Moreover, they attacked with thunderous attacks intending to kill them. At this moment, when the people hiding in the dark saw Lu Jianxing and the others appear, they didn't fight. Instead, they quickly turned around in the bushes and went far away in a flash. Old 8 and Old 9, stay. The rest of you follow me. Lu Jianxing and the others chased after them like fierce tigers coming down from the mountain. After Zhou Xiaoduo shouted for help, he hurriedly turned around to check on the injuries of Long Yuxing and the other 4. Fortunately, he had been on guard all along. When there was a commotion, he immediately laid down. Other than himself, who was slightly behind because he brought a few people with him, the rest of them were basically on their butts and thighs. Their injuries weren't too serious. Li Chenglong trembled as he pulled out the dart from his buttocks. He said with lingering fear in his heart, "Boss. If you hadn't raised your head and shouted Teacher Qin earlier, I'm afraid we'd all be finished today." Swollen was also a clever person. He had already understood half of the situation just now. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to link up with Zhou Xiaoduo's words so well. In fact, when Zhou Xiaoduo and the others didn't succeed, the enemy had already come close. Then, with the cooperation of Li Chenglong and Zhou Xiaoduo, it was as if they worked together to set up an empty fort strategy. They succeeded in making the enemy hesitate for a while. If they had taken action immediately, the 6 of them would have been dead by now. But in the end, it was the little fatty who exposed himself. When he said that he wanted to prepare a large portion for Teacher Qin, it was completely exposed. How could Qin Fangyang be a person who took things from students? Willow dart. Li Chenglong trembled in pain. The dart in his buttocks had almost penetrated his buttocks and was stuck in his bones. The pain was indescribable when he pulled it out. Wanli Xiu's thigh was stabbed. It should have been easier to deal with among them. But the problem was that there were no women here. Long Yuxing, find a place to help Xiu deal with it. Anyway, you guys will be honest with each other sooner or later. It doesn't matter. Li Chenglong was trembling in pain and actually teasing others. Wanli Xiu originally intended to let Long Yuxing deal with her wound. But after hearing Swollen's words, Wanli Xiu was so embarrassed that she wanted to die. No matter what, she wouldn't let Long Yuxing deal with it. In the end, she found a place to hide from others. She sucked in cold air and dealt with her wound while muttering curses at Li Chenglong and Long Yuxing. You stinky mouth. Long Yuxing and Zhou Xiaoduo scolded Li Chenglong together. Zhou Xiaoduo was puzzled. Where did Qin Fangyang go? Logically speaking, he should be the first person to guard the surroundings. It didn't make sense that he couldn't be seen after such a long time. Now that such a big thing had happened, he still couldn't be seen. This shouldn't be. Li Chenglong held the dart and looked at it. His face was gloomy. This is Mu Yunfeng's dart. Li Chenglong scolded angrily, that bastard. It's him? Are you sure? Zhou Xiaoduo expressed his disappointment towards Li Chenglong's conclusion, the kind of extreme disappointment. If it was really Mu Yunfeng's dart,
then this matter involved the UMNO alliance. In that case, it was almost certain that Ting Hao and the others would enter Star Shield. Then what was the use of keeping those notes? Zhou Xiaoduo was so depressed that he wanted to die. I finally found a proper long-term source of income after much difficulty. Sigh, how long will it take for them to be released? It should be fine for the time being. Zhou Xiaoduo's back was severely injured. Blood was flowing out. Li Zhongming had been treating his wound for a while, but several pieces of gauze were soaked and barely stopped the bleeding. Zhou Xiaoduo looked at everyone's faces again and finally felt relieved. The bad luck is finally gone. But why didn't we see through the changes this time? Yesterday I saw that there was no danger. Is this what it means to be scared but not in danger? Then this category of scared but not in danger seems to have to be expanded in the future. As long as there is no danger to life, then it is scared but not in danger? Can it be explained like this? Zhou Xiaoduo couldn't figure it out no matter how much he thought about it. Could it be a coincidence, a last-minute idea? But this shouldn't be. Zhou Xiaoduo frowned and muttered. At this moment, on the top floor of Second High's office building, Jiang Zhongbin stood respectfully at the door. Teacher, have you rested well? I'm here. I'm Jiang Zhongbin. The door opened. Yuanyue was a little annoyed. Why are you so late? Didn't I ask you to come earlier? Jiang Zhongbin bowed humbly and smiled apologetically. He helped Yuanyue to sit down, wiped his sweat and said flatteringly, Teacher, I had something to do at the last minute. I'm late, please forgive me. Yuanyue sighed and rolled her eyes at him. As Jiang Zhongbin's teacher, Yuanyue understood this student to the bone. This kid was obviously afraid of disturbing her rest, so he deliberately came late. Teacher, do you have any instructions for me? Jiang Zhongbin diligently massaged Yuanyue's shoulders and temples. His technique was experienced and his strength was moderate. Obviously he was quite experienced. Teacher, please try this massage technique that I just learned. How is it? You're so considerate. Yuanyue sighed. As the director of SHILD, Jiang Zhongbin actually went to learn massage. It was easy to imagine what his intentions were. Jiang Zhongbin's eyes were a little red after hearing her praise. He said, it's what I should do. Zhongbin just hates that I haven't done enough for you. You've done very well. Yuanyue closed her eyes and said, I'm very gratified. The reason I called you here today is indeed because there's an important matter. A very, very important matter. The people involved are very sensitive. I've been hesitating for a few days and even now, I still haven't decided if I should tell you or how to tell you. Yuanyue said softly. Please feel free to speak your mind. Jiang Zhongbin subconsciously held his breath. In the afternoon, the chief updated. He really didn't have any chapters left. Sai, who could have hundreds of thousands of chapters left. There was only one person who could do this in the online literature industry since ancient times. His heart was stifled. Begging for monthly votes, subscriptions and recommendations. Chapter 138. Jiang Zhongbin felt his scalp go numb. Something that could make Yuanyue hesitate for so long, something that could make Yuanyue hesitate for so long. Jiang Zhongbin instinctively smelled the scent of a monstrous wave. Yuanyue muttered to herself, her face showing a hesitant expression. Her white hair was fluttering in the wind. This was a sign that she was deep in thought. Her brows were tightly knitted, and her eyes were unusually solemn. As she muttered to herself for a long time, Chief Zhang's heart grew heavier and heavier. He knew very well that in recent years, there were not many things that could make the old principal so cautious and deliberate. Now she had called in advance and asked him to come in secret. After coming, she was still hesitating and deliberating the words to speak. Then this matter would most likely be of earth-shattering importance. Then the people involved in this matter would most likely be unprecedentedly important. As Yuanyue continued to ponder, Jiang Zhongbin almost didn't dare to breathe loudly. A layer of cold sweat quietly appeared on his shiny scalp. Even his heart was beating faster and faster, but he had to control himself and not dare to breathe loudly for fear of interrupting Yuanyue's thoughts. Just how important was this matter? Finally, Yuanyue said, Sister Lan, please stand guard at the door. Use the power of your astral souls to isolate my office. Okay. The sweat on Jiang Zhongbin's forehead rolled down in an instant. The two of them were already here and Sister Lan was actually still needed to isolate the information.
After a long time in a deathly silent atmosphere, He Yuanyue finally spoke. Zhangbin, what is the highest power that you can use now? How much exactly? He Yuanyue finally spoke. But once she opened her mouth, just one sentence, not only did Zhangbin's mood not relax, but it made him even more nervous. His mind was tense like never before. He thought seriously and said, the combat power that Star Shield has stationed in Phoenix City includes 2 nascent soul cultivators and 11 primordial core grandmasters. But these primordial core cultivators, when they walked the thorny road back then, they didn't exceed 6 levels. He Yuanyue slowly shook her head. Not enough. Far from enough. In addition, I am confident that I can invite Kunlun Dao Sect's Mu Yanyan and Zizai Dao Sect's teacher Chiu to help. These two are peak nascent soul experts. Zhangbin slowly considered who he could get help from and who he could rely on. Other than that, I can also get help from the governor's office and the city guard's office. As he spoke, he cautiously observed He Yuanyue's expression. There's no need to mention these 2 places. Are there any other reinforcements? He Yuanyue interrupted and said gloomily. Zhangbin felt a chill run down his spine. When he mentioned the governor's mansion and the city guard's mansion, he didn't say anything definite. His main intention was to test the waters, hoping to get a rough idea. He didn't expect that He Yuanyue would directly reject these 2 places. Doesn't that mean that the more Zhangbin thought about it, the colder his heart became? Wouldn't this matter pierce through the heavens? The combat power of our side is too weak. He Yuanyue sighed helplessly and said lightly, there is a huge disparity in the combat power of both sides. Coupled with the disadvantage of being passive, even if the only 3 nascent soul senior teachers in the second high school are all sent to you, plus Qin Fangyang and Sister Lan are lent to you, it's still not enough. Zhangbin broke out in a cold sweat and didn't dare to answer for a while. Such a lineup, such a manpower, such a configuration, it was still far from enough. What was the scale of the other side's combat power? He couldn't sleep and eat well just thinking about it. If we gather all the high-end forces of the governor's mansion, the city guards, the military, and the martial arts educational bureau, it's enough. But in these places, there are too many people who can't be trusted. He Yuanyue said lightly, once we alert the enemy we really have no chance. Zhangbin wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say or where to start. His heart was stuck in his throat, or it would jump out of his mouth in the next moment. The situation had become so serious. How could he deal with it? At least in his imagination, there was no backup plan. Will the summit send experts as reinforcements? Can the Dragon Blood team send a few people? He Yuanyue mentioned the Dragon Blood team very clearly. It was obvious that she favored this force. It's not very likely that we can invite the Dragon Blood team as reinforcements. I made a report last time but the higher-ups didn't approve it. Zhangbin's expression became more and more depressed. He Yuanyue pushed the wheelchair all the way to the floor-to-ceiling window and looked into the distance. After a long time she said softly, that day Li Changjiang came to find me and told me something. The possible consequences of this matter are unknown, and it's hard to predict whether it's good or bad. I asked him to suppress it for the time being. Now that the situation is urgent, I've been weighing the pros and cons these past few days and planning for a long time. Until I called you over today. He Yuanyue let out a long sigh. Originally, I thought that if we could mobilize enough forces, we could directly cut off the UMNO Alliance's highest leadership on our side and break this situation from top to bottom. But now it seems that at most we'll just alert the enemy. Zhangbin gritted his teeth and said, Teacher, please enlighten me. He Yuanyue looked into the distance and said indifferently, my aura gazing technique is said to be magical, but in reality, it's just a beginner's level. It took a long time to determine the Phoenix vein. As for the more detailed content, I didn't understand much, so it can be said that I didn't discover much. But that day, because of a reminder, I asked Sister Lan to bring me up to the sky to look down on the entire Phoenix City. I specifically scanned the governor's mansion and actually made an unexpected discovery. Governor's mansion. Zhangbin's body trembled. Then, with a calm face, he slowly walked to the front of the chair and sat down. After waiting for a long time, he finally got the worst answer, but his heart suddenly calmed down. The situation was already as bad as it could be. But at most, it could only be so. There was no way to make it worse. Then, next, he just had to do his best to face it. When he thought of this, Zhangbin didn't have the fear and uneasiness from before. The governor's mansion's atmosphere is strict.
The layout is like the astral soul's continent's aura soaring to the sky. However, there is a trace of coldness hidden within. That is the aura of the Umno Alliance. It moves together with the aura of the governor's mansion, rising and falling. It has almost merged into one. He Yuanyue laughed bitterly. If it wasn't for someone's reminder and I just looked at it myself, even if I was blind, I most likely wouldn't have seen anything strange. I have to say, once the heart is fixed, it's hard to see anything strange. But from another perspective, I can see that something is wrong. Although, it's just a trace of abnormality. Jiang Zhongbin took a deep breath. Teacher, you can just tell me what you plan to do. I now fully understand the importance of this matter. He Yuanyue said lightly, understanding is one thing. How to do it is another. You must not be reckless. You are the main force of our side. If even you act rashly and ruin yourself, it's a small matter. But if you fail, it may cause a chain reaction and cause the entire Phoenix City to suffer a calamity. I'm afraid. The people will be plunged into misery and suffering. Yes, this student understands. He Yuanyue finally made up her mind. Since she had made up her mind, she no longer hesitated and said, on the day of the incident in Second High, you came to the school and were in Li Changjiang's principal's office. Do you remember who was sitting next to you? Jiang Zhongbin was stunned. He opened his mouth and was about to speak when He Yuanyue continued, sitting on your left was a tall and thin old man in a gray robe. His hair was white, and his broom-like eyebrows were quite eye-catching. Jiang Zhongbin exclaimed, Teacher, are you talking about him? Lower your voice. He Yuanyue was a little dissatisfied. Is this the calmness of the director of Star Shield? Jiang Zhongbin nodded repeatedly. The sweat on his bald head had already formed a line. He only felt that his mouth was dry and sticky and his throat was dry. He murmured, that is Shang Qingyun, the first butler of the governor's office, the sworn brother of Governor Wan Pingyuan. He was already a master at the peak of nascent soul 40 years ago. In our Phoenix City, even if he is not second to none, he is one of the top 3 candidates. As he spoke, the sweat on his face almost covered his eyes. He Yuanyue murmured, Shang Qingyun. Jiang Zhongbin took a deep breath, wiped his sweat and continued, legend has it that the area around Phoenix City, Nanji City, and Antai City was almost all under the control of the Black Water Wolves. When Wan Pingyuan just took office, the 3 cities joined forces to eliminate the Black Water Wolves. The battle with the wolves that day was earth-shattering. Wan Pingyuan's family was attacked by the Black Water Wolves. Seeing that the whole family was destroyed, Shang Qingyun stepped forward and saved the lives of Wan Pingyuan's family. After that, in the battle to annihilate the Black Water Wolves bandits on the Infinite Plains, Shang Qingyun led the charge and marched through the continuous 9 mountains that the Black Water Wolves bandits occupied with his sword alone, despite the order from the Green Cloud domain. In that battle, more than 7,000 members of the Black Water bandits lost their lives under Shang Qingyun's sword, including 8 of the 13 leaders of the Black Water bandits. In that battle, the Black Water Wolves, who claimed to have more than 300,000 troops, were completely defeated. More than 100,000 Black Water Wolves died on the spot. In the following 10 years, the prisons of the 3 cities were always full. This can be said to be the biggest incident in Phoenix City in the past 100 years. The more Jiang Zhongbin spoke, the more cold sweat on his face. After that, Wan Pingyuan repeatedly urged Shang Qingyun to stay and wanted him to join the city guard's mansion or the army. But Shang Qingyun said that he had no intention of fame and wealth and lived in seclusion in the mountains for many years. Today's situation was so. It was midnight. Please subscribe. Chapter 139. Jiang Zhongbin's expression was solemn. He was very familiar with the experiences of Shang Qingyun, this legendary expert. Later on, Wan Pingyuan and Shang Qingyun became sworn brothers. Shang Qingyun stayed at Wan Pingyuan's house and continued to immerse himself in cultivation, not bothering about worldly affairs. It was only in the recent 10 years that he seemed to have thought of something and took the initiative to ask Wan Pingyuan for the position of housekeeper. Although he is a housekeeper, the entire governor's office, including Wan Pingyuan, is extremely respectful towards Shang Qingyun. This is an almighty. Not only is he the pillar of Phoenix City, but he is also the greatest source of confidence in fighting against the Umno Alliance in my heart. Jiang Zhongbin's voice was trembling. Teacher, what do you mean? He Yuanyue said lightly, if I'm not wrong.
This Shang Qingyun, more than 90%, is a member of the UMNO alliance. He had been waiting for this sentence. With Jiang Zhangbin's status, age and experience, he was already mentally prepared when He Yuanyue mentioned Shang Qingyun. But when he heard He Yuanyue's final words, Jiang Zhangbin still felt as if a thunderbolt had suddenly sounded above his head. For a moment, his ears were buzzing and the world was spinning. His body couldn't help but sway a few times and he almost lost his footing. He Yuanyue said lightly, "Furthermore, I even suspect that this Shang Qingyun is the most important person in the UMNO alliance in Phoenix City, the highest leader." Jiang Zhangbin's eyes were dull and he didn't know what to do. He had always seen Shang Qingyun as his final trump card. In the end, only today did he know that it was a life-taking knife. What he took was the life of his own people. He Yuanyue didn't say anything else and quietly lit a pot of tranquil heart incense. The light blue smoke rose in spirals, straight up until it was more than 20 centimeters high before it slowly dissipated in all directions. The office was instantly filled with a kind of quiet feeling. However, Jiang Zhangbin's heavy breathing still sounded like a bellows and didn't stop for a long time. After a long time, Jiang Zhangbin finally came back to his senses as if he had just woken up from a dream. While he was in a daze just now, he had already come up with 7 or 8 plans to get rid of Shang Qingyun. However, no matter how he thought about it, he still had no confidence. Not only did he not have confidence, but it was also very likely that his own people would be trapped and lose their lives for nothing. Shang Qingyun's strength, just what he had shown, was already the strongest in this area. Phoenix City's area. No one dared to say that they would win. What was more, if Shang Qingyun was really a spy of the Wizard Alliance, did he have any hidden strength? How strong was his real strength? "Teacher, you really threw out an atomic bomb this time." Jiang Zhangbin stuttered. "You," she said, "the UMNO? Is it the full strength? Is it 80%, or 50? All? At least it's not as simple as what you see. And the UMNO Alliance's hidden strength in Phoenix City for the power of the Phoenix Vein. I think just the number of nascent soul experts that he can use is already more than you can imagine." He Yuanyue's eyes were deep. "I can already confirm that with Shang Qingyun's level, he shouldn't have appeared in a small place like Phoenix City. He must have been sent by the UMNO Alliance specifically for the Wind Vein Soul Rush." "Do you know how long Shang Qingyun has been in Phoenix City?" Yuanyue asked. "It's been more than 60 years. Jiang Zhangbin was sweating profusely and said with difficulty, "To be precise, it should be 61 years and 11 months. That is to say, the UMNO Alliance has been targeting the power of the Phoenix Vein for at least 61 years. He Yuanyue's old throat let out a dry, mocking laugh. "Purely based on time, I found out about it later than Shang Qingyun or the UMNO Alliance. But we have been suppressing this matter for a full 40 years. Hee. Right now, Jiang Zhangbin only felt that he was dazzled, and the feeling of dizziness came one after another. Once this cover was uncovered, how many people would be unlucky? I only hate that I'm not Great General Dongfang. And Great General Dongfang has never come to Phoenix City before. If he came, with his attainments in Qi divination, I'm afraid he would be able to see the problem with a single glance, and the officials at all levels would definitely not dare to forcefully suppress it. Although Phoenix City is a small place, it is still in human territory. This innate advantage is enough for us to take the initiative." He Yuanyue sighed. "The words of a lowly person carry little weight. The words of a lowly person carry little weight." Jiang Zhangbin was dumbstruck. Regarding the Phoenix Vein, he had represented the old principle and reported it to the higher-ups many times. However, it had never been taken seriously. The only time it had been effective was 10 years ago. Star Shield strongly appealed, the governor's office fully cooperated, and the Meng Corporation sent out a huge amount of money. Then they invited a group of Qi Watchers who claimed to be authoritative. After those Qi Watchers finished reading, they only had one conclusion. Phoenix City did not have any Phoenix Vein or Dragon Vein. It was a small place with mediocre feng shui and luck. This made the Phoenix Vein even more powerless. But now, the Wizard Alliance had been making a lot of moves. They had gathered in Phoenix City to kill all the wolves. If the accusation against Shang Qingyun was true, then Phoenix City would have to face a huge problem this time. Jiang Zhangbin suddenly felt a chill. He remembered something. The governor's office fully cooperated. That time it was Shang Qingyun who arranged it. Luck. Yuanyue said slowly. "What is the battle between the UMNO Alliance and the Astral Souls?" "It is luck."
And now, the Umno Alliance has been alone in the sky for tens of thousands of years. The luck of the heavens has been exhausted. Otherwise, why would they come back? Is it just to kill all the humans and the astral souls? What they want is the luck of the heavens and the astral souls. To be fair, Phoenix City is indeed a small place. The Phoenix Vein is not a big source of luck. But after 43,000 years of accumulation, it is not to be underestimated. It is enough to be coveted by the Umno Alliance. What's more, the power of the Phoenix Vein will be the starting point for the Umno Alliance to dominate the astral souls. He Yuanyue said worriedly. If the Umno Alliance succeeds in destroying it and intercepting it, the power of the Phoenix Vein is taken away and injected into the luck of the mountains and rivers on the side of the Umno Alliance. At the very least, there will be a weak root of the Phoenix Vein there. Think about it carefully. You must not be careless about this. If you don't succeed in one strike, although it will alert the enemy and disrupt their deployment, the loss will be extremely heavy. Jiang Zhongbin, as the director of Star Shield, no matter what you encounter, you must first consider the goal. Then you must consider the opponent's goal and the overall situation of the continent. Sift through the layers and then reverse the process. This is the true way of Star Shield. Pull one hair and the whole body will be affected. This saying is not made up by the ancients for fun. He Yuanyue advised in a serious tone. Teacher, I will remember. I know the pros and cons of this. Jiang Zhongbin's expression was extremely ugly. He said, even if I have to make a scene and act shamelessly, I must ask the Dragon Blood Squad to come over. Otherwise, the loss of manpower in Phoenix City is no longer a matter of how much we lose. We are completely powerless. All right. He Yuanyue said, when it comes to the final battle, I will ask Sister Lan to help you and increase your chances of winning. Thank you, teacher. It's fine. You can go now. He Yuanyue's expression was full of fatigue. Jiang Zhongbin's heart was extremely heavy, but he forced himself to suppress this matter for the time being. Hearing that He Yuanyue was asking him to leave, Jiang Zhongbin did not leave. Instead, he sat there with a constipated look. He was restless and his brows were tightly furrowed. He wanted to say something but stopped. He looked at He Yuanyue and said softly, this student has one more thing to say. I am afraid that you will be angry. He Yuanyue was stunned for a moment. Then, her eyes suddenly became stern. Jiang Zhongbin, have you really become bold after becoming an official? Jiang Zhongbin's face was pale. He begged, teacher, it is too tragic, too cruel. He Yuanyue closed her eyes and snorted. Jiang Zhongbin gathered all his courage and said, teacher, of course you are sincerely for his good. But what you are doing is actually very selfish. He Yuanyue did not say a word. Even though we have separated for most of our lives, we are reunited. Since we are fated, why not give each other a chance? Jiang Zhongbin begged, don't tell me. You really want to leave with regrets? He Yuanyue finally opened her mouth. However, she still did not open her eyes. Her voice was slow and slow. Humans have a unique trait, and that is forgetting. All the bad things, all the sad things, all the happy things, all the happy things. In a person's long life, they won't exist for a long time. For example, an ordinary person who has never entered the path of cultivation only has a lifespan of about 70 to 80 years. After he goes to university, he will not remember the faces of his elementary school classmates who have been with him for many years. Not to mention the past that he has experienced together. There are too many grandparents who treat their grandchildren as treasures. However, if the grandson is 20 years old when they pass away, then when the grandson is 40 years old, if there is no photo as a memento, most of the grandchildren will have completely blurred out the face of the old man who has been so kind to them. The forgetting of humans is the reality of the power of the rules of time. Under the erosion of time, everything will fade and everything will be forgotten. Including love, family, and even one's own life, they are all within the scope of forgetting. He Yuanyue closed her eyes and said lightly. She seemed to be trying hard to convince Jiang Zhongbin, but it was more like she was trying hard to convince herself. But now, you have been separated for almost 100 years. Have you forgotten? Has he forgotten? Jiang Zhongbin asked, unwilling to give up. Chapter 140. Have you forgotten? Has he forgotten? He Yuanyue coughed violently. Jiang Zhongbin was shocked. He hurriedly went behind He Yuanyue and carefully helped her breathe.
After a long time He Yuanyue's breath calmed down. She murmured, he still has thousands of years to forget. If he breaks through to the cloud realm he still has thousands of years to forget. And I have less than a year to forget. If I remind him now and make him remember me, the other me, I'll brand the other me into his memory. That's the cruelest thing for him. He Yuanyue closed her eyes and asked quietly, Zhangbin, no matter how painful and selfish I am, I have less than a year left. But how long do you want him to continue that pain? He is not a person who can stay here for long. Sooner or later he will return to the Sun-Moon Pass. He just comes back to overcome the obsession in his heart. When I am gone, his hope will be shattered and his obsession will not exist. What I can do is not to let his obsession turn into a dead knot after so many years of delusion. Even a dead knot that will last for thousands of years. Jiang Zhangbin. Do I have to use his thousands of years of pain and longing as a sacrifice, just so that I can have no regrets before I die? He Yuanyue said slowly, You. Don't let me die with regrets. Jiang Zhangbin left. When he came he was stealthy and no one found him. When he left he was even more silent. But when he sat in his car he couldn't help but sigh deeply for a long time. He put his head on the steering wheel and stayed there quietly for a long time. He really felt mentally and physically exhausted. For himself he was mentally and physically exhausted. For the old principal he also felt mentally and physically exhausted. On the other side, after Jiang Zhangbin left, He Yuanyue called Sister Lan in. Jiang Zhangbin's words before he left made He Yuanyue's heart, which had been silent for a long time, almost break. Sister Lan had been in for half an hour, but He Yuanyue was still sitting there in a daze. She was skinny and her hair was white. Sister Lan, in your opinion, how much time do I have? After a long time, He Yuanyue calmed down and asked softly. Sister Lan hesitated for a moment and sighed softly. There's no harm in being straightforward. I have a rough estimate myself, but I want to know more about it. Sister Lan pondered for a moment and said, If there are no major changes, Miss, your body can still live for another year and 37 days. I can guarantee that it will be at least this number. He Yuanyue's eyes were fixed. She looked out of the window and muttered, Sister Lan, do you think there is really an afterlife for people? Sister Lan fell silent. If there is an afterlife. He Yuanyue heaved a long sigh. That would be great. Sister Lan was silent, not knowing what to say for a moment. Everyone said that there was a past life and an afterlife, but everyone knew that it was a lie. He Yuanyue faintly smiled and immediately suppressed all of her thoughts. She gently said, Sister Lan, I know that you found clues about the Feng Manor. You were just worried that I would waste more effort, so you didn't want to tell me. Sister Lan remained silent as usual. You discovered it a year ago, didn't you? That was the only time you left my side for more than 3 days. He Yuanyue slowly said, 1 year and 37 days. Sister Lan, do you have the heart to watch me slowly become paralyzed and die little by little? Until you die you won't do anything? You'll just wait every day? Sister Lan's eyes flashed. You know, I've been holding on for the past few years. The only thing I can't let go of is the Feng Manor. He Yuanyue softly said, This is the last big thing in my life. If I can't complete it and die, I won't be able to die in peace. Sister Lan softly said, As for the Feng Manor's exact location, I really haven't found it. He Yuanyue slowly said, At least there are clues. Last time I went missing for 3 days, I went deep into all of the nearby mountains. Sister Lan faintly said, I didn't find any clues at all. Telling you is pointless. Impossible. He Yuanyue firmly said, Since there is a phoenix vein, there must be a Feng Manor. I also think so. Sister Lan said, So, I suspect that the Feng Manor might be inside the city. He Yuanyue suddenly froze as if she had been struck by lightning. Inside the city? Not bad, not bad. He Yuanyue muttered to herself, I've always thought that the qi-gazing technique always says that the mountains and rivers are beautiful. There is a dragon palace and a Feng Manor. So, I've always been focused on the outside and neglected Phoenix City itself. But if the Feng Manor really is inside the city. He Yuanyue's eyes suddenly became sharp. Sister Lan, what do you want to say? Sister Lan pondered for a moment and hesitantly said, I suspect that the Feng Manor's location should have been noticed by someone a long time ago. It's just that it was covered up by a building. At the very least there was some manipulation. He Yuanyue's eyes became sharp. Just tell me your suspicions. Sister Lan said, The Ning family and the Meng family are both suspects.
Ning family? Meng family? What are their suspicions? What is their motive? The head of the Ning family, Ning Suifeng, should be almost 200 years old. According to my investigation, he has a few children who did not cultivate. They died of old age a long time ago. And the 19-year-old Ning Qingcheng is Ning Suifeng's biological daughter. Sister Lan said, Ning Qingcheng's talent is Astral Souls 97. He Yuanyue's face slowly became ugly. There is also Meng Corporation's Meng Tianyu. Sister Lan slowly said, if I remember correctly, Meng Tianyu is over 100 years old. He came to Phoenix City from Nanji City and fought with his bare hands. He established the Meng Corporation and became the richest person in Phoenix City. And his son Meng Qin Tian. It is said that he became the disciple of an expert and is never by his side. He only appeared a few years ago and is said to be 33 years old. But I always feel that this child's age is not 33, but rather 83. Sister Lan slowly said. He Yuanyue's eyes became even darker. And that Meng Qinyu this year is really only 18 years old. 9-5 Astral Souls. Sister Lan faintly said, if my suspicions are connected. Ning Suifeng said that he was an old cow eating young grass. He married Ning Qingcheng's mother and gave birth to Ning Qingcheng. Also, Meng Tianyu, who is over 100 years old, found a beautiful normal girl and gave birth to Meng Qinyu. If you look carefully, there are very strange things in the bones. Of course, it can be said that a successful man likes young women to make himself look good, but if the Phoenix bloodline is also included, then it is a different matter. No matter if it is Ning Qingcheng or Meng Qinyu, they are both excellent candidates for the Phoenix bloodline. Also, this talent is really too good. Phoenix City has produced so many female geniuses over the years, but how many can reach this level of talent? But if the two girls' physiques are classified as Feng Manor or Phoenix bloodline, then it can be explained. Also, in terms of age and time, it can all match. Like this, there is a motive. Hyunyua's face was gloomy and said, but there is only one Feng Manor. Between these two families, one must be innocent, right? Not necessarily. Sister Lan shook her head. Yuanyua pondered. Sister Lan did not say anything else. In so many years, this is the first time you have spoken so much. Yuanyua sighed softly. And this time you have said so much. I know what you are thinking. Do you want me to give up? Yuanyua said. Yes, between these two families and the Umno alliance, it seems that there is no connection between them. If they are purely for the Phoenix bloodline, as long as they have nothing to do with the Umno alliance and did not collude, then it is fine. But Ning Qingcheng and Meng Qinyu, in a sense, are both your disciples. The Phoenix bloodline spirit, whether it is spiritual sense, Meng Qinyu or Ning Qingcheng. Actually, as long as any one of them succeeds, it will still be the victory of the Astral Souls continent. Sister Lan said, I know you favor spiritual sense the most, but the current situation is too dangerous. If we place all our bets on spiritual sense, we may lose out. Meng Qinyu and Ning Qingcheng's fate is also protected by the fate of the Astral Souls continent. I also favor spiritual sense very much. Sister Lan said, I also like this girl the most. But we all understand that the Phoenix bloodline spirit is related to the fate of the heavens. We must not let our emotions affect our decisions and force ourselves to do it. In reality, no matter which of these three girls succeeds, we can rest assured. As long as the Umno alliance does not take it away, we will win. Perhaps the Meng family and the Ning family have their own goals, but as long as they do not collude with the Umno alliance, I feel that under the premise we can accept it. After all, 3 is safer than 1. We are doing this for the safety of the continent, not for the safety of one girl. After Sister Lan said this, she closed her mouth and did not say anything else. She knew that everything had been said very clearly. The rest was up to Yuanyua to decide. And no matter what Yuanyua chose, Sister Lan would support her unconditionally. I can't be sure whether the two families have anything to do with the Umno alliance. This is also very important. The tiredness in Yuanyua's eyes became even more obvious. Sister Lan stood there quietly. There are a few things that I need you to help me confirm as soon as possible. Yuanyua's voice was cold and emotionless. Young miss, please speak. The first thing is whether the Meng family, the Ning family, and the Umno alliance have anything to do with each other. The second thing is which of the two families is the Feng Manor located in. The third thing is Meng Qinyu and Ning Qingcheng's birth characters. Their real birth characters are very important and must be obtained as soon as possible. The fourth thing is the whereabouts of Meng Qinyu and Ning Qingcheng's birth mother. The fifth thing is I want to see Mu Yanyan. The sixth thing is I want to see Zhou Xiaoduo. The seventh thing. Blind Hong of Phoenix City, I want to see him. The eighth thing is after checking all of these, I want to see Ning Suifeng and Meng Tianyu. The ninth thing is there will be heavy rain tonight. After a long drought, the heaven and earth will converge and the yin and yang will converge. After midnight, the rain will stop and the wind will stop. The sky will be clear. Take me to Phoenix turning around again. I want to see the situation of Phoenix City again. By the way, let's with Xiaoduo go tonight. The 10th thing. Meng family and Ning family, in that period of time from 20 years ago to 15 years ago, how many children were born in total? How many were the direct descendants of the family head? How many wives did Ning Suifeng and Meng Tianyu marry during this period of time? How did they deal with them? There were more in the afternoon. Chapter 141. Alright. 10 things I'll remember them. He Yuanyue panted tiredly and said, "Get me some dragon soul liquid and some heavenly origin root. I need to refresh myself for these 2 months. Sister Lan said, "You can only take the heavenly origin root one last time. After taking it this time your lifespan will be reduced by 2 months. Damaging the heavenly origin root and breaking the foundation, overdrafting the life source to fill the body in advance. You will have less than 11 months left of your 1 year and 37 days lifespan. No worries." He Yuanyue's withered eyes suddenly flashed with a ghastly light. "The big thing that I've been looking for in my life is right in front of me. And what you said just now, maybe I've been deceived or even used in reverse. No matter what, I must get to the bottom of this matter. I will persevere until this road is paved before I leave." He Yuanyue panted heavily. "Prepare the soul dream grass for me." He Yuanyue's last sentence made Sister Lan's body tremble violently. On the other side, Zhou Xiaoduo and the others were resting. The 6 of them were all injured and their injuries were quite serious. How many contribution points is considered a lot? I quit. The most important thing now is to heal. Only with a good body can we get more contribution points. Zhou Xiaoduo made the final decision. Immediately after, he let out a long whistle, intending to summon the whole class to gather. At this time, there was an unrivaled enemy lurking nearby. The situation could be said to have reached the point of life and death. It was extremely bad. If they forced themselves to continue the training, the consequences were really unpredictable. Maybe if something went wrong they would lose their lives. The wind whistled in the sky and Qin Fangyang suddenly landed. When he saw the situation his face changed greatly. "What's going on?" "It's Muyun Peak." After Li Chenglong explained the whole matter in a few words, Qin Fangyang was so angry that his stomach almost exploded. There was also a burst of lingering fear. In today's training, strictly speaking, there was no attempt to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Everything happened naturally. Even the unexpected arrival of Shin Tianan's team was actually within their expectations. It was just that they had come here on their own accord and were only walking down the path of death. Strictly speaking, the time it took for him to rush over to help was not long. It was less than 10 minutes in total. However, it was in this short period of time that problems appeared one after another. What made him the most depressed was that, when he heard that Shin Tainan, who shouldn't be participating in the practical training, had actually come, he rushed over to help, causing Luo Laosher, who didn't know what was going on, to follow him. Of course, Zhou Xiaoduo still had Lu Jianxing and 10 other people in charge. Considering the level of the martial arts master students, it was more than enough. However, who would have thought that the arrival of the 3 young masters of Fengcheng from No. 1 high school would cause the situation to change again. Fortunately, Zhou Xiaoduo's physiognomy skills are still very good. It was a close call but no danger. Qin Fangyang muttered to himself. This was the feeling of being lucky in the midst of misfortune. At this moment, Lu Jianxing and the others were also embarrassed. Before Qin Fangyang arrived, he had already told his 10 buddies that they must keep an eye on Zhou Xiaoduo's team. As for the others, even if the sky falls down, you don't need to care. However, right under his nose, not only were the 6 of them injured, they were even close to losing their lives. Not long after, groups of No. 19 practical training students gathered here one after another. Lu Jianxing and the others who went out to chase after Mu Yunfeng also came back empty-handed. It was obvious that they didn't manage to catch up with him. They were all very upset and angry. In the dense grass, Mu Yunfeng, who was stealthily moving, held his breath, carefully and quickly moving his body. His whole body moved at high speed in the dense grass without making any noise, only the roots of the grass swayed slightly. This was obviously a skill that he had honed after fleeing for a long time. Yes, it was a long time of fleeing. Mu Yunfeng had been hiding in this patch of grass for a few days. Ever since he was exposed, he was expelled from Phoenix City. Yes, he was expelled by the people of the UMNO Alliance. It's no longer suitable for you to stay here. Find a place to hide and don't come back. Only this sentence, nothing else was given, and there was no follow-up. Mu Yunfeng could only leave on his own. If he didn't leave, not only would Phoenix City search for him, even the UMNO Alliance wouldn't let him go. He had originally planned to go to Antai City. However, he had encountered more than a dozen dangers in the process of leaving the city. He had almost been caught a few times. After he had finally left the city with great difficulty, he had turned around to look at Phoenix City. He had felt uncomfortable and unusually angry. I was hiding here, how did something happen all of a sudden? As a teacher of No. 2 High School, he was naturally very familiar with the training area of No. 2 High School. In fact, he had brought students out for training many times, so hiding in this area and even living for a period of time was nothing to him. If he really left like this, Mu Yunfeng felt very angry and he had to think of a way to vent his anger. Anyway, this was the training area of No. 2 High School. As long as he waited patiently, he would definitely meet the students or teachers of No. 2 High School, and find a chance to kill a bunch of them before leaving. I, Mu Yunfeng, am also a person with dignity. If he left without taking revenge, he would feel uneasy. He had been hiding for a few days, and during this period he had assassinated 2 students of No. 2 High School, but he had shifted the blame to the ferocious beasts, perfectly hiding his own existence. Regarding this, Mu Yunfeng felt that the anger in his heart was almost vented. He originally planned to leave in these 2 days, but he didn't expect that. Today he actually saw Qin Fangyang bring the students of the martial arts masterclass to train. Mu Yunfeng was very clear about Qin Fangyang's strength. He was definitely not his opponent. He was only at the early stage of the inner core realm, and Qin Fangyang was a nascent soul expert. Not to mention, Qin Fangyang was accompanied by the infamous Luo Lai among the teachers of No. 2 High School. Although Luo Lai's cultivation was slightly weaker than Qin Fangyang's, it wasn't by much. Even if he took a step back, he was still much stronger than Mu Yunfeng. Facing such a strong person, he naturally didn't plan to do anything. Even if the thorn in his side, Wuxia Duo, who he wanted to kill the most, was in that group of students, compared to venting his anger, his own life was more important. When he quietly retreated, he unexpectedly met Teng Hao and the other 2 students of No. 1 High School. Teng Hao and the other 3 young masters of Phoenix City were able to reach the innate realm at such a young age. Not only were they outstanding in No. 1 High School, but they were also well known in Phoenix City. Mu Yunfeng naturally knew the 3 of them. Mu Yunfeng rolled his eyes and a plan came to his mind. He could use a large sum of money to encourage these 3 hotheads to deal with Wuxiao Duo. The 3 of them would make a move first and test the waters. If Qin Fangyang didn't come out, he would take the opportunity to kill Wuxiao Duo and his group. After that, he would have enough time to escape. This is my last job in Phoenix City. Especially now that this Wuxiao Duo is not only my enemy, but also the target of the UMNO Alliance. Killing him will be a great contribution. Even if I have to take a little risk, it will be worth it. Seeing that Teng Hao and the other 2 were going to cause trouble for Wuxiao Duo, Qin Fangyang really didn't make a move. When Teng Hao and the other 2 were defeated, Mu Yunfeng thought that Wuxiao Duo and his group would definitely relax. Just when he was about to make a move, he was scared back by Wuxiao Duo shouting "Teacher Qin" to the sky. However, Qin Fangyang also didn't make a move. Li Chenglong's superfluous words made Mu Yunfeng, who was familiar with Qin Fangyang's character, no longer hesitate and make a move to kill him. Unfortunately, he was still a moment too late. Wuxiao Duo and his group escaped and attracted the pursuit of Lu Jianxing and his group. Fortunately, Mu Yunfeng had already planned his escape route. Relying on his familiarity with the surrounding terrain, he finally got rid of Lu Jianxing and his group's pursuit. Mu Yunfeng couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. So be it. Whatever, retreat. This place was getting more and more dangerous. Especially when he showed his face today and was almost caught. He reckoned that a large number of search and capture teams would arrive this afternoon. Mu Yunfeng carefully stuck to the bottom of the grass and slithered quickly like a snake. Suddenly he felt that something was wrong. Why was it suddenly so cold? Mu Yunfeng looked on helplessly as the grass near him rapidly withered and was quickly covered with a layer of white frost. Even with his cultivation he actually felt that the cold was unbearable. He quietly raised his head and saw that about a few meters in front of him, there was a white figure standing there with a short sword in her hand. Her face was covered with frost and full of killing intent. Who is it? Mu Yunfeng didn't have the time to consider the problem of exposing his whereabouts. He wanted to jump up. Unfortunately, in the next moment, the short sword had already fallen down with a biting cold light. Swoosh! That short sword directly nailed Mu Yunfeng's waist. It pierced through his muscles, bones and internal organs, nailing his entire body to the ground. Mu Yunfeng did not even have time to let out a scream before a slender, jade-like hand resolutely descended, slapping his head. With a pop, his entire head immediately turned into a block of ice. Following a cracking sound, it was completely twisted off. All that was left was a headless corpse that was still convulsing for the last time. Zhou Xiaoyan waved her hand, and Mu Yunfeng's frozen head entered her ring. However, the frost on her face did not dissipate. Daring to injure my family's dog, you deserve 10,000 deaths. Senior sister, this cultivation technique of yours is becoming more and more powerful. At her side, Meng Qinyu's face was filled with envy. What kind of cultivation technique is this? Why did master not teach me? Zhou Xiaoyan turned her head and coldly looked at Meng Qinyu. Her gaze was as sharp as a knife. Meng Qinyu panicked and stammered, Senior sister? Slap. Zhou Xiaoyan fiercely slapped Meng Qinyu's face. Her pretty eyes were filled with killing intent. Meng Qinyu's delicate, white face immediately swelled up. Retreating a couple steps, her eyes glistened with tears. Senior sister, why did you hit me? Zhou Xiaoyan's expression was cold. Master ordered you to protect Xiao Duo. Is this true? Yes. But the assassin went behind you. At that time you clearly noticed but you pretended not to see. What? Chapter 142. Zhou Xiaoyan's face was as cold as frost. I was quite far away and I was directly in front of Xiao Duo. Mu Yunfeng brazenly made a move and I was too far away to stop him. But what about you? You were always on Mu Yunfeng's side, but what were you doing? With your cultivation facing Mu Yunfeng, could it be that you really couldn't stop him from making a move? From the position you just appeared, Mu Yunfeng's previous move was practically over your head. What were you doing at that time? You clearly moved your body's qi but it didn't move. And after that, Mu Yunfeng practically ran over your head, but you didn't move at all. What were you doing? Zhou Xiaoyan's expression was extremely cold and she coldly said, Meng Qinyu this time twice, what were you doing? Asking me why I hit you, is this reason enough? Meng Qinyu held her face with one hand and said with grievance, Senior sister, at that time it was too sudden. I really didn't notice. Zhou Xiaoyan's expression was indifferent. Even if the first time was unexpected and you didn't react quickly enough, what about the second time? You still didn't react? With your cultivation, all of Mu Yunfeng's movements were within your grasp. You noticed it from the beginning but you didn't stop it. You clearly had an ulterior motive. You wanted Xiao Duo to die. Zhou Xiaoyan's gaze was extremely sharp as she looked at Meng Qinyu. Why did you want Xiao Duo to die? That day at the training ground, even if his foul mouth offended you, it was not a matter of life and death. The only reason I can think of is, he ruined your brother's plan to treat me to a meal? Zhou Xiaoyan faintly said, Meng Qinyu, is it because of this that you hold a grudge? Is that right? Or is there another reason? Her beautiful eyes were filled with thought as she looked at Meng Qinyu. Meng Qinyu was silent for a long time. Perhaps there is another reason that I don't know? Meng Qinyu remained silent. Zhou Xiaoyan continued to ask, do you still insist that you haven't found Muyun Peak? Meng Qinyu slowly removed her hand from her face and suddenly smiled. Smiling brightly, she leisurely said, Senior sister, I am just very confused. My brother is so outstanding, so why do you not like him? You clearly promised me that you would meet my brother alone, so why did you bring a third wheel with you? You're the one who violated the agreement first. Have you forgotten what kind of price I've paid for this meeting? Meng Qinyu hatefully said, could it be that you do not feel that this is very unfair? Your brother's so-called breakthrough was made with the resources of my family. You're wrong. Big mistake.
Zhou Xiaoyan said coldly. First, what Xiao Duo used that day can no longer be considered your family's resources. Because for this matter, I asked Master for help and Master agreed. Then Master directly arranged for Xiao Duo to go. From the beginning to the end, I did not directly contact you, nor did I directly ask you for help. Therefore, I do not owe your family any favors. The only one I owe is Master. In contrast, the one who owes your family a favor is also Master. For your family, you should understand the difference between the two, right? A favor is of course the most difficult to repay, but I do not owe you, nor do I owe your family any favors. Meng Qinyu bit her lip and said after a while, that's right, you do not owe me. Yes, I do not owe you nor do I owe your family any favors. If I must say that I owe you a favor at most, I will let you train Xiao Duo a little to be his sparring partner. If you think that I owe you, I can accept it. I can repay this favor. Not to that extent. Not to that extent? Zhou Xiaoyan said coldly. For this matter, I asked Master. Master personally called your father and finalized this matter. In fact, it has nothing to do with you. But you, after this matter, used your family's resources as a reason to agree to have a meal with your brother, right? I agreed at that time, but I did not want to complicate matters, so I agreed to it. Is this the whole story? Yes. This matter was my own initiative. In the name of family resources, I asked for this condition that was somewhat difficult for you. But I did not have any bad intentions from beginning to end. My brother likes you so much. We have not talked about your brother yet. Zhou Xiaoyan interrupted. I just want to ask you one thing. Maybe you did not realize it yourself, but you used this method to force me to have a meal with your brother. Do you think your senior sister is any different from a hostess? Even if it is a blind date, it needs to be consensual. Now, you used this condition to exchange for it. How much importance do you place on this matter? Do you have the slightest respect for me? Meng Qinyu's face immediately paled. I definitely did not mean that. From the beginning to the end, I didn't want to go to this meal. This was my original attitude. Also, I never promised you that I would eat this meal alone. In the end, whether or not I brought someone else with me, what does it matter if I brought anyone with me? Just now you said that your brother likes me so much. So this meal was arranged. But have you ever considered that I like your brother? Just because your brother likes me, you arranged for a single woman to have a meal with a single man like your brother. Do you think that this is acceptable? Yes, I will not deny that it was my brother who rashly interfered and became the third wheel on this date. Naturally, he became the main culprit that ruined this date. Zhou Xiaoyan sneered, but who told you? This was a date between a man and a woman? Based on your one-sided approval? Meng Qinyu took a deep breath. Senior sister, could it be that you do not feel that for such an outstanding man to sincerely invite you, you should give him a chance to pursue you? Zhou Xiaoyan sneered. Junior sister, my brother Zhou Xiaoduo is handsome, talented, courageous, and a genius in cultivation. You look passable. How about you become his concubine? I feel that you are quite suitable. Meng Qinyu was dazed by Zhou Xiaoyan's sudden words. After a while she finally said, Senior sister, what nonsense are you saying? Why would I become your younger brother's concubine? What sort of connection is this? Zhou Xiaoyan wondered. Could it be that you do not feel that my little brother is a dragon among men? He is an unparalleled talent. Being able to become his concubine is your fortune. How can you be so ungrateful? Meng Qinyu was angered by Zhou Xiaoyan's words. Senior sister, your little brother may be very outstanding in your eyes, but in other people's eyes, he may not be that outstanding. Zhou Xiaoyan sneered. That's right, so you understand this principle. Then why do you think that I think your brother is very outstanding? Perhaps in your eyes he is very outstanding, but in my eyes your brother Meng Qintian is not enough. There is no need to argue about who is right and who is wrong in this matter. After this matter you two should have discussed it. You think Xiao Duo is an obstacle between me and your brother? So this time, when Master said that he was worried about Xiao Duo's safety and needed to secretly protect him, you volunteered yourself. But what you needed to do was not to protect Xiao Duo, but to watch him die with your own eyes. So when anything happened to Xiao Duo you turned a blind eye. Even when he faced a life and death situation you did not do anything. You just watched. Whether it was when Feng Cheng's third young master provoked you, or when Mu Yunfeng tried to kill him, you just stood by and watched. Even when Mu Yunfeng ran away, it was so that he would have another chance to sneak attack Xiao Duo again. But you still chose to stand by and watch. And as long as Xiao Duo died, even if Master investigated, you could say that you failed the mission and did not protect him well. You could pass, right? You calculated correctly. Even if Master scolded you, he would not be too harsh on you. Connecting all these things together, do you still have anything to say? You don't have anything to say, but I do. Because even if this is the case, it still cannot explain why you would do this. The reason is not enough. Because a small matter like ruining a date is not enough to escalate the situation to this point of life and death. Meng Qinyu, what exactly are you thinking? What exactly are you doing? Meng Qinyu tightly shut her mouth and did not say a single word. Looking at this delicate face, Zhu Xiaoyan's eyes became colder and colder. The killing intent also became thicker and thicker. She really did not think that the junior sister that she had always liked would do such a thing. Because she could not understand it at all. What was the real reason? Was it just to ruin a date with her older brother? That was simply absurd. Killing the younger brother of the girl that she liked because a date was not successful? How could this sort of logic be explained? No matter how stupid Zhu Xiaoyan was, she would not believe this sort of reasoning. Even if this reasoning was something that she herself had come up with, it would be the same. But this killing intent, based on Meng Qinyu's reaction, was clearly because of this. This was even more absurd. As for saying that an outstanding man should be given a chance, Zhu Xiaoyan did not even think about this sort of reasoning. You, Meng Qinyu, are already a beautiful woman. When you do not have any feelings, would you like someone just because they are outstanding? Xiao Duo is already outstanding enough. Why don't you rush to his door because he is outstanding? This was what Zhu Xiaoyan thought. It was just that she did not say it out loud. Thus there must be another reason. And this reason, Zhu Xiaoyan must know no matter what. Come with me. Let's go see Master. Zhu Xiaoyan grabbed Meng Qinyu. I can't get an answer, but I don't believe that Master can't get an answer either. She grabbed Meng Qinyu and soared into the air, quickly flying away. Meng Qinyu did not resist at all. She only had a stubborn look on her face. The wind blew past. The grass in this area withered, and Mu Yunfeng's headless corpse quietly disappeared into the desolation. Chapter 143. What happened to Zhu Xiaoyan was too far away from Qin Fangyang. Qin Fangyang didn't notice it at all. Qin Fangyang focused all his attention on treating the student's wounds. His face was unusually heavy and unsightly. Zhu Xiaoduo and the others' injuries weren't very serious. Other than Zhu Xiaoduo's back injury, the others' injuries weren't fatal. They would be fine after a little treatment. But with Mu Yunfeng lurking in the dark, it was a big deal. Mu Yunfeng had been teaching in Second High for many years, so he was very familiar with Second High's matters. Could it be that the previous two students were also killed by Mu Yunfeng? Not long after, the other teams of students also returned. Most of them were safe and sound. Only Song Ziheo's team had an accident. Song Ziheo and the others found a starlight vine hidden under the weeds near the edge of the martial master training area. When they were about to collect it, they were shocked to see that the starlight vine was dragged away by a small spirit beast. Vice Captain Zhou Xiaoma was unwilling to give up. He hurriedly chased after it, but because of this he encountered a group of star beasts. He was pushed to the ground on the spot and almost lost his life. Fortunately, Song Ziheo and the others came in time and rushed into the group of star beasts to rescue him. After this incident, not only did they not get the starlight vine, Zhou Xiaoma's leg was also bitten off by the demonic beast. One of his legs was bitten into a bloody mess, and the worst thing was that one of the calf bones on his upper leg was torn off and taken away by the star beast. Song Ziheo prepared several kinds of medicine and tools to treat serious injuries, but they were all useless for this kind of injury. If they couldn't use the superior grade jade of Astral Soul's healing pod, a cripple was going to be born. After recovering from the shock, the whole team couldn't help but remember what Zhu Xiaoduo said yesterday. Everyone's face was full of awe. The third one, Song Ziheo. You're not bad, you're not in any danger. But the vice captain beside you is called Zhou Xiaoma, right? His face is full of bad luck. I'm afraid his leg will be seriously injured. Be careful, don't become disabled. This was Zhu Xiaoduo's comment yesterday. Looking at Zhou Xiaoma's leg injury, everyone felt their blood run cold. This was too accurate. Bai Bingbing hugged her calf and sat quietly on the side. She looked at everything with a smile. Occasionally, she glanced at Zhu Xiaoduo with a trace of inexplicable passion in her eyes.
The members of the school bell team that she led all surrounded her. Their eyes flickered as they whispered into her ear, "Sister Bing Bing, this was Xiao Duo. You must get him." Bai Bingbing smiled and bit her lips. "Bing Bing, this kid is definitely good stuff." Bai Bingbing glared at him. "Bing Bing, this is our chance. Look at the wound on his back. He can't reach it himself." Bai Bingbing hesitated. "Bing Bing, if you're not going to do it, then I'm going to do it. At that time, don't say that I don't care about sisterhood." Bai Bingbing stood up and walked over. This bunch of little bitches, I knew you guys were in love. Let me do it. It's just that the current situation is a little serious. This Wuxiao's performance is too good. Many of the girls can see that he has potential. If I act late, I'll only be at a disadvantage. I must act early. Otherwise, this good piece of meat will fall into the hands of others. Zhou Xiaoduo classmate. Bai Bingbing smiled very amiably. It was like a spring breeze intoxicating. Faced with this sudden sentence, Zhou Xiaoduo instinctively panicked. He turned his neck 3 or 4 times to observe the surroundings. Then he quickly took out a small mirror to look at his face. Well, he didn't look like he was going to be unlucky. It seemed that Nian Mao wasn't nearby. Then, he turned his head reservedly. "Bye." "You're by something?" He scratched his head, feeling a little awkward. "I'm really hopeless. This girl in front of me seems to be one of the prettiest girls in the class, but I can't even remember her name. What a failure." Bai Bingbing smiled sweetly and didn't feel offended at all. "I'm Bai Bingbing. Zhou Xiaoduo classmate, if you forget next time I can remind you again. But don't do it more than 3 times, okay?" She put her hands behind her back, puffed out her chest and pretended to be very fierce. "If you do it more than 3 times I'll be angry." Oh, I'll remember this time." Zhou Xiaoduo nodded. "Bai Bingbing, right? Why are you looking for me? I saw that you have injuries on your back. That place can't treat it well. There are already traces of blood. Why don't I treat it for you again?" Bai Bingbing said with concern, "This kind of injury can't be treated badly. It's okay. My skin is rough and I don't care about such small details." Faced with Bai Bingbing's fiery passion, Zhou Xiaoduo wanted to break out in cold sweat. He was already starting to feel dissatisfied. This little girl's conscience was simply too bad. My wound has already been bandaged properly, but looking at her attitude, it's obvious that she wants to take it apart and treat it again. Does this flesh not grow on your body? You don't know pain, right? With this kind of EQ, you actually want to chase after a handsome man. You're really a woman of steel. The treatment just now was really too rough. You'll definitely feel uncomfortable. Bai Bingbing took out a bottle of medicinal liquid from her pocket. "Why don't you drink this? This is muscle revitalization powder. After drinking it, the wound will heal faster." Zhou Xiaoduo became more vigilant. This little girl's fawning was too brazen. She must have some ulterior motive. She must have taken a liking to my beauty. He tried his best to refuse. No, I'm almost healed." "I've already drunk a bottle just now. If I drink more it'll be a waste. Waste is the original sin." Wan Li Xiu, Long Yuxing and the others sat at the side. Looking at Zhou Xiaoduo being seduced, they all showed a naughty smile. There weren't many opportunities to seize Zhou Xiaoduo in a difficult situation. How could they not seize it? Li Chenglong and Li Zhangming leaned together and whispered in each other's ears. "That girl is seducing Zhou." "I know, but why does Zhou look so vigilant? What's the meaning of this? Maybe he's playing hard to get." "Playing hard to get? I don't think so." Zhou is wrinkling his nose. "He's obviously allergic to Bai Bingbing's perfume." "Allergic? That's a little exaggerated. She's such a beautiful girl. Why would he dislike her?" Bai Bingbing sat down with Zhou Xiaoduo. However, just as she sat down, Zhou Xiaoduo hurriedly moved his butt to the side. Bai Bingbing was a little puzzled. She moved closer again and Zhou Xiaoduo moved again. "What are you doing? Do you hate me so much?" Bai Bingbing was about to cry. Cough. Zhou Xiaoduo's eyes turned wildly. Suddenly he shouted, "Li Chenglong, what are you doing?" Li Chenglong was confused. "Hurry up and help me to the toilet. I need to pee. I'm about to pee in my pants." He rushed to Li Chenglong's side, grabbed his shoulder and squeezed. "There's a toilet nearby?" Li Chenglong was confused. Who would be so free as to build a toilet here? "Zhou, as long as you lower your head, there's a toilet everywhere." "I can't hold it anymore." Zwe ran away while peeing. At the level of martial master with the help of elixirs, the recovery ability was very strong. Only Zhou Xiaoma, who was the most seriously injured, was carried back by Luo Lai. As long as he was treated properly, there was still hope for his injured leg to recover. Teng Hao and the other two were also brought back. They were escorted back by Lu Jianxing's three brothers. What awaited them was a strict interrogation. They were associated with Mu Yunfeng, which was equivalent to being associated with the UMNO Alliance. Now that they were associated with the UMNO Alliance, even if they didn't die, they would lose a layer of skin. It seemed that Zwe Xiaoduo's friendly agreement would be very difficult to take effect. After Zwe Xiaoduo came back from the toilet, he hurriedly started to check the goods with his small group. This experience and contribution points. It doesn't seem that difficult. Zwe Xiaoduo had already made a rough calculation. Including the contribution points that they plundered from Teng Hao and the other two, they had already earned about 9,000. According to Li Chenglong's estimation, it should be about 9,600. On average, the six of them would earn about 1,600 each. This number was quite a lot. Moreover, it was only the afternoon now. It's too easy. Thinking about the school's contribution points transaction table, Zwe Xiaoduo instantly felt that a pie had fallen from the sky. Hey, everyone's harvest is not bad, right? Zwe Xiaoduo asked tentatively. Zhao Zhangjun said happily, today's harvest is indeed not bad. It's much better than before. Our harvest today is already 63 points. It's only more, not less. His small group members' faces were full of satisfaction and pride. Jia Shernan said, our harvest is about the same. We are now sure that we have 59 contribution points. It's almost 60 points. Song Ziheo's face was a little gloomy. He said, our small group's harvest is not much. We only have 23 points now. We haven't even taken into account Zhou Xiaoma's injury reduction. So, Bai Bingbing on the other side smiled and said, our harvest today is average. We only have 77 points. It didn't reach our initial expectations. There was actually a sense of pride and arrogance in her voice. Everyone's mouth twitched. It didn't reach our expectations, but it's already a lot more than us, okay? However, Zwe Xiaoduo, Li Chenglong, Long Yuxing, Wanli Xiao, Yu Moyan, and Li Zhangming's expressions became more and more strange as they listened. The six of them looked at each other. They were a little confused. 63 points and they were already satisfied? 77 points was already something to be proud of? Then wouldn't our harvest of 9,006 points be sky high? Should they say it or not? What about you guys? The other team leaders looked over at the same time. Everyone had an expression of, looking at the newbies making a fool of themselves. You just entered the martial arts masterclass. Do you recognize herbs? Just the nearly 1 foot thick Encyclopedia of Spiritual Herbs, the 3 foot thick Encyclopedia of Ferocious Beasts, and the even thicker Encyclopedia of Star Beasts, would be enough to keep you busy for at least a few months. We can have our current achievements and have so many achievement points. That's the result of our daily hard work. Do you understand? You don't know how much effort we put in to get to where we are today. Do you think you can get it so easily? The others weren't disappointed or surprised at all when they saw the strange expressions on the faces of the members of Zwe Xiaoduo's team. They were tongue-tied and wanted to say something but didn't. It's normal to not gain anything. Zhao Zhangjun patted Zwe Xiaoduo's shoulder and comforted him. Don't take it to heart. We didn't gain anything during our first training. When we get used to this kind of atmosphere in the future and accumulate more experience, we will naturally gain something. Bai Bingbing smiled and said, yes, Xiaoduo. Don't be discouraged. I will teach you more when we go back. Wan Lixio coughed and said, thank you very much. Ahem. Qin Fangyang coughed and glared at Zwe Xiaoduo as a warning. This kid was the only one who liked to show off. The others didn't care. Zwe Xiaoduo suddenly looked wronged. He looked at Qin Fangyang angrily but didn't dare to say anything. He asked silently, am I the kind of person who would show off? His expression almost made Qin Fangyang burst out laughing. He hurriedly turned around to control himself so that he wouldn't lose his composure in front of the students. You look like a puppy that has been wronged. How did you train yourself to look like that? Chapter 144. In the afternoon. Qin Fangyang did not let the students continue their training. Instead, he waited for Luo Lai to come back after everyone had recovered from their injuries. The two of them, one in front and one at the back, slowly retreated. The group walked for about half of the distance when they suddenly discovered something. Why is there a corpse here? The traces are very fresh. Isn't this Mu Yunfeng? Who killed him? Everyone stepped forward to take a closer look, only to see that the surrounding vegetation was all withered. Although Mu Yunfeng's corpse was already headless, that emaciated body was still very familiar. Coupled with some of the markings on the body, it was very easy to identify. Who did it? Qin Fangyang and Luo Lai looked around, but they were confused and could not figure it out. After Mu Yunfeng attacked Zhou Xiaoduo, he was pursued by Lu Jianxing and the others. But didn't he already escape? How could he die here without a trace? There are traces of ice around here. Qin Fangyang took a look and said decisively. Luo Lai nodded to show his agreement. Then he said with a suspicious face, "But I have never heard of an expert who practiced ice techniques in Phoenix City." Zhou Xiaoduo looked at the traces of ice and his pupils suddenly shrank. He secretly glanced at Bai Bingbing and could not help but shudder. "Mummy, did Nyan Cat find out that this girl was pestering me just now? This is too dangerous. That's not right. Why didn't Nyan Cat appear? Could it be that she was too angry and just left?" Thinking about this, Zhou Xiaoduo became even more nervous. His face turned pale and his head was filled with the uneasiness of being caught cheating. His whole body was restless. Then he inexplicably felt that his ears were hurting and his butt was uncomfortable. His whole body was wrinkled and seemed to be uncomfortable everywhere. Finished? I, Zhou Xiaoduo, am the hero of this generation. There seems to be a faint fragrance here. Qin Fangyang wrinkled his nose. He suddenly bent down and sniffed the grass on the ground. He walked forward and stopped after walking for more than 10 feet. He said, "This was done by a woman." Moreover, there were 2 women present at the time. The fragrance is different. The smell of blood mixed with the woman's fragrance. After leaving the range of the smell of blood, it became clearer. But with the ambience of the scene and the smell mixed together, we can basically confirm that Mu Yunfeng was killed without any resistance. That's why the headless corpse is so complete and the scene is not messy. In Phoenix City, there aren't many female experts who can kill Mu Yunfeng with this kind of cultivation. If Mu Yanyan personally made a move, Mu Yunfeng naturally wouldn't even have the time to react. But the neck of Mu Yunfeng's corpse clearly showed signs of wrinkling, which meant that he had the tendency to raise his head to look. So the one who did it was most likely not Mu Yanyan. I think the person who did this is most likely the legendary spiritual thought goddess. Qin Fangyang said, "The 2 women who appeared at the scene are both young women. It is said that Mu Yanyan has 2 female disciples. One of them is a spiritual cultivator, and the other is her junior sister." Luo Lai nodded. "That is the 2 of them?" Qin Fangyang nodded and straightened his back. 80%. That's enough. Zhou Xiaoduo looked at Qin Fangyang sniffing and casually observing, and was actually able to directly deduce the truth. He was also shocked. Qin Fangyang's eyesight and experience could only be described with the word, terrifying. After that, everyone went all the way back to the school and didn't encounter any more accidents. Then they went to the General Affairs office to exchange contribution points. Everyone present began to be stunned and began to doubt the time of their lives. How could Zhou Xiaoduo and the others not know the benefits of making a fortune in silence? They really didn't want to show off their wealth, but Zhao Zhangjun, Song Zihao, Bai Bingbing, and the others had finished exchanging but didn't leave. The first 2 obviously wanted to see Zhou Xiaoduo and the others make a fool of themselves. And Bai Bingbing wanted to see them make a fool of themselves, and take the opportunity to comfort Zhou Xiaoduo and get closer to each other. After all, the gains and losses of a moment had nothing to do with the overall situation. But Zhou Xiaoduo's physiognomy was the real treasure. How could she not hug such a golden thigh as soon as possible? But this one look caused a huge impact on human nature and human nature. In any case, in countless aspects. They watched with blank eyes as Li Chenglong and the others took off the big and small bags on their backs and piled them on top of the pile. And then the contribution points weren't calculated by 3, 5 points, 10 points, 30 points, 50 points, or even hundreds, but by thousands. This pile 4,000. This pile 1,800. This pile 2,300. This pile. He remembered that when he and the others handed over their items, it was always, this one 5 points,
This one, 3 points. Looking at the others, they were all piling up. The 41 senior students of class 19 were all dumbfounded. When did contribution points become so easy to get? Zhao Zhongjun was dumbfounded. This is too much. Jia Shernan muttered to himself. Fuck. Song Zihao kept swallowing his saliva, but he was too uncultured. Only these 2 words could express his shock and surprise at the moment. The total is. The teacher in the General Affairs Department fiddled with the abacus for a while. 9,880 points. How do you plan to distribute it? As she spoke, she took out 6 blank contribution cards. The teacher was very satisfied. The final result of the calculation was a few hundred points more than Li Chenglong's previous calculation. Most of the items handed in by these students were actually rare herbs that other students couldn't find previously. Naturally, there were a few hundred more points. There were even a few kinds of herbs that the school didn't have in stock anymore. Let's divide it equally. Thank you, teacher, Zhou Xiaoduo said calmly. The middle-aged teacher in the General Affairs Department looked at him in surprise. Divide it equally? It was really rare to see a team that used such an equal distribution method. 6 people, 1,640 points each, and then the remaining 70 points, we'll divide it again at the next contribution point. Zhou Xiaoduo said very calmly. Okay. The middle-aged woman swiped 6 cards worth 1,640 points. Then she took out another card and swiped 70 points. After swiping, she frowned. The remaining card is shared among all of you. Just leave it at the General Affairs Department. The remaining 70. The middle-aged woman grabbed the abacus again and tapped it for a while. Then she looked up suspiciously. Zhou Xiaoduo, right? Who's your math teacher? There was a burst of laughter all around. Qin Fangyang's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. As expected, Zhou Xiaoduo said innocently, My teacher is Qin Fangyang. What's wrong with that, teacher? The middle-aged woman adjusted her glasses and looked at Qin Fangyang. Teacher Qin, your teaching is a little biased. Qin Fangyang was speechless. There are only 40 points left. Your student can't count well. The middle-aged woman swiped and scratched off another 30 points. Then she was done. She continued to chatter. Teacher Qin, even a martial artist needs to know how to count. You have to teach him a little bit of this. Otherwise, when he enters society, he might be at a disadvantage. Qin Fangyang's lips squirmed and he said dryly, Okay, I'll teach him. I'll teach him later. He thought to himself, Zhou Xiaoduo will be at a disadvantage when he enters society? That's impossible. This kid doesn't bask in the limelight of others. Others should be celebrating. But I'll have to teach him well later. Counting math. Biased? I'll teach you to be biased. Qin Fangyang gritted his teeth and led the class back to the classroom with a darkened expression. Now, each of you can use your contribution points to exchange at the place you want to go. Before he finished speaking, Qin Fangyang slapped Zhou Xiaoduo and sent him rolling into the classroom. I'll go to the principal's office. When I come back, I'll teach you how to count properly. Let's settle the score. Zhou Xiaoduo sat up from the ground with a dumbfounded expression. Why did you hit me? What did I do? You can't teach your students well. You're angry because you're humiliated by others, and now you're taking your anger out on me? Zhou Xiaoduo was indignant. Not only did he not get the 30 contribution points, he even had to be beaten up. Where can I go to reason with this? Qin Fangyang had already left in a hurry. No matter what, the death of 6 students was a big matter. It had to be reported to the principal. Qin Fangyang had to pass this hurdle. In the principal's office, Xin Yushu and the other parents of the 6 families were already waiting. They had already called back with the grievous news. Now the initial hysteria had passed. They were only waiting for the children's remains to be returned. Every parent's eyes were red and swollen. A few of them were full of regret. They beat their chests and stomped their feet. We shouldn't have let them go. A few parents were so regretful that their intestines were swollen. Qin Fangyang pushed the door open and entered. Those red and swollen eyes immediately turned to look at him like hungry wolves. They're back. Qin Fangyang's expression was heavy. The children's remains have been brought back. It's just that they're very incomplete. Their small team was besieged by a group of 3-tailed tigers. There were more than 10 of them. I've already killed all of them. Qin Fangyang recounted the entire incident in detail. After that, he did not say anything else. At this moment, Xin Yushu stood up with red eyes. Qin.
Fang Yang. Every word was enunciated clearly. Qin Fangyang raised his head and said indifferently, "What advice do you have for me?" "Advice? Regarding this matter, don't you have anything else to say?" Shin Yushu huffed and puffed, his gaze cold. Qin Fangyang said indifferently, "I've already told you everything that happened just now. I don't think I have anything else to say." Shin Yushu looked at Qin Fangyang like a wolf. "You mean to say that my son died in vain?" A few other parents had the same expression on their faces. Only 3 or 4 people's eyes were full of regret. However, there was not much resentment. "President Shin, I don't quite understand what you're saying. Qin Fangyang, you brought my son out for training. They're all dead. Yet you came back safe and sound. You're saying you don't understand?" Shin Yushu was so angry that he laughed. "Qin Fangyang, my son, how can he die in vain? I'll do my best. 6th watch. My hands are cramping. Please support me. Monthly votes, subscriptions, recommendation tickets. Of course, it would be better if there were rewards. I'll go home and rest. For the sake of the 6th watch, let's forget about Zhao Li's matter." Chapter 145. Qin Fangyang took a deep breath and said, "Just yesterday I called every parent here. Only Shin Tainan and the others didn't look well and weren't suitable to participate in this training. If they forced themselves to participate, they might encounter danger. I mentioned it seriously, but you answered the call yourselves, right? It was also you who promised me that you wouldn't let your children participate in this training." Qin Fangyang said coldly, "Now that things have come to this, I'm not afraid to tell you. I was worried that they would be stubborn and insist on participating in this training. Yesterday afternoon, I broke their legs with my own hands. I wanted them to stay at home obediently and avoid this calamity. But I never thought that all of you would be so resourceful. In just one night, you completely healed their shattered bones and sent them on the path of death that had already deviated." Qin Fangyang sighed softly. "Now you're asking me for an explanation? I, Qin Fangyang, have already done everything I could. What explanation can I give you? From what you're saying, you don't have any responsibility." Shin Yushu looked like he was about to explode. "That's right, I don't think I have any responsibility or fault. Even if I didn't warn you and didn't do anything, I still don't have any responsibility. Or you can directly ask me what responsibility I have. What else can I do? What can I do?" Qin Fangyang said indifferently, "As the parents of martial arts students, everyone here has signed a waiver with your children. Everyone knows this. When students go out to train, they are responsible for their own life and death. The fate of martial artists is also like this. If it's not life, then it's death. I understand your feelings. I also understand your feelings. But things have already come to this, there's no point in venting your anger. The most important thing now is to bury your children in peace." Qin Fangyang said calmly, "Parents, please restrain your grief." Ha 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 ha. Shin Yushu let out a long ear-piercing laugh like a night owl. "My son is dead, and you want to let this matter pass with just a sentence of restrain your grief?" Qin Fangyang was silent and didn't say anything. Shin Yushu's eyes looked at him like a wolf. "Teacher Qin Fangyang, do you have a son?" Qin Fangyang shook his head, his eyes filled with disappointment. "I don't." "Then do you have parents?" "They've already passed away." "Do you have a wife?" "I do, but she's been missing for almost 100 years. "Sio Shin, what do you want to say? Why don't you just say it?" "Ah, so Teacher Qin is a single man." Shin Yushu said viciously, "No wonder when someone else's son died, you only said restrain your grief. Let me tell you, Qin Fangyang, this matter is not over." "Yes, this is not over." The other parents roared angrily. Qin Fangyang sneered, "Are you done talking to me? Why don't you think about whether you've fulfilled your duty as parents? I warned you in advance that your children might be in danger on this trip. You promised me in front of me and thanked me profusely. Then you turned around and clearly knew that your children might be in danger, but you didn't even inform me. I even found out about Shin Tainan and the others from a third party. What reason do you have? What face do you have to tell me that this matter is not over? If you had just sent me a message and said that you didn't manage to persuade your children, that's fine. I'll still think of a way. Why didn't you even send me a message?" The faces of the parents turned ugly when they heard this. "You, Qin Fangyang, caused the death of our sons and you still think you're in the right." Li Changjiang hurriedly stepped forward to smooth things over. "Mr. Shin, you're being unreasonable. We're a martial arts school. The first rule for martial artists to enter the path of cultivation is to be willing to take responsibility for their own life and death. We've already signed the disclaimer. Secondly, in order to prevent a disaster from happening, Mr. Chin first broke their legs to prevent them from participating in the training. Then he called you to explain the situation. This double insurance is to prevent the children from going out. It can be said that he has already avoided the possibility of this disaster to the greatest extent. Teacher Chin has really done all he can. Besides, Supervisor, we checked the city gate records after the incident. Your children left the city 1.5 hours earlier than the other teams. And Mr. Chin didn't know about it. Secondly, he has to be responsible for most of the children. As the leader of the team, it's impossible for him to only focus on your children. Now that communication is so advanced, why didn't any of you think of informing Teacher Chin that Shin Tianan's team is coming to participate in this training? After all, Teacher Chin had already called to not let them participate. If there isn't a big reason, why would he do that? In the end, it was your child who violated the rules and entered an area that martial masters and cultivators were not allowed to enter. Thus you can't blame Teacher Chin for this. One of the parents said coldly, "Why can't he be blamed? Maybe it's because he broke my son's legs that caused this disaster." Yes. How can a person whose legs are broken avoid death? A teacher who broke the legs of students who are about to participate in the training, how can he be a teacher? Oh. Qin Fangyang is the murderer. It's fair to kill someone to pay with their life. Li Changjiang was getting more and more angry. Everyone, you're twisting words and forcing logic. How did people whose legs are broken walk out of their houses at 5:30 in the morning? How did they walk out of the city? Are you really not worried? Anyway, it's Qin Fangyang's fault. Now that my son is dead, Qin Fangyang must pay with his life. Yes, Qin Fangyang must pay with his life. This vicious teacher caused the death of our child. He must give us a satisfactory explanation for this matter. For a moment, vicious words came out like a tide. Li Changjiang realized that it was impossible to reason with them now, and no one listened to him. Humans were just that strange. In the face of many acceptable incidents, everyone would be reasonable and fair. They also hoped that the other party would be reasonable and fair. But in the face of some unacceptable incidents, almost no one would be reasonable. Even more so, no one would care about fairness. Especially when this kind of incident happened in a group, it would be even more unreasonable. As for the promise that these parents made yesterday to not let their sons go out, everyone chose to forget about it. They didn't dare to think about it, much less admit that it was their connivance that caused the death of their children. Even though they regretted it so much, but strangely their hatred for Qin Fangyang was also increasing. This was a very strange mentality. The situation was getting more and more chaotic, developing towards the direction of losing control. Dong dong dong. Knocking sounds came from the door. A wheelchair was pushed in. Old principal. Everyone bowed at the same time. Even people like Xin Yushu, whose eyes were red and had been blinded by hatred and sorrow, were no exception. He Yuanyue's indifferent gaze swept across everyone's faces and said calmly, "This incident came so suddenly, it's sad and it's also hard to accept. It's understandable that everyone needs to vent their emotions. However, everyone, please listen to what I have to say and then decide what to do next. The fate of martial artists has always been like this. Firstly, there's a disclaimer. Secondly, Qin Fangyang has already taken precautions in advance. He even informed all the parents to not allow Shin Tainan and the other students to participate in this training. Thirdly, Shin Tainan and the others entered the forbidden area recklessly, which led to the deaths of so many people. Therefore, I now announce the school's opinion on Qin Fangyang's punishment. He will be given a major demerit and will be fined 1 year's salary. This is the school's attitude." He Yuanyue said, "If you are dissatisfied with the school's decision, you can privately negotiate with teacher Qin Fangyang, and our school will no longer bear any responsibility for this incident. That's all." Teacher Qin. Yes. Hand over the students' remains to the parents and then you may leave. Yes. He Yuanyue forcefully put an end to this matter. No matter how unwilling Shin Yushu and the others were, they did not dare to say another word to He Yuanyue at this moment. Shin Yushu said fiercely, "Qin Fangyang, just you wait." Qin Fangyang handed the ring to Li Changjiang, turned around and left calmly as if nothing had happened. Every year or even every month, second high. And all martial arts schools will face this kind of situation. He Yuanyue's face was unusually tired and she said, Xiao Shen, let me give you a word of advice. My condolences and don't cause any more trouble. In life there must be a reason. After He Yuanyue finished speaking, she left without saying a word. An hour later, at the entrance of Second High, Shen Yushu held his son's broken body, his eyes red and his teeth clenched. Qin Fangyang, you must pay for my son's death with your life. And that's Wuxiao Duo. On what basis did he say that my son would die? A little bastard spouting nonsense cursing my son. This must be a curse. I won't forgive you. The faces of the 6 children's parents were filled with grief, including Shen Yushu. Although their faces were filled with anger and ruthless words, they were also filled with deep regret. That's right, Qin Fangyang clearly called yesterday, and did not allow the children to participate. There was a death sentence. Why did he push his own son onto the path of death? It was only a day's training, so what if he did not go? Even if he allowed them to go, calling Qin Fangyang or sending a message was as easy as lifting a finger. It was not even considered labor, so why did he not do it? So regretful. More and more regret, but it also caused more and more hatred. Human nature was like this. When a normal accident happened, people would instinctively shift the blame, not to mention this kind of unacceptable thing. How could he bear the responsibility himself? His lively and energetic son had turned into a pile of minced meat in his hands. He, Qin Fangyang, was the teacher leading the team. If he did not take responsibility, who would? Did I cause the death of my precious son? Even I don't believe these words. Of course I regret it, but no matter how much I regret it, I can't forgive Qin Fangyang and Wuxiao Duo. Shen Yushu's gaze was fierce. I suspect that Wuxiao Duo is the one who cast the curse. And Qin Fangyang went to break our son's leg. It was premeditated. These 2 people are the main culprits. After the incident, we still have to call him to inform him? Why should we inform him? He is the teacher leading the team. My son is a high school student. It's natural for him to come to school. Is there a need to inform him? Do we still have to call the school teacher every night? My son is going to school tomorrow? Ridiculous. Since ancient times there has been no such logic. When the parents heard Shen Yushu's words, they inexplicably felt that this actually made sense. Chapter 146. Qin Fangyang sat cross-legged on a high platform a few hundred feet away from the school gate. He stared at the few families at the school gate and sighed silently. With his cultivation base, he could not miss a single word of what these people said. He understood that it was normal for the parents to have such a reaction. Whose child was not a precious treasure? How could the parents not be sad when their child died in an accident? Not sad. It was understandable for them to be angry and sad, and even take their anger out on others. But everyone was facing such a cruel world. Life and death happened in the blink of an eye. It was really just a matter of a breath. Since they had chosen this martial path, they would have to live with death for the rest of their lives. I did everything I should and shouldn't have done, but I still couldn't save that child from death. I really couldn't do anything. But for this matter, it's fine if you take your anger out on me, but to take it out on Wuxiao Duo, isn't your temper too bad? Whoosh. Luo Lai quietly landed beside him. How is it? It must be a little uncomfortable. It'll be fine once you get used to it. Yes, I was in charge of the martial warrior class before, so I really didn't come into contact with this kind of thing. Sai, this kind of thing happens every year. Most of the time it happens a few times a month. Once you get used to it, you'll get used to it. We also hope that every child can live healthily. But in reality it can't be done. Training is to cultivate their ability to face life and death. Since it's a matter of life and death, it's normal for accidents to happen. The students can safely stay in Phoenix City after graduation, so their safety is higher. But for those who swear to serve the country and protect the mainland, if 1 out of 10 goes to Sun Moon Pass, it's already not bad. Qin Fangyang mocked. In other words, the more a man cares about his country, the faster he dies? Can you understand it this way? The more a coward drags out an ignoble existence, the longer he can live? Luo Lai sighed. He really wanted to refute. But this was the truth. Luo Lai said, in this world, because of the external environment, there are such rules. We can't do anything about it. We can't do anything about the deaths and injuries caused by the students. Similarly, there are also parents who are angry because of their deep affection for their children. We can't do anything about it either. After all, we all share the same heart. Qin Fengyang asked with interest. How did the previous parents and teachers deal with it? I can't handle it. As I mentioned earlier, the premise of this situation is that the current external environment is not the same as the previous peaceful technological era. When such a thing happens, we can only deal with it coldly. If any of their children attend the martial arts school, the school will give them free tuition. But in this kind of family, even if they still have children, they won't go to this martial arts school, or they won't go to this martial arts school. However, you have to be careful for the next period of time. This Qin Yushu's power is not small. Looking at his performance today, he will definitely deal with you. Qin Fengyang nodded silently. I know. I'll be careful. In the past, there were also teachers who suffered from the revenge of their parents. It is said that there was once a teacher who was seriously injured in order to protect his students. He was bedridden. But because of the death of his son, the angry parents rushed to the teacher's house and beat the whole family to death. This kind of thing is not uncommon. Luo Lai sighed. Qin Fengyang was stunned. There's such a thing? Not only such a thing, but such things are too common. Luo Lai patted Qin Fengyang's shoulder. In this kind of world, what is impossible? I'm telling you these things so that you can be prepared and be more careful. Qin Fengyang's gaze was deep. I know. Thank you for the reminder. His gaze was unhurried and had an indescribable meaning. No wonder Qin Yushu wanted to ask about my family, my son, my wife. Ah, he has a lot of ideas. Let's go and drink. It's better not to go. Qin Fengyang said, my other students are all in the cultivation pagoda. I want to see them come out. I know. Luo Lai left. Before he left, he said, don't leave the school in the near future. Qin Fengyang sat quietly and did not reply. When Zhou Xiaoduo entered the 5x gravity room, it was 4 in the afternoon. Since he had a lot of contribution points in hand, Zhou was rich and overbearing. He simply spent 2 hours farming contribution points. Let's test the quality first. It was only 20 contribution points. It was nothing. The door of the gravity room opened. Zhou Xiaoduo valiantly walked in. Gravity room, I'm coming. Regarding the gravity room, Mu Yanyan had mentioned it to him before. Zhou Xiaoyan had mentioned it before. Yuanyue had mentioned it before. Qin Fengyang had also mentioned it countless times. As a result, Zhou Xiaoduo had been drooling over this training place for a long time. No matter if it was training hidden weapons, normal martial arts, or movement techniques, the gravity room was the best choice. 5x gravity. The moment Zhou Xiaoduo entered the gravity room, he felt his body suddenly sink. The first thing he felt was that his body suddenly became much heavier. It was as if there were countless forces pressuring him from all directions at the same time. It was hard for him to bear. He just wanted to lie down on the ground and relieve the pressure. After a while, an extremely sticky feeling made it difficult for him to even breathe. Zhou Xiaoduo had expected these negative feelings after being informed by Zhou Xiaoyan and the others. He tried to adjust his breathing as he walked in step by step until he reached the center of the room. Ah! With a light shout, he got into a stance. Star-picking palm. Originally, when entering the gravity room for the first time, the most important thing to do was to adapt to the environment. This meant that he had to slowly adapt from the basics such as the horse stance, finger presses, sit-ups, and so on. However, Zhou Xiaoduo was already at the peak of the martial master level. He didn't need to start from these most basic steps. He directly started to practice his fist and palm. However, after just one practice of the star-picking palm, Zhou Xiaoduo was already sweating profusely. He was exhausted. This is not good. It's only 5x gravity, the lowest level. Why is it so uncomfortable? Zhou Xiaoduo had an idea. He started to practice the Flaming Sun Sutra, practicing his fist and palm at the same time. As he practiced the Flaming Sun Sutra, the spiritual energy in his body became abnormally lively. He immediately felt that the negative feelings lingering in his body were reduced by a lot. Therefore, he started to practice controlling his breathing rate. The longer he stayed in the gravity room, the more he realized that once his breathing rhythm got messed up, he wouldn't be able to do anything. He might even be tormented to death, which was the worst-case scenario. Zhou Xiaoduo slowly breathed in and out. He continued to circulate the Flaming Sun Sutra, causing the temperature of the room to soar. Soon, the room became unbearably hot. This feeling is similar to being in a sauna. Furthermore, it's steaming, boiling, and splashing water at the same time. Zhou Xiaoduo tried his best to hold on. He used the star-picking palm and used the star-picking step.
However, after 2 rounds of punches, Zuo was really out of strength. He fell to the ground with a thud, his whole body sweating profusely. He felt as if his entire body, torso, stomach, thighs, and chest were all being sucked into the ground. And even his second brother was no exception. He was also firmly sucked into the ground. The reason why he could feel it so clearly was because his second brother had straightened up after circulating his blazing Sunjin Qi. The feeling was exceptionally obvious. Just as Master Nian Mao said, I have to get used to the current gravity before I can talk about using it to train. As for hidden weapons, that's a topic for later. Zuo was determined. He rested for an average of 2 to 3 minutes before he got up and continued to practice the star-picking palm, dragon gate leg and star-picking step. When he couldn't take it anymore, he prostrated himself on the ground. Yes, prostrating himself on the ground. He repeated this process once, twice, and thrice. Under this extreme tempering, Zuo could clearly feel the surging sound of the Flaming Sun Sutra's origin energy circulating in his meridians. He could also hear the sound of his blood flowing continuously, as well as the creaking sound of his bones being unable to bear the burden. However, he focused and persevered without any distractions. Later on, he didn't even prostrate himself on the ground. Even if he didn't have any strength left, he wasn't willing to prostrate himself on the ground anymore. Instead, he stood up straight. Lines of sweat flowed down from his chest like a waterfall. Oh no, I forgot to bring water in. Zuo was startled by this thought and his eyes immediately looked around. Yes, the setup of this gravity room was quite user-friendly. There was a tap in the corner. Not bad, not bad. It solved his urgent problem. In fact, the gravity room was the place that consumed the most energy and sweat. If there was really no water to replenish the energy, it was very likely that the students would die in there. How could the school not think of this and make preparations beforehand? Under such a difficult environment, Zuo had been tormenting himself to the limit for 2 whole hours. Time and time again he tormented himself to the limit. After adjusting his breathing for a moment, he continued tormenting himself. When he reached the limit again, he took another breath. Even when he drank water, he tried his best to control himself and only drank a total of 2 times. However, he ate a lot of various pills. There were only 5 minutes left before the gravity machine could be used again. Suddenly, whoosh, a cool and refreshing feeling descended from the sky without any warning. Another drop of luck quietly arrived, causing Wuxia's extremely tired body to suddenly be filled with vitality again. Even his meridians expanded a little. Big brother, you should have come earlier. This time it wasn't just 1 drop of luck, but a full 1.5 drops. Including the new luck points, Zuo had a total of 6 drops in his hands. He couldn't help but have the illusion that he had become a tycoon in one fell swoop. He really became rich overnight. This time, when the luck points arrived, the first drop was a full one, but the next half drop was divided into waves and half a drop was gathered bit by bit. And this result made Zuo realize something. It came true. The death calamity that he had predicted for Shintainan had come true. Only then did he get a full drop. As for the other groups, because they were all scared but not in danger, there were no casualties, so it didn't cause any fluctuations in fate. As a result, there weren't many luck points feedback. But even so, the 7 groups only had half a point, and Zuo was still satisfied. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.